Chapter 1640. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Chapter 1640. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We're going to fight them? Anticipation filled Aqua Rose when she heard Shurfeng's growl. Guild leader, do you really have a way to deal with those evil demons? She was very familiar with Zero Wing's foundations. With the guild's current combat power, they had no chance of victory against Heaven's Burial in the open fields. If they wanted to win, they needed some special strategy or a miracle. Nope, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. Then how are we supposed to fight Heaven's Burial? Shurfeng's simple response dumbfounded Aqua Rose. Who says we're going to fight them head-on? Shurfeng asked, revealing a faint smile. A guild war is a competition of wealth. If we cut off their income, how long do you think they'll last? Both guilds had already set bounties on each other's members and incurred massive expenditures each day because of it. If one side suddenly lacked the funds to pay for the massive number of bounty claims and couldn't compensate its guild members, that guild would crumble under the pressure. Cut off their income? Aqua Rose gave her guild leader a confused look. Heaven's Burial's financial ability was frightening. Not only was it backed by the Blackwater Corporation, but it could also lean on the Orc Empire's ancient rock city for funds. If it were possible to cut off these sources, Heaven's Burial would suffer a devastating blow to its finances. However, no matter how Aqua Rose considered the situation, she couldn't find a way to do so. Ancient Rock City was located in the Orc Empire's inner region. Not only was it protected by Heaven's Burial's members, but the guild also continued to strengthen the city's static defenses. Every one of God's domain's various superpowers eyed the city, hoping for a chance to capture it. The guild had also stationed NPC soldiers within the city walls. Although Ancient Rock City only had around 6,000 NPC soldiers, everyone was level 100. The majority of them was also Tier 1 soldiers, with a minority of Tier 2 NPCs and a few Tier 3 commanders. Level 100 was the second major turning point in God's domain. Had these NPCs been present when Heaven's Burial had tried to capture the city, it would have failed even if it had employed thousands of level 70 evil beasts. Unfortunately, cutting off the income from the Blackwater Corporation was even less possible. Blackwater had already taken control of the Iron Empire, and with Zero Wing's current strength, attacking the guild in its own empire would be suicidal in any case. Have someone send me 60,000 magic crystals. I intend to visit Ancient Rock City and try to cut off Heaven's Burial's income from it. Also, inform our guild members to stay indoors for now. If they have to level up, they can do so in the maps around Zero Wing City. Have Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, and the others offer reinforcement if our members come under attack. Shurfeng instructed after nodding to Aqua Rose's question. None of the others had the power to deal with Ancient Rock City. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, he had obtained the Demon King's Horn, an epic consumable. During his trip to the World Summit, even Zero Wing City's defensive magic array would shatter against a full-powered attack from a Tier 5 Demon King, not to mention Ancient Rock City. The Demon King's Horn's only flaw was its maddening requirement of magic crystals. Previously, Zero Wing hadn't even had 10,000 magic crystals in its warehouse, and Shurfeng couldn't have afforded to use the Demon King's Horn. But things had changed for the guild. Zero Wing City alone earned more than 100,000 magic crystals through its teleportation services and battle arena, and the number continued to climb by the minute. Hence, taking 60,000 magic crystals would not harm Zero Wing's daily operations too much. Since Heaven's Burial dared pull such a stunt, Shurfeng had to return the favor. As the saying went, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. When Aqua Rose heard that Shurfeng planned to head to Ancient Rock City by himself, she panicked. Hurriedly, she argued, Guild leader, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. There are level 100 Tier 3 NPCs guarding Ancient Rock City. Heaven's Burial has long since set Zero Wing as an enemy. The moment you approach the city, the NPCs will annihilate you. Every NPC soldier in Ancient Rock City was more than capable of slaughtering current players. Going there alone was suicidal. Relax. I know what I'm doing. If I really can't pull it off, I won't force the issue, Shurfeng said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. Then, you must be careful. I will have Yaya deliver the magic crystals right away, Aqua Rose repeatedly implored. Despite Shurfeng telling her to relax, she could not help but worry, following which, Aqua Rose had Yaya deliver 60,000 magic crystals to White River City's Candlelight trading firm while she dealt with the guild members, instructing everyone to avoid going out as much as possible. Once Shurfeng obtained the 60,000 magic crystals, He retrieved 2 Tier 3 defensive magic scrolls, which the guild's main force had acquired, from the guild warehouse before hurrying to Ancient Rock City. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. Due to the Primordial Divine Ruin's appearance, high-level quests and powerful bosses had begun to spawn around the ruin. Because of this, many players had gathered in the area to compete for these resources. This also increased Ancient Rock City's player population. Though the population increase was not as dramatic as that of Zero Wing City, some of the new arrivals to Ancient Rock City were in awe of the city's numerous large buildings. Ancient Rock City contained various hotels, smithies, bars, and restaurants, and the shortest of these buildings included 3 floors, while the tallest even had 6 or 7. Ancient Rock City's prosperity could already rival major NPC cities. Moreover, the city's defenses were incredibly powerful. The city already had 28 defense turrets and dozens of arrow towers. The center of the city even housed 3 basic mana pulse cannons, which Heaven's Burial had purchased from Blackwing City. Even if an orc army attempted to siege the city, no one would expect the city to fall for even a second. When the various superpowers saw the city, they were forced to abandon the idea of capturing it. Ancient Rock City is truly an impenetrable fortress. With this city, it is only a matter of time before Heaven's Burial becomes a super first-rate guild. That's right. With the constant supply of funds from Ancient Rock City and the support from major corporations, many experts will likely attempt to join the guild. All Heaven's Burial needs now is time to develop. I know, right? I've heard that the evil demon army attacking Zero Wing right now also belongs to Heaven's Burial. You guys should see how powerful those evil demons are for yourselves. Ordinary experts are nothing before those Lord-ranked evil demons. Just one of them can easily wipe out a 20-man expert team, and the great Lord-ranked evil demons' combat standards can even rival ordinary experts. Even the various superpowers are afraid of Heaven's Burial now. If not for the other kingdoms and empires hunting down the evil demons, Zero Wing would have been annihilated already. Zero Wing sure is unlucky to have Heaven's Burial as an enemy. With this evil demon army against them, Zero Wing is finished. Although Zero Wing is not a weak guild by any means, it has crap luck to have crossed Heaven's Burial. I've heard that Heaven's Burial plans to recruit more members soon. Why don't we join Heaven's Burial after our meal? If we're late, it might become even more difficult to join the guild later. I guess you're right. Count me in. Oh, as the players in Ancient Rock City discussed Heaven's Burial, many expressed their admiration and envy. Heaven's Burial had both money and strength. It was only a matter of time before it took control of the several kingdoms neighboring the Orc Empire. Not even super guilds could stop the guild's growth now. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial wore a delighted expression as he sat in his office. When he read the latest report, an indescribable joy filled his heart. So what if your city earns a lot of money? Black Flame. In the face of absolute power, what can you possibly do? Singular Burial laughed maniacally. After a series of battles, Heaven's Burial had killed over 15,000 Zero Wing members. Although most of them were normal members, it had been a significant blow to Zero Wing. At the moment, Zero Wing's members hid in towns and cities, most not daring to leave the safety to grind. Heaven's Burial immediately sent a team to kill any that did the moment they were discovered. Although some players had snuck past Heaven's Burial, they couldn't affect the overall situation. If this persisted, it wouldn't be long before Zero Wing's members began to withdraw from the guild. Once that happened, Zero Wing would truly be finished. As Singular Burial prepared to meet with his guild's upper echelons to discuss their next moves, Shifeng secretly snuck across Ancient Rock City's walls. Although Heaven's Burial had already set Zero Wing's members as enemies, Shifeng had the Nightwalker's cape equipped. If he wished to escape detection, not even Tier 3 NPCs would find him. The only problem was that he still wasn't allowed to enter the city. Fortunately, he didn't need toes expected of one of the Orc Empire cities. It's certainly more prosperous than Zero Wing City, Shifeng muttered to himself, smiling as he observed Ancient Rock City through its gates. It seems that Heaven's Burial has improved the city's defenses quite a bit. I wonder if it can withstand a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell? As Shifeng muttered, he activated Gale Domain and flew above Ancient Rock City. Chapter 1641, Demon King's Descent. Chapter 1641, Demon King's Descent. 20-meter-tall walls surrounded ancient rock city, strengthened by magic runes. Even powerful players would not be able to scale these walls. Furthermore, a defensive magic array protected ancient rock city, so even if players managed to climb the walls, the magic array would stop them in their tracks normally. Players could only enter ancient rock city through its main entrance. If players with nefarious intentions couldn't even break past these two defenses, they'd have no hope of getting past the NPCs patrolling the city, and their attempts would be for naught due to the Orc Empire's unique environment. Players consumed stamina and concentration more quickly in the area. The only way they could recover their lost stamina and concentration was to enter a magic array enclosed town or city. Currently, a long line of players waited patiently outside of ancient rock city's main entrance. They would only be permitted entry after they had been inspected by the city's NPC soldiers. This inspection is really annoying. Heaven's Burial actually refuses to let cloaked players into the city, and is adamant that we reveal our identities. They're likely afraid of players from enemy factions sneaking into the city. There are so many superpowers keeping an eye on ancient rock city, and if they decided to take action within the city's walls, Heaven's Burial's losses will be no laughing matter. They're overly worried. Causing trouble in ancient rock city is easier said than done. Plenty of NPC soldiers and players constantly patrol the city. If anyone does anything odd, they'll likely die before they can do any actual damage. Indeed, Heaven's Burial is just being too careful. With such powerful defenses, not even the super guilds can do anything to the city. As the players in line discussed ancient rock city's strict security, they all agreed that Heaven's Burial was being too sensitive. Ancient rock city wasn't even under players' full control, and as a result, formidable NPCs guarded the city. Even if players wanted to attack the city, there was nothing they could do at this stage of the game. Guys, look. Someone's up there. Crap. Who is that? He's actually flying. What's he trying to do? He isn't trying to attack the city, is he? Attack the city? Are you kidding me? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array isn't just for show. Current players can't go up against it. He must be trying to get a better look at the city's situation. Who is that guy? He sure has guts. Isn't he afraid that Heaven's Burial will try to kill him? When the crowd queued up to enter Ancient Rock City saw the figure in the sky, they couldn't help their growing curiosity. The players outside of Ancient Rock City weren't the only ones to notice Shurfeng. The players within the city's walls noticed him as well, and his appearance instantly caused a commotion. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence, guild leader, someone has suddenly appeared above the city. By the looks of it, he seems to be a player. A level 49 ranger announced after entering the guild leader's office. Should we send the patrol squads to eliminate him? Normally, they didn't bother with players as long as they didn't try to cause any trouble. However, this unknown player dared to look down on Ancient Rock City from above. This was a blatant insult to Heaven's Burial. If they did not teach this player a lesson, it could impact the guild's prestige. Someone's looking down on the city from above? The ranger's report surprised Singular Burial slightly. Do you know who it is? This was the first time they had encountered such an arrogant player since Heaven's Burial had taken control of Ancient Rock City. We've tried to investigate, but he's wearing a black cloak, so we can't see the player's identity, the ranger said, shaking his head. Interesting. This person must be tired of life to act so wildly in Heaven's Burial's territory. Although I don't know what they intend to do, I don't want to see them leave this place alive. Notify our subordinates immediately and have them display the guild's strength, Singular Burial said, sneering as he looked at the cloaked image of Shurfeng. Understood. The ranger left to notify the NPC and player patrol squads to take action. Normally, NPC soldiers wouldn't take long to deal with an intruder when an enemy appeared in a city, but since this mysterious individual had hidden his identity and hadn't done anything just yet, they'd only be prevented from entering Ancient Rock City. The NPCs would not attempt to remove the player. However, these NPCs would launch an attack if they received a direct command. Current players were little more than flies to level 100 NPCs. Shortly after Singular Burial issued the command, the NPCs on the city wall set their sights on Shurfeng as he hovered above the city. One of the Tier 3 commanders immediately launched a Tier 3 spell, while the Tier 1 soldiers beside him pulled out their bows and fired at Shurfeng. It seems that Heaven's Burial is really angry. They actually commanded the NPCs to attack. That person is in for a beating. I know, right? It really makes you wonder what is going through that person's mind. Does he really think Ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers there for decoration? As everyone watched the Tier 3 spell and hundreds of arrows soar towards the hovering intruder, Shifeng finished his preparations. He then unfurled the Tier 3 defensive scroll in his hands and activated it. Immediately, dark blue streams of air danced around Shifeng, encasing him. Not only did the airstream strike the incoming arrows down, but they also blocked the Tier 3 spell. In the end, Shifeng emerged from the volley unscathed. What? He's still alive. Everyone was stunned when they saw Shifeng unharmed against a level 100, Tier 3 NPC's Tier 3 spell. Even a player of the same rank and level would take significant damage. The other NPCs had also fired hundreds of arrows at Shifeng yet. Despite such a domineering assault, Shifeng hadn't taken any damage contrary to expectations. Shifeng didn't try to escape after the NPC's first volley ended. Rather, he pulled an item from his bag the instant he revealed this item. The surrounding mana surged towards Shifeng as he began to chant an incantation. The mana around him concentrated into liquid. In seconds, a pitch-black magic array, covering a 2,000-yard radius, appeared above Ancient Rock City. The phantom of a demon king then appeared beneath the magic array, radiating a terrifying aura that every player in Ancient Rock City could feel. What a powerful spell. What is that person trying to do? He couldn't really be trying to siege the city, right? This is insane. That person is definitely crazy. This is Ancient Rock City we're talking about. What can one player like him possibly do to the city's defensive magic array? Ancient Rock City's players didn't panic in the least as they watched the pitch-black magic array above the city. Rather, they were confused. If this player had used this spell to attack within the city, it would decimate Ancient Rock City. But since it was outside of the city's defenses, it couldn't damage the city in the slightest. At most, it would expend some of the defensive magic array's energy. As everyone questioned Shifeng's sanity, the black magic array in the sky completed its formation. At the same time, the Demon King released a furious bellow and summoned numerous flaming meteors, raining them down on Ancient Rock City Tier 5 spell, Hell Meteor. The instant the hill-sized meteors met the city's defensive magic array, a deafening boom echoed throughout the city. As one meteor after another crashed down, cracks began to snake across the magic barrier around Ancient Rock City. As the cracks continuously spread, the defensive magic array protecting the city eventually shattered and disappeared. Chapter 1642. Shocking all sides. Chapter 1642. Shocking all sides. As the players within the city watched the defensive magic array around Ancient Rock City transform into particles of light and disappear, their expressions froze. How is this possible? What's going on here? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was destroyed. Oh. For a time, everyone struggled to process and accept the fact that the defensive magic array had actually broken. Although they were not particularly familiar with the strength of a city's defensive magic array, they knew that normal spells would be utterly useless against it. Even Tier 4 spells would barely have an effect. When Heaven's Burial had tried to capture Ancient Rock City, the guild had spent many hours bombarding the city's defensive magic array. It had even employed Tier 4 mythic-ranked evil beasts to assault the barrier, yet this same peerless magic array had crumbled under a single attack. Felt like some kind of joke. What did that person do? Is he some kind of high-tiered NPC? Curiosity filled Ancient Rock City's players as they watched Shifeng's cloaked figure. Meanwhile, the eyes of the various players from visiting superpowers within the city glowed as they watched the defensive magic array fire chants. This is our change. Quick! Notify the guild leader. Thus far, the superpowers hadn't given up on securing Ancient Rock City for themselves. Its daily income was so astronomical that not even super guilds could ignore the temptation. However, nobody had been able to do anything against the city. Its defenses were simply too powerful. Aside from the city's level 100 NPCs, the city's defensive magic array was impossible for these superpowers to overcome. They'd also have to contend with the defensive magic array protecting the city lord's mansion. Now, however, Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was gone. City's defensive magic arrays weren't like the defensive arrays players could summon with magic array scrolls. Once shattered, the protective barrier would need a long time to reform. Depending on the mana supply, forming another magic array could take anywhere from 24 to 48 hours during this time. Ancient Rock City would be without the protection of a defensive magic array. Aside from the city's defensive structures, the various superpowers only had to overcome the NPCs defending the city. It was entirely possible to steal Ancient Rock City out from under Heaven's Burial. The various superpowers members who rested in Ancient Rock City immediately contacted their supervisors to report the city's situation in almost no time. Everyone had heard the news of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array shattering, causing quite a commotion among the various major powers in the Orc Empire. What? Someone has broken Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array? How did they do it? Hurry up and look into it. We must know that person's identity. This is a good opportunity. Heaven's Burial has been relying on Ancient Rock City to suppress us in the Orc Empire. Now that the city has lost its defensive magic array, we definitely have a chance of taking Heaven's Burial's place. Mobilize all of our members in the Orc Empire and tell them to gather in Ancient Rock City. Call in all of our elite members grinding elsewhere, too. We can't let the other guilds get ahead of us. For a time, the various superpowers developing in the Orc Empire began to gather their forces in Ancient Rock City. 24 hours was more than enough for their forces to make it to Ancient Rock City. Without the defensive magic array in their path, they just needed to distract the NPC soldiers and destroy the City Lord's tablet, which was inside the City Lord's mansion. Once that was complete, the city would become ownerless, and a city order would appear. If they could get their hands on that city order, they would claim Ancient Rock City for themselves. Meanwhile, silence dominated the guild leader's office in Heaven's Burial's residence. When Singular Burial had initially looked out his office window and noticed the absence of the city's defensive magic array, he had been stunned for a long moment. Once he recovered from the shock, his expression turned somber as he radiated a chilling aura that even decreased the room's temperature. Everyone in the room shuddered as this aura overwhelmed them. Kill him. I don't care who he is. I want him dead. Dead. Singular Burial bellowed as he glared at Shifeng's figure hovering over the city. Ancient Rock City was Heaven's Burial's foundation. The guild had sacrificed too much to obtain it. Now that the city's defensive magic array had fallen, the various superpowers, which had eyed Ancient Rock City for a while, wouldn't miss this opportunity. They would launch fervent assaults against the city, and although Singular Burial was confident that his guild could repel these usurpers, Heaven's Burial would suffer immeasurable losses in the upcoming battle. It might even cripple the guild's development. Understood. Finally, everyone reacted and rushed out of the office. At first, they had assumed that they were dealing with some insignificant lunatic, but that lunatic had actually shattered Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array and threatened Heaven's Burial's foundation. After Singular Burial issued the command, every NPC in Ancient Rock City dashed towards Shifeng, hurling all kinds of ranged attacks. At the same time, the city's defense turrets and arrow towers began to bombard the flying swordsman, but despite such powerful attacks flying at him from different directions, Shifeng didn't try to evade them. Instead, he flew straight towards the City Lord's mansion. With Gale Domain active, Shifeng's movement speed was ridiculously high, and as a result, very few attacks managed to reach him. When an attack did reach him, the streams of dark blue air revolving around Shifeng struck it down before it could deal any real damage. What's that person trying to do? Is he not going to flee? He seems to be heading towards the City Lord's mansion. He couldn't be. When the city's players realized where Shifeng was heading, they considered a possibility. Although they thought that the chance of such an occurrence was minuscule, and the action was utterly suicidal, they couldn't help but shudder at the thought sieging the City Lord's mansion. No matter how they thought about it, no single player could achieve this feat. The City Lord's mansion had its own defensive magic array. Only, it didn't require as much energy as the barrier that protected the entire city. Even so, Tier 3 or 4 attacks couldn't easily bring it down. Could he be capable of using that spell again? Everyone gulped in trepidation at the thought. The spell Shifeng had used was absurdly powerful. The fact that he had already used it once was impressive enough. It would simply be unfair if he could use it again. He definitely can't use that kind of spell a second time. He must be bluffing. Singular Burial's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Shifeng soar closer to the City Lord's mansion, refusing to believe that such a thing was possible. It wasn't long before Shifeng stopped above the City Lord's mansion. With his lips curing into a smile, He raised the Demon King's horn once more and sacrificed another 30,000 magic crystals to the item. Suddenly, the same gigantic, pitch-black magic array appeared enveloped the City Lord's mansion. A Demon King's phantom then materialized beneath the array. No, this is impossible. Madness struck Singular Burial as he watched the Demon King cast Hell Meteor again. Quick! Kill him! Don't let him finish the spell. At this point, everyone from Heaven's Burial realized the severity of their situation. Without hesitation, they tried to tear Shurfeng from the sky with Tier 3 magic scrolls. Some even used Tier 4 magic scrolls, hoping to kill this intruder as quickly as possible. It's too late. Shurfeng smiled at the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion. Lightly, he swung the Demon King's horn down, gesturing at the mansion. Chapter 1643. Destroying a City Alone. Chapter 1643. Destroying a City Alone. As Shurfeng swung down the Demon King's horn from his position above Ancient Rock City's City Lord's mansion, the pitch-black magic array looming over the building released a blinding light. In response, hill-sized meteors began to emerge from the array and rain down on the City Lord's mansion. Unlike the previous attack, the players outside of the mansion weren't protected by a magic array. They could clearly feel the heat waves from the blazing meteors. One meteor after another crashed into the defensive magic array protecting the City Lord's mansion, causing the barrier to crack. Although the array had a constant supply of energy, its recovery rate couldn't keep up with the damage it received. As a result, more cracks began to spread across the barrier. Now, the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion is slightly stronger than the one that protected the city. It's definitely going to endure the attack. Singular Burial silently prayed as he watched the powerful bombardment. The City Lord's mansion was the heart of the city. Hence, the defensive magic array constructed to protect it was even stronger than the one that had protected the city. This was also why he was so confident that Ancient Rock City would never fall into the various superpowers' hands. But as hope rekindled in Singular Burial's heart, reality gave him a tight slap to the face. Under Hell Meteor's continuous bombardment, the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion eventually collapsed, and the semi-translucent barrier shattered like a mirror. Is this a joke? Who is that guy? He actually destroyed 2 defensive magic arrays in a row. How is this possible? That's the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array that we're talking about. Even several mythic monsters would need to attack it for a long time to destroy it. What kind of spell did he just use? The crowd in Ancient Rock City was stupefied as they watched the spectacle before them. Even Heaven's Burial's members had forgotten to attack the intruder as they stared at the now unprotected City Lord's mansion with dumbfounded expressions. Nobody could believe their eyes. Not even the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array could stop Shurfeng's attack. What these players didn't know was that the attack Shurfeng had executed with the Demon King's horn contained a Demon King's full power. The attack ranked at the peak of Tier 5. A normal city's defensive magic array would have no trouble blocking Tier 3 attacks. It could even withstand Tier 4 attacks, which would only exhaust albeit considerable, portion of the array's energy reserves. However, the Demon King's horn's attack far exceeded the threshold of any city's defensive magic array. The item could even break through Zero Wing City's defensive magic array, which had a special power source. Once an attack exceeded a defensive magic array's threshold, its energy depletion would increase by multiple times. It wouldn't be unusual if the array stopped functioning entirely. This was also why the various guilds had held massive celebrations whenever they gained a Tier 5 player in Shurfeng's previous life. Tier 5 players weren't just capable of defending a city by themselves, they could also shatter an ordinary city's defensive magic array without help, making it far easier for their guild to capture a city. Even after the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion fell, Hell Meteor's duration hadn't ended. The brilliant meteors bombarded the mansion itself, and although the building had been reinforced with divine runes, it was no match for the incredible attack. In just a few short seconds, the City Lord's mansion was in shambles. As expected of a Tier 5 peak existence's large-scale destruction spell, its power really is amazing. Shurfeng was astonished as he stared at the tattered City Lord's mansion. He had thought that the Demon King's horn would only be able to break through the defensive magic array, but looking at it now, it would seem that he had still underestimated the item's power. Unfortunately, he could only use the Demon King's horn twice. Once the attack ended, the Demon King's horn gradually disintegrated, becoming no more than dust particles before it disappeared. Die. He must die. I want him removed from God's domain entirely. Singular Burial glared at Shurfeng with bloodshot eyes. If the man stood before him now, Singular Burial would eat Shurfeng alive. Heaven's Burial could have relied on the City Lord's Mansion's defensive magic array to withstand the various superpowers' assaults, but now that that array had shattered, Ancient Rock City had lost its last line of defense. Now, however, with said magic array shattered, this meant that Ancient Rock City's last line of defense had also disappeared. As Singular Burial barked out commands like a madman, Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burial's other members worked with the NPC soldiers to eliminate Shurfeng. In truth, though they knew that their actions were futile even if they killed Shurfeng, Ancient Rock City's 2 defensive magic arrays were gone, and they would need a long time to recover. Meanwhile, facing attacks from all sides, Shurfeng unhurriedly retrieved a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll and activated it, blocking every incoming attack. Damn it. Just who the hell is he? What kind of feud does he have with our guild? Find out. Use whatever means it takes to discover that person's identity. Seeing that Shurfeng was unfazed despite so many players' attacks, both Heaven's Burial's members and the players from the various superpowers wondered about the man's identity. Even super guilds were helpless against Ancient Rock City. Yet Shurfeng had destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays by himself. It was utterly unbelievable. But with the facts before them, they had no choice but to admit it had happened. As players ran off to investigate this flying intruder, Shurfeng took the initiative to remove his black cloak, revealing his black flame appearance. Heaven's Burial. Didn't you guys ask for a fight? I'm here. Shurfeng shouted as he looked down on Heaven's Burial's members. The moment Shurfeng revealed his identity, a moment of silence descended on the city. What? It's Black Flame. Impossible. Black Flame actually came to Ancient Rock City, and he destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays. Amazing. Truly amazing. The players in Ancient Rock City were thunderstruck when they learned Shurfeng's identity. They had never thought that Zero Wing's Black Flame would actually accomplish such an unbelievable feat. Black Flame? He's actually Black Flame? How is that possible? Singular Burial was dazed when he saw Shurfeng, struggling to think properly. When he had sent the evil demon army after Zero Wing, he had taken into account that the enemy guild might launch some kind of counterattack, but he had never imagined that Zero Wing's guild leader would be so bold as to attack Heaven's Burial's headquarters by himself. Meanwhile, Daybreak Fog, who commanded the battle outside the City Lord's mansion, took a deep breath and ordered, "Kill him. We outnumber him. We cannot let Black Flame enter the City Lord's mansion." The guild's members only reacted and remembered to attack Shurfeng after they heard Daybreak Fog's voice ring out. Now that the City Lord's mansion had lost its defensive magic array, there was nothing to protect the City Lord's tablet. If they allowed Shurfeng to destroy the tablet and obtain the city order that would then appear, Heaven's Burial would suffer unimaginable consequences. There was no way that Shurfeng, who hovered above them all, would emerge unscathed with so many attacks from both players and NPCs. However, Shurfeng had no intention of entering the City Lord's mansion. Instead, he swiped his right hand across the empty air before him. In response, a spatial tear appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming attacks before every player's eyes in Ancient Rock City. Shurfeng entered the spatial tear and vanished. Chapter 1644 Reversal. He's gone. He must have teleported. Amazing. He's too strong. So that was the Sword King. Everyone was dumbfounded yet again as they watched the tear in space gradually mend. Shurfeng had certainly given them a shocking show. First, he had attacked Heaven's Burial's main headquarters by himself and destroyed 2 of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, despite the fact that he had been surrounded by Heaven's Burial's members and Ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers, he had left without taking a single point of damage. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's members had been utterly powerless during all of this. They had only been able to watch as it had all happened. Not even super guilds could impact Ancient Rock City. Yet Zero Wing's Black Flame had flipped the city upside down on his own. The man's capabilities were simply terrifying. Damn it. He escaped. Broken Flow ground his teeth in frustration as he watched Shurfeng disappear. Shurfeng had safely left Ancient Rock City as everyone had watched. If news of this spread, Heaven's Burial's reputation would be in ruins. Black Flame. Daybreak Fog's expression darkened. She had thought that Zero Wing had run out of options and was on the path to destruction. She had never thought that the guild would actually make such a move. Compared to what Shifeng had just achieved, Heaven's Burial's recent success in killing over 15,000 Zero-Wing members wasn't even worth mentioning. Now that both of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays had been destroyed, the various superpowers would attack the city with renewed fervor. Meanwhile, Singular Burial seethed with rage in Heaven's Burial's residence. His eyes were bloodshot as he continuously smashed the desk before him to pieces. Black Flame, I will never let you off the hook. Singular Burial bellowed from within his office, and everyone in the guild residence could hear his declaration. He had lost too much this time. Without the two defensive magic arrays, the various superpowers' armies could charge into Ancient Rock City without trouble. Ancient Rock City had just begun to take shape. The guild hadn't even fully fortified the city yet. If the various superpowers attacked now, the city would sustain heavy damages and would be out of commission for some time. Even if Heaven's Burial managed to hold on to it. Guild leader, what should we do now? Daybreak Fog asked Singular Burial through a private call. Recall everyone. Notify young Master Lei and the others and have them return to help defend the city. We cannot allow the other superpowers to get anywhere near the city lord's mansion. Singular Burial instructed once he had calmed slightly, although he wanted nothing more than to hunt Shifeng down and decimate Zero-Wing City. Fending off the superpowers' armies was far more important right now. Zero-Wing, just you wait. Sooner or later I will have my revenge. After Singular Burial finished issuing his commands, he took another look at the video before him. It replayed Shifeng's reign of destruction as he eliminated the defensive magic array around the city lord's mansion. Shifeng's latest actions had caused Heaven's Burial plenty of trouble. It would also delay Zero-Wing's destruction by quite a while. However, it didn't change Heaven's Burial's overwhelming advantage over Zero-Wing after Shifeng had destroyed the two defensive magic arrays in Ancient Rock City. News of his feat quickly spread throughout the several kingdoms and two empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Amazing! He actually made such a mess of Ancient Rock City by himself. Galaxy Pass could not help but laugh when he read the urgent report his subordinate had sent. The various superpowers' armies will have a greater chance of securing the city now. Oh, so this is the rumored Sword King? He really is something, Cuttlefish from the Crimson Emperor Guild muttered, chuckling as he watched the battle video. This has definitely created an opportunity for Crimson Emperor. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence on Thunder Island, Blue Phoenix, who wore a set of elegant, dark purple mage robes, burst into the guild leader's office, wearing an excited expression. Big sis Rain, big news. Black Flame has single-handedly destroyed Heaven's Burial's Ancient Rock City. Heaven's Burial is in turmoil. Blue Phoenix reported as she grinned at the beauty in a black silken dress, who currently sat behind an office table as she shifted through paperwork. How is that possible? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array can easily withstand Tier 4 attacks. Phoenix Rain paused, looking up from her work to give Blue Phoenix a skeptical look. It's true. Black Flame used some kind of tool to destroy Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays in a single hit, Blue Phoenix said. She then sent Phoenix Rain a battle video. In the video, Shifeng attacked Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array, casting Hell Meteor repeatedly and shattering both defensive magic arrays in minutes. Just how many secrets does Zero-Wing have? Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock as she watched Shifeng use the same devastating attack twice in a row. With such a powerful attack and Shifeng's ability to move about freely, no guild, town or city could hope to stop him. Even super guilds would fear the swordsman. However, what Phoenix Rain didn't know was that Shifeng could only use the Demon King's horn twice. Once he expended those uses, it would disappear. He'd have to rely on his luck to obtain another such item. After all, tools that allowed players to cast Tier 5 spells were as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain. Elsewhere, Shifeng arrived in a deserted mountain range after using space movement. He then took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. As he strolled down the city's streets, he could hear countless players discussing Ancient Rock City. Because of the latest events, Zero-Wing's reputation had reached an all-time high. It seems my plan has been quite effective. Seeing that Zero-Wing's reputation had soared among the masses, Shifeng was considerably satisfied with his latest operation. Although he had exhausted the Demon King's horn and spent 60,000 magic crystals, He had put Heaven's Burial at risk. Even if the guild defended their hold on ancient Rock City, it wouldn't see any more of the city's profits for some time. To make matters worse, both Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing still incurred massive expenditures every day due to the ongoing war. If Heaven's Burial wasn't careful, the guild might disintegrate in the next few days, as Shifeng was about to return to the candlelight trading firm to resume forging magic light sets. Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, you're too ruthless, Aqua Rose said, clearly excited as she addressed Shifeng. Heaven's Burial is definitely in trouble. According to our latest reports, over 10 superpowers are marching their armies towards ancient Rock City as we speak. They have a combined force of around 700,000 elite players. Heaven's Burial is going to have its hands full trying to defend ancient Rock City, let alone deal with us. Heaven's Burial isn't our only enemy. We still have to worry about the Blackwater Corporation. Have we seen any movement from Blackwater recently? Shifeng asked, nodding her agreement with Shifeng's statement. Aqua Rose calmed herself and answered. It seems that Blackwater has turned its focus to raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin. It has even reduced the number of experts hunting our members to send more players to explore the ruin. The Primordial Divine Ruin? Shifeng fell into deep thought for a moment. The Primordial Divine Ruin was an excellent location to obtain combat techniques native to God's domain. If one collected enough of them, the result from learning them all could even rival the advanced combat rooms in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. While Shifeng considered the situation, the sound of a system notification attracted his attention. System announcement. Someone has successfully triggered the new expansion pack, Primordial Trial. The Primordial Divine Ruin within the Orc Empire will undergo further activation. In 10 hours, the Primordial City's gates will open on the Primordial Divine Ruin's 5th floor. Please prepare. Chapter 1645, Primordial City. Chapter 1645, Primordial City. Shifeng wasn't the only player to receive the system notification. Players in the Orc Empire and those in the neighboring kingdoms and empires were also notified a new expansion pack. Someone triggered an expansion pack related to the Primordial Divine Ruin? How lucky! What's going on? What's this Primordial City? Oh! The system notification stirred players in the various kingdoms and empires into an uproar. Although the new expansion pack this time did not require players to log off, every new expansion pack meant new opportunities. Every time a new expansion pack launched, the status quo in God's domain would change. Some guilds and players would rise while others would fall. Meanwhile, this expansion pack was connected to the highly popular Primordial Divine Ruin, which even the various superpowers struggled to monopolize. It was clear that this expansion pack would be extraordinary. If one took advantage of this expansion pack properly, they could even experience a meteoric rise, becoming famous throughout God's domain. After all, the same thing had already happened multiple times thus far. Everyone immediately looked into this Primordial City the system announcement had mentioned. As soon as they had, though, they were stunned by what they had found. According to God's domain's historical records, Primordial City had been a legendary city before the Great Destruction. Nobody knew exactly what kind of place this city was. They only knew that players had to travel through a specific teleportation gate to reach the Primordial City. This teleportation gate could be found throughout the continent of God's domain. According to the legends, the Primordial City was even grander than Blackwing City. In fact, it offered even more benefits than the Holy City of Titan. Countless opportunities awaited players, including hidden classes and combination skills that had been lost in time. After learning more about Primordial City, the potential benefits tempted many top adventurer teams. They began to partner with other teams to explore the Primordial Divine Ruin. Since the various large guilds had monopolized the ruin since it had appeared, adventurer teams and independent players hadn't dared to consider exploring it. The risks far outweighed the gains. Although it was possible to obtain combat techniques within the Primordial Divine Ruin, doing so was incredibly difficult. At the very least, no lone adventurer team had any hope of survival in the ruin. It would need the strength of multiple adventurer teams. Unfortunately, even if multiple teams worked together, they'd have to address the problem of loot. No one wanted to take a loss, and because of this, it was unlikely that multiple adventurer teams would cooperate. Most importantly, a single adventurer team's strength was insignificant in the eyes of the various superpowers. Not even first-rate guilds would take top adventurer teams seriously. However, The situation had changed, and their only goal now was entry into the Primordial City. In that case, it was definitely possible that the various top adventurer teams could work together without incident. As for how many players each team got into the Primordial City, that would depend on them. The various superpowers were now focused on Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city, and even if they were interested in the Primordial City, they'd only be able to spare a portion of their forces to raid the ruin. This gave the top adventurer teams a greater chance of entering the Primordial Divine Ruin and proceeding towards the Primordial City Guild leader. The Primordial City is amazing. Aqua Rose was astonished when she read the report on the new city. Not only was the Primordial City's foundation stronger than those of the Holy City of Titan, but it was also a holy ground for players who wanted to grow stronger. If players could enter the Primordial City, they would grow significantly stronger very quickly. Primordial City? Shifeng was just as surprised by the system announcement. He had never expected the opportunity to enter the Primordial City to arrive so soon in the past. The Primordial City had made its appearance in God's domain after mainstream players had reached level 70. Everyone had known the city's importance, and it had caused a major struggle between the game's major powers. Even so, they had all underestimated how beneficial the Primordial City would become for players. Though they eventually learned the truth. Aside from the ability to obtain hidden classes, combat techniques, skills, and spells in the Primordial City, the city's most valued aspect was its ability to help players complete their class promotions much faster. It was common knowledge that class promotions became more difficult as players reached higher tiers. In fact, some players might never even reach Tier 2. Meanwhile, Primordial City offered a special product called a Primordial Soul. When used, it provided a buff that improved players' physiques for a certain amount of time. With an improved physique, players would have a much easier time completing their promotion quests. As for using the Primordial Soul for PvP, that was not possible. This was because the Primordial Soul's buff would vanish the moment any other players were within 1,000 yards of the user. Hence, players could only use the Primordial Soul when they soloed monsters or quests. Even so, the Primordial Soul had become highly sought after in God's domain. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to obtain a Primordial Soul since the city only sold a limited number each day. Once they were bought out, the item would only restock the next day. It was a limitation the system had set to avoid too many players completing their promotion quests too easily. Although Zero Wing had plenty of level 50+ players, only a small number had actually reached Tier 2 thus far. It was safe to say that, aside from Shifeng, no one knew about the Primordial Souls yet. If he could enter the Primordial City and monopolize the Primordial Souls sold, Zero Wing could gain a new batch of Tier 2 experts in a short amount of time. If Zero Wing could form a large enough team of Tier 2 experts, defeating mythic monsters of the same level would be possible even without powerful tools. Tier 2 experts were also the foundation to challenge super large-scale Hell Mode Team Dungeons. Aqua notify Fire and Blackie, and have them gather the main force and Dark God's Legion immediately. It's about time we make a trip to the Primordial Divine Ruin, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Wonderful. I've been waiting for you to say that, Guild Leader. Aqua Rose was ecstatic when she heard Shifeng's command. However, she quickly realized a problem, saying worriedly, Guild Leader, the various superpowers are paying close attention to the Primordial Divine Ruin right now. Moreover, it's in Heaven's Burial's territory. If we head to the ruin, even with the Dark God's Legion, I'm afraid that the Primordial Divine Ruin was near the boundary between the Orc Empire's inner and outer regions. It was not far-fetched to consider the area part of Heaven's Burial's territory. The location was also one of the reasons that Heaven's Burial had always secured around 1/10 of the available entry slots into the ruin despite so many powerful competitors. Now that Shifeng had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, Heaven's Burial would give them a piece of its mind if they dispatched forces to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if they dispatched both Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion, they would only have 1,000+ players. If they tried to face the superpowers elites and experts, they'd likely have a very difficult time securing enough slots. Relax. You Zipping and the others will join us as well, Shifeng said, chuckling. While we're on the topic, how is the equipment collection coming along? We've collected the necessary weapons and equipment. I'll have someone send them over in a moment. But even if we include you Zipping and his team, our members are still. Aqua Rose said worriedly. Even if they included Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples, they'd still have less than 2,000 players. Compared to the tens of thousands of elites and experts the superpowers had dispatched, such a small force wasn't worth mentioning. However, Shi Feng remained firm on his decision. In God's domain, quantity wasn't the most important. Rather, quality meant everything. Chapter 1646. Team Strengthens. Chapter 1646. Team Strengthens. After receiving Aqua Rose's answer, Shi Feng disconnected the call and focused on forging magic light sets. He only had 10 hours before the Primordial City's gates opened, which coincided with the Primordial Divine Ruins activation time. It would not be easy to put together a powerful team in so little time, so he needed to make use of every second. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose contacted Zero Wings members. She also sent someone with the level 50 weapons and equipment to White River City, instructing them to hand the items over to Yu Zipping and the others. With this, Zero Wing instantly gained nearly 700 powerful experts. This development, more or less, brightened Aqua Rose's mood. Normally, large guilds nurtured expert players very slowly, producing 200 or 300 experts per month. Some guilds' development was even slower, losing experts rather than gaining them. More players joined God's domain each day, after all, and as players became more familiar with the game's combat styles, the standards for expert players rose to greater heights. With the addition of Yu Zipping and the others, Zero Wing's expert count increased drastically. If the public knew of this, countless players would be shocked. 700 expert players might not be a match for a 10,000-strong elite army on a battlefield, but when it came to guerrilla warfare, the experts would dominate. Moreover, expert players could adapt to far more easily than elite players. Now that Heaven's Burial had its hands full, it and Blackwater would suffer if Zero Wing suddenly introduced another 700 expert players to their war. It was a pity that Yu Zipping and the others were forced to make their debut in the Primordial Divine Ruin. It would allow Heaven's Burial and Blackwater to see to preemptive measures to cope. Candlelight Trading Firm. Special Forging Room. Controlling the purple thunder flame, Shi Feng carefully smelted and combined the necessary materials to forge the magic light set. Once he included the magisteel ingot, he began to shape the molten alloy. He had completed the entire process as smoothly and naturally as flowing water, with every one of his movements nearly, if not exactly, perfect. At the end of the day, however, his forging success rate was only 60%. Even if he followed the procedures perfectly. After successfully forging another 4 magic light sets and increasing his total to 30, Shi Feng stopped crafting. Instead, he retrieved the Advanced Book of Magic from his bag and began to forge Advanced Mana Armor Kits. The Advanced Mana Armor Kits didn't provide as much of a boost as the magic light set, but if every player equipped 3 of these kits, their basic attributes would increase by at least 10%. This was a substantial increase for level 50 players. The strengthened magic light sets could rival dark gold equipment of the same level in basic attributes, but after including the Advanced Mana Armor Kits, the set equipment would be on par with level 50 dark gold set equipment. The various superpowers currently treated level 50 fine gold equipment like precious treasure, not to mention level 50 dark gold equipment or set equipment. Thankfully, I made it in time. Shi Feng revealed a satisfied smile as he gazed at the Advanced Mana Armor Kits on the table before him. Due to the purple thunder flame, his production speed with these kits had improved significantly. After working for 5 hours straight, he had successfully forged 90 armor kits, enough to equip 30 players. He had also gained an incredible amount of EXP and was now only 19% away from level 65, following which, Shi Feng contacted Yu Zipping and had the youth lead 29 other plate armor players to his special forging room. It wasn't long before Yu Zipping and his companions arrived in Shi Feng's room. They all wore a mix of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. When Yu Zipping and the others entered the special forging room, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. Numerous pieces of dazzling equipment littered the room. It was clear that the equipment was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, based on the piece's design, they obviously belonged to a single set. However, what stunned Yu Zipping and his companions the most was the unique glow of fine gold items radiating from the pieces. And the room actually held 30 full sets. The sight was blinding. Level 45 fine gold set equipment? Everyone inwardly guessed the set equipment's rank as shock overwhelmed them. Guild leader, I've brought the players you've requested. 15 shield warriors and guardian knights and 15 berserkers and swordsmen, Yu Zipping respectfully announced as he walked up to Shi Feng. After seeing the sight before him, his admiration for the swordsman had solidified. It was obvious that Shi Feng had personally handcrafted fine gold sets in the room. At this stage of the game, countless experts dreamed of equipping level 45 fine gold set equipment. Even the various major powers would have to invest a lot of time, manpower, and resources to acquire one set, yet Shurfeng could actually forge such equipment. If the various superpowers knew about this, they'd likely curse Zero Wing for cheating. With the ability to produce level 45 fine gold set equipment, Zero Wing would almost certainly grow stronger, alright? I want every one of you to pick a set and equip it, Shurfeng said as he gestured the magic light sets in the room we were supposed to equip them. The 30 players couldn't help their confusion. They currently wore level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, which was only slightly weaker than level 45 fine gold set equipment in terms of basic attributes. On the other hand, level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment offered higher defense than level 45 fine gold set equipment. It'd be better to let the other experts, who lacked equipment, to use these pieces rather than equip the sets themselves, but since their guild leader had given them an order, they had no choice but to obey this. As Zipping and the others picked up the magic light sets and prepared to equip them, they realized something that left them dazed. How is this possible? This is level 50 fine gold set equipment. I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they inspected the magic light set's attribute panels. They were already impressed that Shurfeng had crafted level 45 fine gold set equipment, but they had never even heard of a player obtaining level 50 fine gold set equipment. And yet, their guild was giving each of them one of these sets. For a moment, their minds even failed to process the situation. Wait, there's a strengthened label on this set. These pieces' basic attributes should be even higher than those of level 50 fine gold set equipment. A player with a keen eye suddenly exclaimed. The player's declaration immediately caught everyone's attention. Crap. It's true. The basic attributes on this set are even higher than the level 50 fine gold equipment I've seen before. Zipping and the other players were at a loss for words as they held the magic light set pieces. Shuddering involuntarily, each piece of a fine gold set equipment was half a rank stronger than fine gold equipment of the same level, but after the enhancement, it was clear that the magic light set pieces were on par with level 50 dark gold equipment instead of level 50 dark gold equipment. If news of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout God's domain. Before Zipping and his fellow players could digest this information, Shurfeng gestured to the advanced mana armor kits atop a stone table in the corner of the room and instructed, "Once you've equipped the magic light sets, I want each of you to take 3 armor kits and equip them as well. Take a look at the final effects." Chapter 1647, Zero Wing appears. Chapter 1647, Zero Wing appears. When Shurfeng finished speaking, Zipping and the others turned towards the advanced mana armor kits, their eyes bulging and bloodshot. Although they weren't the guild's frontline members, they knew how valuable the advanced mana armor kits were. After all, only Shurfeng was capable of crafting these armor kits. There was an extremely limited number available, and even guild members struggled to purchase them with GCPs. Not only did guild members have to spend an exorbitant amount, but they also needed to be elite members or higher to purchase the advanced mana armor kits. In addition, each player was limited to 3 armor kits. Even now, the various major powers offered extraordinary prices to purchase advanced mana armor kits, yet these players had the chance to equip these armor kits. This was simply a dream. However, when they thought about how each of them had just received a magic light set, they quickly recovered their senses. Amazing. These basic attributes are incredibly high. That's right. My basic attributes have risen by over 30% with everything equipped. I'm pretty sure that I can even put up a fight against a peak expert now. Once they had equipped the magic light sets and advanced mana armor kits, these players felt transformed. An indescribable sense of power filled their bodies. They couldn't help the rising desire to spar with other experts to get a good feel for their new prowess. With a 30% increase to their basic attributes, their overall combat power should have, at the very least, doubled. It seems the enhanced magic light sets are quite effective. Satisfaction filled Shurfeng as he examined everyone's attributes. Zipping and his companions' basic attributes could now rival superpowers peak experts, who wielded multiple epic items. Overall, they should be even more powerful than the Conqueror Party's members with their battle arrays active. Even a Tier 1 metric ton could tank Grand Lord of the same level by himself in the magic light set. Every one of the 15 MTs in the room had over 50,000 HP, and if they worked together, they'd easily form an impenetrable wall. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shurfeng and reported, "Guild leader, everyone has gathered. We can move out at any moment." "All right. It's about time that we head out," Shifeng said after glancing at the time. There was not much time left before the Primordial Divine Ruin reopened. Orc Empire Primordial Divine Ruin. Due to the new expansion pack, the ancient tower atop a gravel hill had improved. Restaurants and hotels could now be found both within and around the tower now. Not only could players enjoy unique dishes, but they could also recover their stamina and concentration by resting in the hotels. One could say that the Primordial Divine Ruin had become one of the few footholds players had in the Orc Empire. The only downside was the tower's fraudulent prices. The price for food was somewhat acceptable, only costing around 2 to 3 times than in other NPC cities, but the hotel accommodation fees were a different story. Renting a room in the Primordial Divine Ruins hotels cost 40 silver per day. Even expert players had trouble justifying such a high price, much less elite players even so. Plenty of players had gathered in the tower as some players, who planned to rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin, were about to enter the massive tower. An intense aura washed over them, halting their steps. When these players warily searched for the cause of such a powerful aura, they discovered a crowd of other players within the tower. The atmosphere resembled that of Imperial Capital's teleportation halls, but unlike those halls, every one of the players within radiated an intense killing intent as they watched each other cautiously. It seemed as if they were all enemies. The players in the tower were members of multiple groups. The smaller groups only had around 5,000 or 6,000 members, while the larger ones had over 10,000. The lowest level player in the tower was level 47, but most were level 48 or 49. Their equipment was also impressive, with most of them wearing at least level 45 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, as time passed, more teams began to gather in the tower. As one team after another entered the tower, the scene caused a commotion among the independent teams. Quick, look! That team is wearing Crimson Emperor's guild emblem. What? Even Crimson Emperor is trying to get in on the action? Crimson Emperor is nothing. Had you been here a moment ago, you would have seen members from the Sacred Temple arrive. The Sacred Temple's team is even led by Vice Temple Master Quiet Melody for this operation. That team was ridiculously strong. All 5,000 members were experts, and they all wore level 45 fine gold or better equipment. Quiet Melody herself even has 3 pieces of epic equipment on her. The independent players in the tower couldn't help but gawk at the various superpowers teams as they rested. The fact that they could survive and make a living in the Orc Empire proved that they were on par with God's Domain's elite players. Needless to say, they were stronger and higher leveled than ordinary players. However, these guild players were leaps and bounds ahead of them in terms of levels and equipment. In addition, a large number of top adventurer teams had banded together to form a massive force. It seemed that these top adventurer teams were adamant about contending with the various superpowers. While one top adventurer team would struggle to gather 1,000 experts, they could form a force of 6,000 to 7,000 expert players if they worked together, and not even the various superpowers should underestimate such a force. What a naive bunch. Do they really think that Crimson Emperor and Sacred Temple are the only superpowers participating in this struggle? Purple Jade, who stood a short distance away from several conversing independent players, expressed her disdain as she overheard the conversations. After the release of the new expansion pack, far more powers had become interested in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even the Dark Forces had begun to poke their noses into the matter, and among these Dark Forces even Raven, an emerging dark guild that developed rapidly recently, intended to participate. Although Raven had only dispatched 8,000 members to the Primordial Divine Ruin, every one of these members was an expert. Moreover, they radiated intense killing intent. They were clearly murderous experts that had long since grown comfortable with fighting other players. Even Purple Jade felt threatened by Bloodsucker, the leader of Raven's team. Judging by the man's aura, his combat standards should be no weaker than Yuan Tiexin's, who held a commander-level position in the secret pavilion. A lot of powers have definitely gathered here, but when the competition for the entry slots begins, we should avoid provoking Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members as much as possible. Do you understand? Yuan Tiexin warned Purple Jade. Seriously, don't provoke them? Is it because they have the home ground advantage? Purple Jade asked as many as 3 super guilds had gathered in the tower, including Pantheon, King's Return, and the Sacred Temple. None of these super guilds could be underestimated. Yet rather than taking note of these organizations, Yuan Tiexin warned her to take care around Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. She was truly surprised. That's not the case. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater are still no match for super guilds in terms of quality and quantity of experts, but don't forget that they still command evil beasts and demons. It is best if we avoid them, Yuan Tiexin said as he glanced at Falling Fire and Lei Jingyang, who commanded Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's teams. Although the destruction of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays has forced Heaven's Burial to station most of its evil beasts and evil demons in the city's defense, it is best if we use caution around them. Emichim. Purple Jade nodded as the various powers in the tower prepared for the upcoming struggle. A team of players arrived outside of the Primordial Divine Ruin. The team was pitifully small compared to the various guild teams, with not even 2,000 players in total. However, when this team entered the tower, silence fell. What? Zero Wing. That shouldn't be possible, right? Zero Wing just destroyed Ancient Rock City. Are they trying to get themselves killed by showing up in Heaven's Burial's territory? Or do they really not consider Heaven's Burial a threat? Chapter 1648. Surge of Experts. Chapter 1648 Surge of Experts. As Zero Wing entered the Primordial Divine Ruin, every player in the tower turned towards its entrance. The culprit for the destruction of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays was none other than Zero Wing. One could say that Heaven's Burials hated the guild to their very core. If the guilds hadn't needed to station most of its evil beasts and evil demons in Ancient Rock City to defend against the various superpowers invading armies, it likely would have launched a frenzied counterattack on Zero Wing by now. Yet, Zero Wing's members dared to show up in the Orc Empire, Heaven's Burial's territory. The guild had even gone so far as to travel all the way to the Primordial Divine Ruin. And just how bold are Zero Wing's members? Don't they know that Heaven's Burial could mobilize thousands of elite members to surround the Primordial Divine Ruin if it wanted to? Maybe they think Heaven's Burial can't touch them now that the guild is busy fending off the superpowers' armies. Even so, isn't Zero Wing underestimating the fight for access to the Primordial Divine Ruin? It sent less than 2,000 players. Does it really think that it can achieve anything with so few members? I wonder how Heaven's Burial's members will react? With how few players Zero Wing sent, the force Heaven's Burial dispatched should be more than enough to take them out. Oh! Everyone spoke in hushed whispers as they watched Zero Wing's members approach the tower. Uncle Yuan, what do you think is going through Black Flame's mind? This is the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if Heaven's Burial can't use its full force right now, it still has command of the evil beasts and demons. Even a small force of those monsters will be enough to put Zero Wing's team through hell. Purple Jade wondered as she watched Shifeng, who led Zero Wing's team, with a confused look. One of the reasons that the various superpowers dared to invade Ancient Rock City was their significant numbers. Combined, their armies included over 700,000 players. Even if Heaven's Burial controlled evil beasts and evil demons, how many players could those monsters possibly hold back? As long as they wished it, the various superpowers could send their forces to circle the defending evil beasts and evil demons while they charged for the city lord's mansion. With the evil beasts and demons' massive forms, they couldn't enter the mansion itself. Once the various superpowers got their members inside, not even an infinite number of evil beasts and demons could stop them. Heaven's Burial would have to rely on players and NPCs to hold the city lord's tablet. Moreover, it was very difficult to protect a city with evil beasts and evil demons. At the end of the day, the human race was the evil god's temple's mortal enemy. If human NPCs encountered anything connected to the evil god's temple, they'd move to exterminate it immediately. In fact, there was a very high chance that Ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers would disregard the invading players and attack the evil beasts and demons instead, accomplishing the opposite effect. This was also why the various superpowers dared to attack Ancient Rock City. However, it was a different story in the fields and the Primordial Divine Ruin. Players weren't prohibited from attacking each other in the ruin, and Heaven's Burial didn't have anything to protect here, so its evil beasts and evil demons could focus on the slaughter. Even if the monsters only killed half of Zero Wing's experts, it would deal a massive blow. I don't know, but the Primordial Divine Ruin is incredibly important to every guild. It is not strange that Zero Wing is willing to take such a risk, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head as Zero Wing's force moved closer to the tower. The players from the various superpowers and adventurer teams, who anticipated an interesting show, revealed dumbfounded expressions. Is this a joke? Those players are actually all level 50 or higher. Crap! Didn't someone say that Zero Wing didn't have much equipment left? How are so many of those players wearing fine gold set equipment? What level are those fine gold sets? I can feel so much pressure coming off of them. Who are those players in the lead? I don't think I've ever seen them before. When did Zero Wing gain another batch of experts? For this operation, Shurfeng did not have his team members wear black cloaks. Hence, both their levels and equipment were exposed for all to see at this stage of the game. Only an extremely small number of players had managed to reach level 50. First-rate guilds only had around 30 to 40 level 50 players, and the various superpowers only had 300 to 500 yet. Every player in the team of nearly 2,000 that Zero Wing had dispatched to the ruin was level 50 or higher. Some were even level 52. This was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Zero Wing's members wore dazzling equipment. The 30 unfamiliar players at the lead even wore the same fine gold set equipment. The aura they radiated was akin to a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage wearing the magic light sets, which were even stronger than level 50 dark gold equipment. Zipping and the others' basic attributes were even higher than a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. A Lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent for the players in the Primordial Divine Ruin, but it was a different story if it were a player with the attributes of such a monster. Such a player could easily solo an elite party. Even the superpowers commander-level individuals felt an immense pressure wafting from Zipping's group. Although their equipment was considered top-notch in God's domain, their basic attributes were nowhere near a level 50 lord. As suddenly, the various superpowers members saw Zero Wing's players in a new light. They were all powerhouses, and they knew what this aura and pressure represented. Although these factors couldn't be used to determine a player's strength, they did hint at a player's general combat standards. Just how much strength has Zero Wing hidden? It already introduced another 100 refinement realm experts, and now it's revealed so many experts with such intense auras. Could some superpower really be supporting Zero Wing in secret? Purple Jade's eyes widened when she saw the magic light sets Zipping and the other players wore currently. She had numerous pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment on her, and the weakest piece she had was level 45 dark gold rank. In addition, she carried an epic weapon and a piece of epic equipment. Overall, her lineup was among the best in the game right now, yet Zipping and his companions' basic attributes seemed higher than hers. Her basic attributes ranked among the top in the secret pavilion. What kind of power was the secret pavilion? It was an organization which only a small number of super guilds could compare to, yet Zero Wing had just revealed 30 never-before-seen experts with even higher attributes. The situation was simply ridiculous. It's no wonder why Black Flame dared to lead a team here. It seems that he came prepared. Yuan Tixin's mouth twitched slightly as he watched Shurfeng. Level 50 fine gold set equipment. In his opinion, the only possible reason that Zipping's group had higher basic attributes than his and Purple Jade's was their level 50 fine gold set equipment. There was no other way that these players could surpass them level 50 fine gold set equipment? Purple Jade couldn't help her surprise. How is that possible? Even our guild has only collected 2 of such sets so far. How could Zero Wing possibly collect 30 sets? Level 50 equipment was already extremely difficult to gather, let alone level 50 fine gold set equipment. Even after investing tons of manpower and resources, the secret pavilion had only obtained 2 level 50 fine gold sets. What means did Zero Wing, a guild that was many times weaker than the secret pavilion, possibly employ to obtain 30 such sets? Don't forget that Black Flame is a master forger. It is very likely that he crafted the level 50 fine gold sets, Yuan Tixin said, his expression turning somber. Truthfully, even he struggled to believe it. It wouldn't be surprising if Shurfeng were simply a master forger, but a master forger capable of mass-producing level 50 fine gold set equipment held an entirely different meaning. Just thinking about how Zero Wing could deploy expert teams in level 50 fine gold set equipment made Yuan Tixin shudder as players discussed the possible power. Behind Zero Wing, dense killing intent radiated from Heaven's Burial's team, which stood not far from Zero Wing's member Zero Wing. They actually dared to show up here. Lei Jingyang frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he glared at the enemy players. Do they really think we'll just stand by and watch? Chapter 1649. Power of the Magic Light Set. Chapter 1649. Power of the Magic Light Set. Inside the tower, as Shurfeng's group approached the teleportation zone, which would teleport players into the Primordial Divine Ruin when it activated, The killing intent Heaven's Burial's members radiated grew more intense. In fact, Heaven's Burial's members weren't the only ones to react this way. Players from the various superpowers all warily eyed Shifeng's group as they rested near the teleportation zone. Ha ha ha. This is going to be interesting. Zero Wing's members are trying to get themselves killed. Don't they know that the closer they get to the teleportation zone, the more likely it is that someone will target them? That might be the case. I remember that, during the previous struggle, several guilds had waited beside the teleportation zone, ignorant of the risk. As soon as the fight began, the various superpowers took those guilds out. Zero Wing can't possibly think that it will get into the Primordial Divine Ruin with less than 2,000 experts, right? Oh. The various major powers reacted with surprise and ridicule as they watched Zero Wing's team get closer to the teleportation zone, as the areas around the teleportation zone provided a terrain advantage during the struggle to enter the ruin. The 5 superpowers, which had fought for slots since the very beginning, monopolized it. Now that even more superpowers were getting involved, the competition had become more intense. The various superpowers might tolerate another superpower so close to the teleportation zone, but there was no way they'd allow anyone weaker to stand beside them. When the struggle for the entry slots began, Zero Wing would likely become their first target. If that happened, Zero Wing's outcome would be tragic. Every superpower involved had brought a minimum of 6,000 players, all of which were experts. Some of these teams were even led by several peak experts. Being targeted by just one of these teams would be enough to make a first-rate guild situation precarious. If multiple superpowers targeted the same team, they could eliminate a first-rate guild from the competition instantly. Boss, should we take action? A level 50 assassin in silver leather armor asked Lei Jingyang as he nodded towards Shifeng and the other players from Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing had only dispatched experts to the Primordial Divine Ruin, the team had less than 2,000 members. On the other hand, Heaven's Burial had dispatched 3,000 experts and 10,000 elites. It had even sent the entire Thunder Legion. Annihilating 1,000 or 2,000 experts would be a piece of cake for them. Furthermore, Blackwater had sent along 4,000 of its experts. With this, they had a combined force of 7,000 expert players and 10,000 elite players. Zero Wing's team had no chance of victory. Brother Fire, what is your opinion on the matter? Lei Jingyang asked as he turned towards the handsome man beside him. This handsome man was none other than Falling Fire, the vice commander of Blackwater's third main force. The man wielded a crimson staff and was enveloped in translucent flames. Just looking at him felt stifling. The fact that he was fully geared in level 50 equipment, 3 pieces of which were epic rank, only made him all the more eye-catching. However, Lei Jingyang knew that, compared to Falling Fire's level and equipment, this man's most impressive feat was his promotion to a Tier 2 Elementalist and the Tier 2 spells in his arsenal. That was also why Blackwater had assigned Falling Fire to lead the team that would assist Heaven's Burial in this endeavor. Of course, we have to exterminate these people from Zero Wing. However, it is too soon to strike. They'd have an easier time getting away if we did so now. It won't be too late to attack once the struggle begins. Even if Zero Wing's members try to flee, they'll never get away while entrenched in the chaotic battlefield. Falling Fire said as he gestured to the various major powers behind Zero Wing's team. The system didn't stop players from fighting with each other inside the tower. Players could start a fight whenever they wished, and the tower had only one exit. It was relatively easy to escape the tower before the battle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots began, but once it did, chaos would ensue. If a team weren't careful, other teams could easily drag it into the fray. Because of this, players had a very difficult time leaving the tower once the fight began. I guess you're right. We'll strike once the struggle starts then, Lei Jingyang said, nodding as he surveyed his surroundings. He then turned to his team and said, when the time comes, leave none of Zero Wing's members alive, particularly those wearing level 50 fine gold set equipment. It'd be a massive waste to let them hold on to such precious items. Although he wanted nothing more than to slaughter Shifeng and his guildmates, Falling Fire's opinion was reasonable. Many powers had come to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin this time, and among them, plenty were top adventurer teams. Once the struggle to enter the ruin began, Zero Wing would have a challenging time trying to get out of the tower. They'd be able to kill far more Zero Wing players if they waited earlier. Shifeng had destroyed ancient rock city's defensive magic arrays, crippling the city. Now the city couldn't generate nearly as much income. Lei Jingyang was no less angry than Singular Burial about the insult now that he'd encountered an opportunity to take care of Zero Wing. He couldn't let it get away. When he saw Yu Zipping and the others, who wore the magic light sets, he was particularly tempted. If he could get his hands on a few of those sets, he could help Heaven's Burial when the guild began to raid super large-scale team dungeons. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could feel an intense pressure bear down on them, the majority of which radiated from the various superpowers. The fight to claim the entry slots this time sure is intense. We're just camping out beside the teleportation zone. Yet everyone's eyes are glued on us. Blackie was slightly astonished as he glanced at the nearby superpowers teams. The only other time he had seen so many superpowers in a single location was during the contest for Thunder Island. If he hadn't fought these superpowers in the past, he'd likely tremble with anxiety. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members are keeping a very close eye on us. Based on their killing intent, they'll definitely attack us as soon as the battle begins, Aqua Rose said, smiling at the players from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater, who stood a short distance away. Let them come, Shifeng said, revealing a faint smile as he eyed Heaven's Burial's members. It's about time we show these major powers Zero Wing's might. When the time comes, the Magic Light team will open a path while everyone gathers in the center of the teleportation zone. Although the number of entry slots has increased to 15,000 after the new expansion pack, the number of powers trying to enter the ruin has increased as well. Avoid fights whenever possible. Understood. Zero Wing's members nodded in response to Shifeng's command, their expressions hardening. This was especially true for Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples, who were about to participate in such a high-intensity war for the first time. They even felt as if they were dreaming. Shortly after Shifeng fell silent, a circular, light blue barrier formed around the edge of the teleportation zone. At the same time, a gigantic magic array gradually manifested, encompassing the area and notifying players that the teleportation process had begun. Excellent. Everyone charge. Slaughter Zero Wing's members. Upon seeing the barrier rise, Lei Jingyang turned his gaze towards Zero Wing's members, flashing a sinister smile. Immediately, 7,000 level 48 plus expert players charged at Zero Wing's team. The 10,000 elite players then split into two groups to surround the enemy players as Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts got close to Zero Wing's team. Spells and arrows rained down on their heads. However, like lively monkeys, these experts nimbly dodged most of the attacks, preventing Zero Wing's ranged attacks from doing much harm. Just when both frontlines were about to clash, Shifeng switched his title to Disintegration User, and endowed the 30 Magic Light Team's members with disintegration power, increasing their basic attributes by 10% and damage by 20%. The buff also reduced the magic damage and physical damage they received by 30% and 15%, respectively. In the next moment, the two teams collided. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of the collision resounded throughout the tower along with players' screams. Impossible. Shock gripped Lei Jingyang's heart when he saw the scene before him. He even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks when the melee players slammed into each other. It seemed as if Heaven's Burial's members has crashed into an immovable wall. Meanwhile, Yu Zipping and his companions in the magic light sets moved like sharpened blades, unstoppable. The 30 players easily dove past Heaven's Burial's front line and into the enemy ranks without slowing in the slightest. Zero Wing's other MTs were just as frightening. Each one of Zero Wing's MTs shattered the blockades of 3 to 5 players, sending these players flying. The difference between both sides' basic attributes was like heaven and earth. Chapter 1650. Overwhelming Advantage. Chapter 1650. Overwhelming Advantage. The scene inside the tower had transformed into something akin to an ancient battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of players fought as screams and explosions echoed throughout the tower. Many adventurer team members, who participated in this struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots for the first time, were dumbfounded by the view before them. They even found it hard to move their feet. Amazing. So, this is the struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruin? This battle is too fierce. Even expert players are no different than ants here. Many adventurer teams and normal guilds, which had planned to participate, watched the battle in a daze from the sidelines. None of them were bold enough to join the fray. They were all afraid of being devoured and annihilated in the blink of an eye. Even the expert players they normally thought were so powerful lasted less than 10 seconds on this battlefield. These experts were either overwhelmed by an uncountable number of spells, or ganged up on by equally powerful experts. On this battlefield, expert players were fortunate enough to keep their lives, let alone accomplish anything significant. As for the elite players, they were pure cannon fodder. Most elite players usually died before any of the rear-line healers could get to them. Of the multitude of battles across the battlefield, those near the teleportation zone were the most intense. Zero Wings' 30-man Magic Light team moved like a pack of ferocious beasts that had just escaped their cages. Neither the attacks from Heaven's Burial's melee players nor those from the guild's ranged players could stop the mobile iron wall the 15 Magic Light MTs had formed. Not only did the Magic Light MTs block every incoming melee attack, but they also sent their attackers flying with their weapons and shields. Zero Wings' rear-line DPS then followed up with an intense bombardment, turning its enemies into starlight instantly. Unfortunately, as Heaven's Burial had the numerical advantage, and not even the Magic Light MTs could block every incoming attack. From time to time, arrows and spells broke past their defenses. However, Heaven's Burial's members nearly despaired when they saw the damages above the Magic Light MTs' heads. 3057. Minus 2,371. Oh. Despite landing direct hits, none of their attacks dealt more than minus 4,000 damage. It was utterly inconceivable. Every Heaven's Burial expert present wore top-tier equipment, and even against top-tier MTs of the same level, their direct hits dealt at least minus 5,000 damage. Powerful spells could even deal over minus 10,000 damage. Yet when a level 50 ranger struck one of the Magic Light MTs with a tier 1 heart-piercing arrow, the ranger had only dealt around minus 3,700 damage. These MTs took even less damage from spell attacks. Meanwhile, after receiving numerous buffs and the benefits from Shurfang's disintegration user title, the Magic Light MTs had over 70,000 HP each. Not even 10 of Heaven's Burial's attacks could force their HPs below 50%. Zero Wings' rear-line healers could easily restore such little HP, making the Magic Light MTs practically invincible. In contrast to Heaven's Burial's DPS, Zero Wings' DPS was overwhelming. Zipping, for example, easily dealt over minus 3,000 damage to Heaven's Burial's MTs with his normal attacks alone. When he used skills like Cross Slash, he dealt over minus 10,000 damage. Unlike Zero Wings' MTs, Heaven's Burial's MTs only had around 50,000 HP. Zipping only needed a few attacks to devour most of an MT's HP by himself. Coupled with the ranged attacks from Zero Wings' rear-line DPS, the enemy MTs were dead before their healers could cast any healing spells. In the short moment since the battle had begun, Heaven's Burial had suffered several hundred casualties, and every one of them had been an expert player. Damn it! Why is there such a huge difference in our basic attributes? Confusion tore at Lei Jingyang as he watched Zero Wings' Magic Light team move closer to Heaven's Burial's ranged classes and healers. He simply could not fathom how Zipping and the others had such high basic attributes. Heaven's Burial's expert members were all geared in top-tier equipment, and even if Zipping's team wore level 50 fine gold set equipment, the difference should be this massive. He even wondered if the Magic Light team's members had activated Berserk skills. However, he was certain that none of them had. He was confident that Zero Wings members hadn't activated Berserk skills because all of the various major powers had silently agreed not to use such skills in this struggle for the entry slots. There were two reasons for this agreement. The first was that every power participating in this struggle doubtlessly had some members who could use Berserk skills. If everyone used these skills, nothing would change. Berserk skills' long cooldowns was the second reason. On the off chance that they'd encounter trouble in the Primordial Divine Ruin, they'd likely be annihilated if they couldn't use their Berserk skills. However, Lei Jingyang didn't know that. Although Zipping and his companions appeared to be wearing level 50 fine gold set equipment, the Magic Light set's basic attributes could rival level 50 dark gold set equipment. This was the reason that the gap between their basic attributes was so vast. This fight was on par with a player in a full set of secret silver equipment trying to contend with a player in dark gold equipment. Such a massive gap was only natural when both sides had similar combat standards. Moreover, the Conqueror Party's performance was also impressive. Although the Conqueror Party's basic attributes weren't as high as the Magic Light team members, their combat standards were higher. When they worked together, they could exhibit even greater combat power. Hence, the destruction the Conqueror parties caused on the battlefield was in no way inferior to the Magic Light teams. Even Lei Jingyang's prided Thunder Legion was forced back. Meanwhile, the various superpowers upper echelons, who had kept a constant eye on Zero Wing, were astounded. Despite Zero Wing's less than 2,000 players, it actually overwhelmed and suppressed Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's combined army of 7,000 experts and 10,000 elite players. Boss, we can't hold on for much longer. At this rate, they'll chase us out of the teleportation zone. One of the Thunder Legion members on the front lines hurriedly shouted through the team chat. No. All of you get ready, Lei Jingyang said, grinding his teeth as he took 5 dark gray crystal balls from his bag. He had planned to save these as a trump card to surprise the other superpowers. He had never expected to need them so soon. Following which, he turned to Falling Fire beside him and said, Brother Fire, I'll have to rely on you for cover fire. Relax. Although they have superior basic attributes, they're all Tier 1 players. They're nothing compared to Tier 2 players, Falling Fire said, disdain flashing in his eyes as he watched the distant Zero Wing members. Good. Lei Jingyang then began to chant an incantation to activate the 5 crystal balls. Suddenly, the 5 gray crystal balls shattered, and 5 dark gray magic arrays appeared around Lei Jingyang. Shortly after, 5-meter-tall figures emerged from these arrays. They were humanoid creatures covered in sharp spikes and radiating dense evil energy. These 5 humanoid creatures were none other than Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. The frightening aura these Grand Lords radiated stunned everyone in the tower. Level 70 Grand Lords. Such monsters were on par with natural disasters to current players. So, this is Heaven's Burial's trump card? Yuan Tixin's expression darkened upon seeing the evil demons when Heaven's Burial's members saw the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. However, excitement lit up their faces, and their morale skyrocketed. Although the combined force of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players appeared exceptionally powerful, it was nothing compared to the superpowers' forces. They had only dared to contend with the superpowers because of this trump card. However, Lei Jingyang wasn't a member of the evil god's temple. He couldn't summon evil demons directly and control them. He could only rely on flame blood. Asking the cleric to spend the evil god's temple points, he had struggled to accumulate on 5 evil demon crystal balls. Each evil demon crystal ball allowed players to store 1 evil demon within, and even non-evil god's temple players could use the crystal balls to summon and control the stored evil demon. However, the cost was painful. The evil demon crystal ball was a consumable item, and once the evil demons were stored inside, they would become so as well. Once the crystal ball's 3-hour duration ended, the summoned evil demons would be permanently destroyed. Lei Jingyang had wanted to avoid using this trump card, unless absolutely necessary. Since you forced me to use the evil demon crystal balls, none of you from Zero Wing should even think of escape. Lei Jingyang revealed a sinister grin as he glared at Zero Wing's team. He then charged at Zero Wing's members alongside his 5 level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Falling Fire followed the charge with his own team. Chapter 1651. Hidden Power. Chapter 1651 Hidden Power. The appearance of the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. If the evil demons summoned were merely level 70 Great Lords, they still wouldn't pose much of a concern. After all, current players could defeat such existences, albeit after paying a considerable price. However, level 70 Grand Lords were a different story. Without berserk skills, level 50 peak MTs would not survive 2 hits from a level 70 Grand Lord. Moreover, evil demons possessed superior combat standards to monsters of the same rank. Even level 50 MTs with their berserk skills activated wouldn't last very long against such a monster. Meanwhile, 5 of such evil demons had actually appeared on the battlefield. How could anyone ignore and not feel worried over these monsters? Although the various major powers had already predicted that Heaven's Burial would make use of the evil beasts and evil demons it controlled, they hadn't anticipated that the guild could summon as many as 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Sure enough, they did bring along this trump card. Zero Wing is doomed now. Even a Tier 3 summon creature won't be able to hold back a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, much less 5 of them. The various major powers were delighted as they watched the 5 evil demons charging towards Zero Wing's team. With this, they would have one less competitor to worry about. At the same time, though, a somber expression also appeared on their faces. After all, once Heaven's Burial finished off the Zero Wing contingent, needless to say, Heaven's Burial would have no trouble securing a large number of entry slots with the help of the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons, leaving other powers like them with fewer slots they could compete for. Just as everyone was thinking of how to go about competing for the entry slots, the 5 evil demons had already arrived at the front line of the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial under Lei Jingyang's lead. You people from Zero Wing should feel proud that you forced me to use my trump card so soon. However, now that I have, you are all going to become evil demon food. Lei Jingyang revealed a sadistic grin as he swept a glance at the Zero Wing members before him. He then stopped controlling the 5 evil demons and simply commanded them to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Roar. Once the evil demons were no longer under direct control, their eyes released a bloody glow as they bellowed angrily. The evil energy they radiated also intensified, so much so that it clouded the perception of nearby players slightly. Even the Zero Wing members standing somewhat far away from the evil demons could not help but shudder at the powerful auras the evil demons released. Grand Lord ranked evil demons? Shifeng frowned slightly as he glanced at the roaring evil demons. Immediately he commanded through the team chat, "Cola Turtledove, you Wumian, you 3 go keep those evil demons busy. Everyone else, focus on wiping out Heaven's Burial's members." Evil demons? That's not a bad opponent. Cola licked his lips in eagerness as he looked at the evil demonsets, a good opportunity to test my new equipment. Currently equipped with the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield, Turtledove was also brimming with fighting spirit. Before coming to the Primordial Divine Ruin, Shifeng had distributed the weapons, equipment, and skills he obtained from the Lost Town to Cola and the others. Among them, he had given the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield to Turtledove, while Yu Wumian received Cola's Dragonscale Shield, which she had been using. Cola and the others promptly dashed towards the 5 evil demons. Keep on struggling. Lei Jingyang sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members trying to move out of the evil demons' way. At this moment he could already foresee the annihilation of Zero Wing's magic light team. Just when the 5 evil demons arrived before some melee players of Zero Wing, Cola suddenly appeared in front of the 5 monsters and raised his shield. At the same time he activated Justice Roar. The blinding light Cola's shield gave off instantly made him the center of attention on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 5 evil demons involuntarily stopped their actions and turned to look at Cola and Oitant. What a suicidal bastard! Lei Jingyang's eyes gleamed with ridicule as he looked at the glow from Cola's shield. Even current peak MTs couldn't last very long against a level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demon. Yet now, Cola had used an AoE taunt on 5 of such evil demons. At this moment, Lei Jingyang could already foresee the scene of Cola being killed instantly. As if summoned, the 5 evil demons instantly appeared before Cola, with one evil demon already swiping its right claw at the male guardian knight so fast. The evil demon's attack astonished the spectating crowd, which could just barely see the afterimage of the evil demon's claw. If it were up to these players, blocking or dodging the monster's attack would be impossible. Needless to say, if they were its target, they would no doubt be killed instantly. Pung. However, the scene that occurred a moment later was utterly different from everyone's expectations. Not only did Cola manage to block the first attack using the Titan Guard, but he actually retreated by only 2 steps after receiving the attack. Moreover, he only sustained a little over -10,000 damage from doing so. How is this possible? Could it be a skill? The nearby spectating crowd was stunned by this scene. Just as everyone was wondering what Cola did to take so little damage, another 2 evil demons launched attacks on Cola, their claws blurring. Pung. Pung. Another 2 crisp clangs rang out. Cola was forced to retreat by a total of 4 steps, and 2 damages above -10,000 also appeared above the Guardian Knight's head. However, even after receiving 3 attacks that dealt over -10,000 damage each, he still had over half his HP remaining. Not bad. Their strength should be roughly the same as a level 60 specialized Grand Lord. Cola revealed a faint smile at the faint numbness in his arms. To him, someone who possessed over 80,000 HP, attacks that dealt around -10,000 damage were entirely within his tolerance range. When Cola noticed the last 2 evil demons attacking him as well, he decided to activate Titan's Will, the skill reducing the damage he received by 90% and increasing his attack speed by 100%, movement speed by 30%, and starting movement speed by 80% for 20 seconds. When the 2 evil demons' claws collided with Cola's Titan Guard, 2 dazzling flashes appeared. This time, however, not only did Cola not retreat by a single step, but even the damage he received from each attack was just a little more than -1,000. That was practically a negligible amount. following which several healing lights fell on him, instantly replenishing his HP to full. So, this is Zero Wing's chief MT? He's so strong. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Cola actually going toe-to-toe with the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. If it were them, a single Grand Lord ranked evil demon would be beyond their means. Yet, despite going up against 5 of such evil demons, Cola still seemed to have plenty of energy to spare. Right now, it looked as if these 5 evil demons were actually fake evil demons. However, they were fully aware that this result was not because the evil demons were weak. Instead, Cola was simply too strong. Just the shockwaves resulting from the clashes were enough to force the nearby players to retreat involuntarily. With this, one could imagine how much strength both sides possessed. However, before everyone could recover from their shock over Cola's performance, 2 more players joined him, each one of them pinning down 1 evil demon. These 2 players were none other than Turtledove and Yuwumian. The moment these 2 MTs appeared, they immediately used a taunt skill and solidified their aggro on their respective targets. Very quickly, 2 evil demons peeled away from Cola. However, this was still not the most shocking part. The crucial point was that both Turtledove and Yuwumian actually possessed defense that was in no way inferior to Cola's. In fact, when the female guardian knight Turtledove blocked an attack from her Grand Lord, she received only a little over -8,000 damage, which was far less than the damage Cola received. This showed that her defense was above even Cola's. As for HP, due to the various team buffs, Yuwumian had over 75,000 HP. Meanwhile, Turtledove, who was equipped with epic set equipment, possessed over 80,000 HP. Just like Cola. Meanwhile, due to Cola, Turtledove, and Yuwumian's appearance, the evil demons, whom everyone thought would be able to create a huge ruckus, were now thoroughly suppressed. Damn it. How can their defense be so high? Lei Jingyang was momentarily stupefied when he saw this scene. However, a possibility that made his entire body shudder came to mind soon after. Could they have been promoted to Tier 2 as well? Chapter 1652. Tier 2 vs Tier 2. Chapter 1652. Tier 2 vs Tier 2. Inside the teleportation zone, the 5 level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demons furiously attacked the MT trio from Zero Wing, their speed extremely fast. Many expert players present inside the tower could not keep up with the monster's movements. Yet Cola and the other MTs blocked every attack of the evil demons using their shields. Moreover, they did so very casually. Meanwhile, any expert player that accidentally came into proximity of their battle would get killed by the battle's shockwaves. They're able to stop even 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons? Purple Jade wore an incredulous look on her face as she watched Cola, Turtledove, and Yuwumian going up against the evil demons. Even the peak MTs of the secret pavilion would need to activate their berserk skills to go up against a level 70 Grand Lord. However, Cola and the other 2 MTs could actually hold back the evil demons without using any berserk skills. Moreover, they were even at a numerical disadvantage. Zero Wing is truly extraordinary. It's no wonder Rain is so adamant in working together with the guild. Quiet Melody, who was commanding the Sacred Temple's members in battle, could not help her surprise when she sent a glance at the distant evil demons. Now she more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had decided to partner with Zero Wing early on in the game. Phoenix Rain's insight was indeed many times more acute than Nine Dragons' Empress. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also had their morale boosted further after seeing the MT Trio's performance. Brimming with fighting spirit, they started putting even more effort into suppressing Heaven's Burial's members. Damn it. How is this possible? Lei Jingyang was filled with envy as he looked at Cola and the other 2 MTs. Why does Zero Wing possess 3 Tier 2 MTs? Not only did Heaven's Burial receive financial support from major corporations, but it had also managed to recruit plenty of expert players. Despite all this, the entire guild had only 3 people that succeeded in their Tier 2 promotion even until now. The guild had invested everything it had to help these 3 players complete their promotion quests after they reached level 50. Moreover, unlike other classes, MT classes face much more difficulty with their Tier 2 promotions. Although Heaven's Burial had attempted to help its MTs with their promotions, all of those MTs failed. On the other hand, Zero Wing actually possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs. The value of Tier 2 MTs was much greater than that of Tier 2 players of other classes. After all, the majority of a guild's weapons and equipment came from dungeons. If a guild possessed powerful MTs, it would have a much easier time raiding dungeons. Boss, what should we do? Those 5 Grand Lords are all pinned down right now. We're also still getting pushed back by Zero Wing. At this rate, we'll be chased out of the teleportation zone. The level 50 ranger commanding the battle asked worriedly. Although their side had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, Zero Wing's members were simply too powerful. Thus far, their side had already lost over 1,000 players. In contrast, Zero Wing's death toll amounted to only a little over 100. Most importantly, the 30-man Magic Light team had yet to suffer a single casualty. All ranged DPS, change targets, and focus fire on those 3 MTs of Zero Wing. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing will have another method to stop the evil demons once we get rid of the 3 of them. Lei Jingyang commanded through the team chat. After saying so, Lei Jingyang personally led a team of 20 experts, followed by Falling Fire's team, and charged at Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian. Although it was indeed surprising that Zero Wing possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs, both Falling Fire and he were Tier 2 players as well. If they went up against the MT trio, they would not necessarily be the one to lose. Not to mention, Cola and the other 2 still had to tank 5 evil demons very quickly. Lei Jingyang and the others arrived within 40 yards of the Mount Trio die. Like throwing a javelin, Lei Jingyang hurled the greatsword he carried at Cola, arcs of silver electricity appearing around the weapon as it left his hand. In mid-flight, the greatsword suddenly split into a dozen serpents made out of silver lightning. Meanwhile, unlike normal spells and arrows which could only move in a straight line, the serpents slithered nimbly through the air towards Cola. Their movement patterns changing constantly. The boss is getting serious. Zero Wing's members are dead now. The eyes of the Thunder Legion members glowed when they saw this scene. The attack Lei Jingyang had just executed was a trademark move of his, a combination of his precision control and the additional skill of his greatsword. Electric Serpent Bites. Each electric serpent summoned possessed 120% of the user's strength. They also moved ridiculously fast, so much so that even top-tier experts would have trouble coping with just one of the serpents. Going up against a dozen electric serpents simultaneously would be a struggle even for peak experts of the same level, who would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. As for Falling Fire, who stood beside Lei Jingyang, he was not one to be outdone either. As he completed an incantation, 9 crimson magic arrays appeared on the ground around him. The ambient fire-type mana immediately began surging towards these 9 magic arrays frantically. Shortly after, Falling Fire tapped the butt of his staff on the ground. Tier 2 curse, Spark Impact. In the next moment, the 9 magic arrays started launching small meteorites one after another into the air. After reaching a certain altitude, the meteorites then changed trajectories and flew straight towards Cola. The power packed within each meteorite was visibly stronger than that of Lei Jingyang's electric serpents. Their speed was on par with the electric serpents as well. They're working together to attack me? Despite seeing the electric serpents and small meteorites rapidly approaching him, Cola showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Instead, he gave the ground a mighty stomp, taking a defensive stance and activated Titan's Heart. The instant Cola used Titan's Heart, a yellow earthen barrier formed around him, shielding him from the electric serpents and small meteorites. Boom. 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 Let's see how you people from Zero Wing stop the evil demons now. Lei Jingyang laughed in ridicule as he looked at Cola's position. Although Cola had activated a life-saving skill, Lei Jingyang's electric serpent bites possessed extraordinary attack power. It was not something that could be received head-on. Not to mention, the Tier 2 curse that Falling Fire used possessed even greater power. Falling Fire likewise laughed as he looked at the dust surrounding Cola's position. He then turned to look at Turtledove and Yi Wumian. However, as the dust settled, a figure emerged standing where the electric serpents and meteorites landed. Meanwhile, this figure was none other than Cola at this moment. Cola's surroundings had already been charred black. However, Cola himself remained completely unharmed. In fact, not only had his HP not decreased by the slightest, but it had even increased quite significantly. He's not dead? Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire were stunned. Both of them had used their respective aces in the hole, each of which was easily capable of instant killing a player of the same level. Yet, Cola actually managed to survive both attacks without taking any damage. In fact, aside from blocking their attacks, Cola had also fended off the attacks of 3 evil demons. What powerful attacks! They actually managed to deplete half of my protective energy. Cola could not help being startled when he looked at the remaining energy of his barrier, as Titan's Heart created an energy shield that had an HP equivalent to 10 times his own. Had he tried receiving all those attacks without Titan's Heart, Even if he activated Protection Blessing, he still would have gotten killed instantly. An invulnerability skill? Both Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire shared the same thought as they looked at Kola. In God's domain, although invulnerability skills were extremely rare, some still existed. Meanwhile, every one of them was extremely troublesome to deal with. However, after Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire exchanged glances, they sprang into action again, targeting Turtledove this time. No matter how strong an invulnerability skill was, once its duration was up, it would disappear. Hence, all they needed to do now was attack other MTs instead of Kola. They also refused to believe that all 3 MTs had learned invulnerability skills. However, when Lei Jingyang was within 30 yards of Turtledove, he suddenly felt a chill crawling down his spine. Immediately, he tightened his grip around his Whitebone greatsword and activated Whirlwind Slashdang. In the next moment, Lei Jingyang felt as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall as his greatsword stopped abruptly, sparks flying from the edge of his greatsword. Then, a lithe figure gradually appeared before him. 0 Wings Fire Dance? Lei Jingyang sneered as he looked at the lithe figure facing him. Are you here to get yourself killed? He sent a slash at the female assassin before him. Straightaway, an assassin was most powerful when conducting an ambush. As long as the ambush failed and their body became exposed, their combat power would decrease drastically. In a frontal clash, an assassin was significantly inferior to a berserker. Dang. Dang. However, after exchanging several attacks with Fire Dance, Lei Jingyang started panicking. As a Tier 2 berserker, his strength should be overwhelmingly superior to most players at this stage of the game. Moreover, he was currently geared in 3 pieces of epic equipment. Despite that, not only did every one of the dozen or so attacks he had sent at Fire Dance get blocked, but his arms even started falling numb from the resulting impact. Could she be a Tier 2 player as well? Lei Jingyang could not help entertaining such a thought. However, even if Fire Dance was a Tier 2 assassin, it should be impossible for her to be superior to him, a Tier 2 berserker. In terms of strength, Lei Jingyang very quickly shook the thought out of his head and calmed himself. In terms of combat standards, he was no doubt superior to Fire Dance. Since he couldn't win using a forceful approach, he simply needed to target her weak points. He immediately activated the Tier 2 skill Battering Slash, allowed him to ignore his target's defense and block effects. Although the damage his attacks dealt would decrease significantly, it would be more than enough to kill an assassin, a class that had both low HP and defense. However, when his greatsword passed through Fire Dance's body, Lei Jingyang's complexion immediately darkened. The reason for this was the sensation he felt coming from his greatsword. It did not feel as if he had just cut through a physical entity at all. He tried using Blade Storm right away, but before he realized it, Fire Dance had already appeared behind him, the 1,000 transformations in her hand stabbing towards his back. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Raid. Fire Dance instantly transformed into numerous streaks of shadows that pierced through Lei Jingyang's body. Damages ranging between 10,000 and 20,000 appeared rapidly above the berserker's head one after another, depleting his HP to 0. Chapter 1653, Tier 2 Galore. Did Lei Jingyang die? An instant kill. For a time, the players watching the battle between Fire Dance and Lei Jingyang were stunned by the sudden development. The fight had been lightning quick, and many had failed to realize what had happened before it was over. In one moment, Lei Jingyang had been alive and kicking, and in the next he was dead. The members of Lei Jingyang's Thunder Legion were particularly dumbstruck. They all knew how powerful their commander was. Not only did he wield 3 pieces of epic equipment, but he was also one of 3 Tier 2 players in Heaven's Burial. The Berserker had over 53,000 HP as well, which was in no way inferior to Tier 1 peak MTs of the same level. If Tier 1 experts like themselves had to face Lei Jingyang, they'd never be enough to take down the Berserker even with a 20-man team yet. An assassin had killed their commander with a single move. No matter how they looked at the situation, it felt unreal. Only Shifeng knew how possible the feat truly was. After all, Fire Dance wielded a fragmented legendary weapon, which no epic weapon could compare to. Moreover, the assassin class was famous for its explosive damage, dealing significant amounts in a very short time. Meanwhile, Shadow Raid was Fire Dance's strongest explosive skill. If she landed a hit with the skill, even a Tier 2 Guardian Knight or Shield Warrior of the same level would stand on the precipice of death, if not die instantly, let alone a Tier 2 Berserker. After Lei Jingyang died, Heaven's Burial's members fell into a panic, confused about what to do next. Along with Lei Jingyang's death, the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons he had summoned had disappeared. This was like salt in an open wound to Heaven's Burial's members. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian had already embedded their strength into their enemies' minds. Lei Jingyang's followers doubted that they had the strength to surpass a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Useless trash. He actually died so quickly. A deep frown pulled at Falling Fire's face as he watched Lei Jingyang's corpse transform into particles of light. He had never expected Zero Wing to have a Tier 2 assassin and 3 Tier 2 MTs. Immediately he shouted through the team chat, "Everyone retreat. Leave the teleportation zone for now. We'll re-enter from another side." At this stage of the game, it was extremely difficult for players to reach Tier 2. Even Blackwater, with its abundant resources, had only nurtured a few Tier 2 experts thus far yet. Not only did Zero Wing have 3 Tier 2 MTs, but it had a Tier 2 assassin as well. This left him truly confused. Even if Fire Dance took part in the battle, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater should have been able to resist Zero Wing by relying on the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. But now Lei Jingyang was dead and the evil demons had vanished. Even if they had the numeric advantage, they had lost any momentum against Zero Wing due to the loss. Their chances of victory were now slim. Regardless of whether or not they continued to fight, the wisest decision now would be leaving the teleportation zone temporarily and trying to get back in from another side. With the limited number of entry slots, Zero Wing shouldn't bother chasing them. On the off chance that there were less than 15,000 players in the zone after Zero Wing left it, the guild would miss the opportunity to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. The risk of giving chase simply outweighed the gains, however, as Falling Fire ushered his team out of the teleportation zone. A snowy white dagger appeared behind him, transforming into a streak of silver light as it thrust into the elementalist's back another assassin. Falling Fire panicked, but it was already too late to dodge or block the attack physically. Instinctively, Falling Fire activated Blink, vanishing from the dagger's attack trajectory in the most critical moment and reappearing 15 yards away. He then turned towards the player that had ambushed him with a grim expression. Unlike the lithe assassin that had ambushed Lei Jingyang, the assassin that had attacked Falling Fire was a physically fit youth. This youth was none other than Flying Shadow. What fast reactions! Flying Shadow was astonished when Falling Fire successfully evaded the ambush. He evaded my attack despite being caught off guard. Sure enough, I'm still not on the level of peak experts like him. He had been so close to killing Falling Fire just now. In his opinion, he had already concealed himself sufficiently, and his attack had been fast enough, yet Falling Fire had avoided his dagger. Zero Wing's Flying Shadow? Falling Fire recognized Flying Shadow instantly, feeling no less shocked than the assassin. How is he so strong? He had detailed information on all of Zero Wing's top-ranked experts, and Flying Shadow wasn't wearing a black cloak. Even without an identification skill, he easily determined the youth's identity based on his appearance. Based on the report he had read, Flying Shadow wasn't nearly as strong as Fire Dance, Zero Wing's #1 assassin. Yet, just now, the youth had displayed far more power than the report had mentioned. After Falling Fire had been promoted to Tier 2. He hadn't encountered a Tier 1 assassin that could get within 10 yards of him undetected. Only the guild's Tier 2 assassins had been successful. Could he be a Tier 2 player as well? As Falling Fire looked at Flying Shadow, he felt the edges of his world beginning to crumble. Since when had reaching Tier 2 become so easy? The fact that Zero Wing had one Tier 2 assassin was surprising enough, but he had just encountered another. Had he not reacted quickly enough, he might have fallen to Flying Shadow's attack. Watching Flying Shadow approach again, Falling Fire began to double speed cast. Suddenly, stone spikes rose from the ground beneath the assassin's feet. At the same time, a large number of ice swords rained down on the youth. This forced Flying Shadow to focus on the attacks from above and below, which drastically slowed his advance. Moreover, he stiffened slightly each time he blocked an ice sword. Aside from Falling Fire's attacks, Flying Shadow had to deal with the nearby Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members. For a time, all of the incoming attacks forced Flying Shadow into a passive state. He couldn't close the distance between himself and his target. Your equipment is quite good, but it's a pity your combat standards are somewhat lacking, Falling Fire said, a condescending smile spreading across his face as he watched the assassin's HP slowly decrease. Flying Shadow might be considered a first-class expert in a first-rate guild, but he was still young and tender in Falling Fire's eyes. The assassin's focus on dodging and blocking was particularly poor and inefficient. Even without the support of other players, he could easily kill this player die. Falling Fire completed the final verse of his incantation and launched the Tier 2 spell, detonating flame arrows at Flying Shadow. However, before he could release the dozens of flaming arrows that had formed above him, a dark blue magic array had appeared in the sky, releasing a torrent of water that snuffed the arrows out. Reacting, Falling Fire used Blink again and avoided the descending water. By the time he reappeared, the force of the torrent had carved out a massive crater in his previous position, filling it with water. How is that possible? Someone actually crushed my detonating flame arrows? Confusion tore at Falling Fire as he eyes the man-made pond. He had cast a Tier 2 spell, which shouldn't have crumbled so easily even under another Tier 2 spell, yet not only had his detonating flame arrows been eliminated, but the torrent of water had contained enough destructive power to form a massive crater. But before Falling Fire could discover his attacker, over a dozen light blue water spears shot towards him. The spears had appeared in almost the same moment Falling Fire had reappeared after using Blink. The enemy caster's timing and aim were incredibly precise. Dazed, Falling Fire failed to protect himself in time with an ice barrier, and 4 water spears plowed into him, each dealing over -16,000 damage. Falling Fire, who only had 40,000 HP, died instantly. As the Elementalist's HP reached 0, he was barely able to turn his head in time towards the water spear's origin. Standing around 30 yards away was a lithe, graceful woman in a lilac robe and wielding a dark blue crystal staff. A light blue magic array gradually faded from beneath her feet while dense, water-type mana surrounded her. Another Tier 2 player. Although Falling Fire still wanted to speak, his vision had already darkened, and his body collapsed. Chapter 1654. Shocking All Sides. Chapter 1654. Shocking All Sides. As Falling Fire collapsed, silence descended on Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's battlefield commander. The commander actually died. Do they also have a Tier 2 magical class expert? Blackwater's members gaped at Aqua Rose, who was responsible for Falling Fire's death. Falling Fire was both one of the scant few Tier 2 players and a top-ranked expert within Blackwater. Normally, the Elementalist killed them instantly when they sparred with him. However, they had just watched this man die after one hit. No matter how they looked at the situation, it was utterly unbelievable. The tier suppression Tier 2 players had over Tier 1 players was much greater than that of Tier 1 players over Tier 0 players. Moreover, as an Elementalist, Falling Fire had a few passive skills that increased his magic resistances, making him much tougher against spells. Yet, Aqua Rose had annihilated Falling Fire with a single spell. There were only 2 possibilities to explain the outcome. The first was that Aqua Rose had used a Berserk skill followed by a Tier 1 curse. The other possibility was that Aqua Rose was also a Tier 2 player. When players activated a Berserk skill, some kind of special effect would change their bodies. Only not all Berserk skills generated visible indicators. Regardless, when a player activated a Berserk skill, the intensity of their aura would increase drastically, informing others that the player had activated such a skill. However, Aqua Rose displayed neither phenomena, so it was obvious that she hadn't activated a Berserk skill. There was also no way they'd missed the resulting changes. They all had keen senses as experts, and activating a Berserk skill was akin to turning on a light in a dark room. When Blackwater's members considered the possibility that Zero Wing also had a Tier 2 magical class, they couldn't help but shudder. Tier 2 MTs were only powerful when tanking monsters. Their DPS was lacking. However, it was a different story for Tier 2 magical classes. Magical classes already wielded extremely high DPS even at Tier 1, and they had more AoEs than other classes. After their promotion to Tier 2, magical classes' attacks would grow even stronger. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Tier 2 magical classes mobile defense turrets. When solely comparing combat capabilities, Tier 2 magical classes were stronger than another class by far. While everyone struggled with their shock over Falling Fire's death, Aqua Rose used the opportunity to cast the Tier 2 spell, Aqua Precinct, with the female Cursemancer at its center. A water domain manifested, covering a 70-yard radius. Any of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members caught within Aqua Precinct soon noticed the rapid drop in their basic attributes. In the blink of an eye, their basic attributes had fallen to 70% of their original values. Following which, 12 8-meter-long water serpents rose from the pool of water, releasing enraged bellows that echoed throughout the tower. Every water serpent possessed the strength to rival a great lord of the same level. Under Aqua Rose's control, The water serpents jumped at the players from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Aqua Precinct wasn't like normal AoEs, and was categorized as a domain skill. When using it to attack, Aqua Rose wouldn't harm her allies as normal AoE spells would as long as she controlled the spell properly. Tier 1 experts would have a very difficult time coping with a Great Lord's attacks. Only Tier 1 MTs of the same level could block such attacks without receiving much damage. However, unlike normal Great Lords, which had monotonous attack patterns, the water serpents were flexible since Aqua Rose controlled them. Any MT that failed to block the serpent's attacks instantly lost over 20,000 HP. Since Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's MTs had lost 30% of their basic attributes, the water serpents only needed 2 hits to finish off a level 50 MT in the short moment. Since Aqua Rose had cast Aqua Precinct, she had killed 4 level 50 MTs. The rear line healers had never even had a chance to heal their allies. Monster. She's a monster. Heaven's Burial's and Blackwater's experts stared at the female Cursemancer in utter horror. Retreat. Run. There's a monster. With Zero Wing's Magic Light Team and Conqueror parties gaining the upper hand, followed by Aqua Rose's sudden massacre, Heaven's Burial's and Blackwater's members panicked. Rather than a slow, organized retreat, they turned and fled like cowards. Not only would they lose a level if they died, but they'd also lose a piece of equipment. To expert players like them, the loss was unbearably painful. Hence, now that they knew that they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't continue to throw themselves into the jaws of death. Furthermore, their commanders Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire had already died. Big Sis Aqua, you couldn't hold back a little? We've barely killed any enemies, yet you've already scared them all away. How are we supposed to earn extra income now? Shadow Sword and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players sighed in frustration as they watched Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members flee. They had previously held back because they were worried about scaring off their prey. It had actually taken quite a bit restraint to drag this battle out, yet their prey had run in fear of them before they could reap the benefits and slaughter them all. This frustrated Shadow Sword and the others. My bad. I'll be more careful next time, Aqua Rose said, sending her companions an apologetic glance. She hadn't expected Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players to be so cowardly. Thus far, the battle between their guilds had been fairly even. In fact, Zero Wing wouldn't get off easily either if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater continued the fight. Yet, rather than stand their ground, the 2 guilds' members had turned and fled. This will work too. Just kill as many as you can, but be careful to stay near the team and in the teleportation zone, Sherphone commanded. He was not particularly surprised by their enemy's response. Although Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts were no weaklings, the series of mental blows had thrown them into a panic. Fortunately, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's reaction was a good thing for Zero Wing. At the very least, Zero Wing could now secure more entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shadow Sword, Blackie, Violet Cloud, Rampant Blade, Alluring Summer, and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players began to put all they had into their battles with the overwhelming strength of Tier 2 classes. Shadow Sword and the others charged into Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's ranks like lions charging into a flock of sheep. The guild's magical class players, such as Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, dominated the battlefield like humanoid defense turrets. Without anyone to hinder their progress, they each killed over a dozen players with every attack. This only encouraged Zero Wing's other members to fight with more fervor. By the time Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members left the teleportation zone, they had littered their path with corpses and equipment. The 2 guilds had lost nearly 2,000 experts since the battle had begun. The outcome was startling. If these casualties were only ordinary or elite players, the loss wouldn't be as painful, but the players Zero Wing's members had killed were all experts. These 2 guilds had lost just as many experts as there were in an ordinary first-rate guild. Amazing. So this is Zero Wing's strength? Didn't someone say that Zero Wing was no match for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater? Heaven's Burial sure is unlucky. Not only is it in danger of losing Ancient Rock City, but entering the Primordial Divine Ruin will also be a major challenge. The various major powers had been paying very close attention to the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the superpowers present were no exception. However, none of them had ever imagined that this outcome was possible. Even Purple Jade, who had a high opinion of Zero Wing, had assumed that the guild would fight its enemies to a draw at best. Yet Zero Wing had actually chased Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the teleportation zone while suffering minimal losses. This had completely exceeded her expectations. As for the various guilds and adventurer teams, which had planned to enter the teleportation zone near Zero Wing, shrank back in fear after seeing the guild's prowess in battle. Commander, are we still going to charge in? A level 50 shield warrior clad in black armor could not help but ask his commander. Charge in? Are you suicidal? We're retreating. We'll go in from another side. Chapter 1655. 10 years too early. Chapter 1655. 10 years too early. After Zero Wing's victory over Heaven's Burial, the various superpowers in the teleportation zone couldn't help but re-evaluate their opinions of Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing can be quite capable. No wonder they dared to ignore our guild's warning. It might not be a bad idea to consider partnering with them for the Primordial Divine Ruin raid. A middle-aged man in black armor muttered as he looked at Zero Wing's members with an interested expression. He carried a greatsword with runes that radiated a chilling aura. The Primordial Divine Ruin was akin to a dungeon. If one wished to progress inside the ruin, they needed a certain level of strength, whether it be basic attributes or combat standards. The difficulty also increased as one delved deeper into the ruin. After reaching the Primordial Divine Ruin's 4th underground floor, players faced extraordinarily strict requirements. In fact, it was so difficult to pass from the 4th floor to the 5th floor, where the gate to the Primordial City was located, that a single guild team could no longer clear the challenge. They would only have a higher chance of reaching the 5th underground floor by working together. The middle-aged man's words surprised the nearby players. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Broken City, an upper echelon from King's Return. He had been very famous in the virtual gaming world some years ago. Even King's Return's guild leader had to treat Broken City with respect. Broken City didn't praise players or powers very often. The last player Broken City had praised had become King's Return's present guild leader. Hence, King's Return's members found it truly surprising that Broken City would praise Zero Wing. Uncle Broken, aren't you thinking too highly of them? They've merely repelled upstarts like Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Zero Wing is still 10 years too early to work alongside us, the handsome youth beside Broken City said, scoffing. The youth wore dark gray plate armor and wielded a one-handed axe engraved with beautiful runes in his right hand while holding a tower shield made of scales in his left. Ocean, Uncle Broken must have his reasons for saying that. While not all of Zero Wing's team members have monstrous basic attributes, the team's overall strength is considerable. After entering the Primordial Divine Ruin, Zero Wing would make a good choice as a partner. Praying Lotus, who was garbed in a set of white, sacred robes, said as she shook her head. She didn't particularly approve of Wild Ocean's opinion. Although Wild Ocean had recently received a promotion, becoming one of King's Return's adjudicators, and was one of the guild's few Tier 2 players, his thinking was shallow. Like Broken City, Praying Lotus felt they shouldn't underestimate Zero Wing's strength throughout the battle. She hadn't seen Sherfong take action at all. This proved that Zero Wing was still holding back and was far from being as simple as everyone believes. Zero Wing is only good in PvP. We're going to face an endless number of monsters and various traps in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Just clearing the 3rd floor would be a huge problem, let alone reaching the 5th floor. Aside from us superpowers, no team has cleared the ruin's 3rd floor. You should also know that you can't rely on powerful attributes alone to clear the 3rd floor. We'll talk about cooperation after they reach the 4th floor. Wild Ocean snorted, thinking that both Broken City and Praying Lotus's opinions of Zero Wing were too generous. Wild Ocean wasn't the only person with that opinion. King's Return's other experts agreed with Wild Ocean's thoughts. If they partnered with Zero Wing, they would have to share half their slots to enter the 5th floor. What kind of guild was Zero Wing? What kind of guild was King's Return? Did Zero Wing even qualify to share half of their slots? As time passed, the struggle in the teleportation zone intensified. More powers were also joining the fight in the teleportation zone. Now, even the various powers that had hesitated to provoke Zero Wing had decided to give it a try. The struggle for the entry slots lasted for over half an hour. This time, the struggle's intensity was unprecedented. Players' corpses littered the teleportation zone. In the end, the various superpowers still took the majority of the entry slots, while the alliance of first-rate guilds and the alliance of top adventurer teams only claimed a small portion. Among the various powers that had participated in the struggle, Zero Wing's performance was the most extraordinary. Despite Zero Wing starting the fight with less than 2,000 members, they still had over 1,200 members inside the teleportation zone by the time the struggle ended. The guild had claimed nearly 1/10 of the available entry slots, only slightly less than the various superpowers among the various superpowers. The secret pavilion had the best performance, securing exactly 2,000 slots. Although the secret pavilion was more than capable of gaining more than that, it had deliberately held back to avoid standing out. Every one of the other superpowers secured around 1,500 slots, which was slightly more than Zero Wing. This was also the reason why Zero Wing's performance shocked everyone. The various superpowers had started the fight with at least 6,000 members. Yet Zero Wing had achieved a near similar result with less than 2,000 members. This battle record was a little terrifying. Crap. I thought that with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the picture, we would get more slots. Why did we end up getting fewer slots than in previous raids? That's right. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have preferred for Heaven's Burial or Blackwater to win. The various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams' upper echelons clicked their tongues in anger and jealousy as they looked at Zero Wing's members. It was common knowledge that teams would have a greater advantage in the ruin if they entered with more players. Now that Zero Wing could send over 1,200 members into the ruin, the guild might actually make it all the way to the 5th floor and enter the rumored Primordial City. While everyone else was shocked by Zero Wing's strength, Sure Feng was ecstatic. Zero Wing had earned over 5,000 pieces of the current top-tier equipment in the struggle for entry slots. Although the majority was level 45 fine gold equipment, they were still valuable. In comparison, Zero Wing had suffered practically insignificant losses. Zero Wing had suffered 600+ casualties in the battle, with the majority of them being the White Tiger Dojo disciples. The disciples were only geared in standard level 50 elite equipment. They had also recovered some of the lost weapons and equipment. Hence, Zero Wing had made a fortune in this battle when there were fewer than 15,000 players in the teleportation zone. A blue glow enveloped the area. The players inside the zone disappeared a moment later, leaving an empty plot of land behind. The members of the various major powers that remained inside the tower quickly spread the news of the battle's outcome with the teleportation array's help. Zero Wing's surviving members instantly arrived at Dark Canyon. There were 3 shining silver moons hanging in the sky. The visibility within the canyon was also very poor. At best, they could see 200 yards around them, and they couldn't sense any other creatures, which instilled a deep fear and insecurities. This is the Primordial Divine Ruins 1st floor? Aqua Rose muttered as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. With her physique as a Tier 2 player, she soon discovered the hidden threats around them. A group of skeleton undead hid at the top of the canyon, carrying heavy crossbows that could launch bolts with the power to rival Tier 2 skills. It was obvious that these skeletons had already locked onto their team, and were ready to fire their crossbows at a moment's notice. Aside from the crossbow-wielding skeletons, Aqua Rose noticed a large number of ghosts flickering in and out of existence on the path ahead. The ghosts wandered around the bottom of the canyon, and even the weakest among them was a level 50 chieftain while the strongest were level 55 Grand Lords. If players accidentally provoked these monsters, the consequences would be unimaginable. As if they had long since familiarized themselves with this floor, the various superpowers teams quickly advanced on a predetermined path. As they advanced, the superpowers teams skillfully pushed away any ghosts they came across while dodging the heavy crossbow bolts. In comparison, the alliance formed by top adventurer teams quickly had their advance halted by powerful ghosts, their members peppered by the crossbow bolts from above the canyon. Damn it. Why is it so difficult? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons frowned at the 1st floor's difficulty. They were at a loss. Seeing this, the superpowers members shook their heads disapprovingly. The Primordial Divine Ruin was an extremely dangerous place. Yet the various adventurer teams had believed that getting into the ruin was the most difficult part. The struggle in the teleportation zone was simply a prelude for what was to come before the adventurer team alliance could think of a plan. They noticed Zero Wing's members taking large strides towards the gateway to the next floor. Have they lost their minds? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons gaped as they watched Zero Wing fearlessly advance. Chapter 1656. Dauntless Zero Wing. Chapter 1656. Dauntless Zero Wing. The Adventurer Team Alliance wasn't the only force confused by Zero Wing's sudden advance. The several superpowers upper echelons and the first-rate guilds alliance also flashed Zero Wing incredulous looks. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Zero Wing's behavior confused everyone. The Dark Canyon's terrain was complex. Although there appeared to be many paths that would lead to the top of the canyon, only a few were actually viable. Moreover, timing was very important when traversing the various paths. A single mistake could easily put an entire team in a dangerous situation. It wouldn't be surprising if the team were even eliminated, although players would lose only 20% of their EXP and be sent back to the starting point when they died in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Multiple deaths would significantly weaken a team and increase the raid's difficulty for newcomers to the Primordial Divine Ruin, such as Zero Wing and the Adventurer Team Alliance. The safest way through the Dark Canyon was to follow the various superpowers, who were already familiar with the first floors. Trial, of course, tagging along didn't necessarily mean safety. Even if two teams took the same path, their timing wouldn't be the same. In this case, it would depend on the commander's abilities. Although, for the two superpowers that raided the ruin for the first time, this wouldn't be a problem. The force's leadership had a perfect grasp of their team's positioning and could minimize their losses as they followed the other superpowers. The Adventurer Team Alliance's chain of command, however, was chaotic due to its multiple leaders. As a result, the Adventurer Team Alliance suffered many casualties as it attempted to follow after a superpower. But the Alliance still fared better than if it pioneered a path of its own yet. Zero Wing did not even understand such a basic principle, and had made a beeline for the top of the canyon. Moreover, Zero Wing's members moved with large strides, paying no attention to the monsters in their way. Unlike the other teams who carefully and steadily advanced, suddenly, Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian and Violet Cloud rushed ahead of Zero Wing's team, charging onto the gravel path that contained a plethora of wandering ghosts. Meanwhile, the 15 MTs of the Magic Light Team's 15 MTs guarded the rear of the team, while the Conqueror party split up and covered the sides. Ghost Knight Undead Chieftain. Level 50. HP 6000000/6, 000000. Ghost Berserker Undead Lord. Level 52. HP 17000000/17, 000000. Ghost General Undead Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 85, 00000/85, 000000. Oh. As Cola and the others moved through the canyon, the wandering Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers quickly discovered their presence. Like hungry wolves that had just discovered meat, the ghosts surged towards the empty tree. Are they trying to get themselves killed? Are they really trying to grind the ghosts as if they were common monsters? Everyone was stupefied as they watched Cola, Turtledove, and Yiwumian attract more and more Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers. The Primordial Divine Ruin had an endless supply of monsters, and even if players killed these monsters, the awarded EXP and loot was insignificant compared to monsters outside of the ruin. Grinding these monsters simply wasn't worth the effort. Though to the various powers present, it did not really matter even if a large number of Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers ganged up on them, as they were more than capable of defeating these monsters. Instead, the canyon's true danger came from the numerous skeletons stationed at its top. The bolts they fired from their heavy crossbows were as powerful as Tier 2 attacks. Even level 50 Tier 1 MTs would be forced to retreat by several steps and lose around 4,000 HP if they blocked one of these bolts with their shields. If struck directly, they would be dead after 2 or 3 hits. Hence, it was important when selecting a path through the canyon to choose one with favorable terrain that could be used to block the crossbow attacks and lower the chances of encounter ghost generals. In the blink of an eye, over 500 Ghost Knights and dozens of Ghost Berserkers chased after Cola and the others. Moreover, the skeletons on both sides of the canyon had aimed and fired their crossbows at the MT trio. However, Cola and the others paid no attention to the countless incoming attacks and continued to advance mindlessly, attracting more monsters as they went. The commotion had even lured some of the wandering ghost generals. Good. Everyone charge. Follow Cola's group. Shurfeng revealed a smile when he saw the swarm of monsters charge at Cola and the others at this stage of the game. Nobody was more familiar with Primordial Divine Ruins than him. He knew that Primordial Divine Ruins were survival tests. Although it was the first time he had visited the Primordial Divine Ruin in the Orc Empire, every ruin had nearly the same tests. It had been common knowledge in his previous life that the Primordial Divine Ruins first floor trial would become more dangerous as teams spent more time here. Take the various superpowers, for example. Although they had familiarized themselves with the paths to the top of the canyon and hence could limit the number of crossbow attacks that reached their teams, it was impossible to avoid casualties completely. In fact, the various superpowers teams were continuously lost members as they advanced right now. Moreover, as they approached closer to the top of the canyon, their casualty rates became more severe. To make matters worse, players that died and allowed the system to resurrect them would reappear at the starting point. Once they did, they'd have no way of catching up to their main force. As for having the team stop midway to resurrect the fallen, that would only end up causing the team to suffer even more casualties because of this. Team members that died halfway through the canyon were as good as eliminated unless a team wipe occurred. The best way to challenge the first floor trial was to send a player in as bait and draw the enemy fire while the rest of the team followed behind. Doing so would greatly reduce the number of attacks the team received and was much safer than following one of the more protected routes. The only problem with this method was that the players acting as bait needed to be strong enough. The main force also had to maintain enough distance from the bait. If the main force got too close, they would pull the agitated monster's aggro. If the main force fell too far behind, the bait would have moved past the skeleton's attack range. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Shurfeng had employed this strategy. His grasp of his team's positioning was incredibly accurate. With Violet Cloud in the center, Cola's group pushed forward. As they faced numerous attacks, their HP steadily decreased. Fortunately, the chieftain-ranked Ghost Knights and Lord-ranked Ghost Berserkers were not much of a threat. The true threat came from the Ghost Generals and the heavy crossbow attacks from both sides of the canyon in particular. Currently, a swarm of Ghost Knights chased after Cola's group of 4, and although the situation looked dire, it worked in the group's favor as the Ghost Generals had a hard time reaching the players. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the crossbow attacks when Cola, Turtledove, and Yuwumian used their shields to block the incoming crossbow bolts. They'd stiffen slightly and lose around 1,500 HP. When the other powers noticed the damage Cola and his team received, they couldn't help their jealousy. Unlike Cola and the others, their MTs received over -4,000 damage, even when they blocked the crossbow bolts successfully. This meant that the MT trio from Zero Wing could endure 3 times the attacks that their MTs could. However, they still ridiculed Zero Wing for its foolish leadership. If Cola and his companions had the support of a large number of healers, they'd be practically unkillable. Yet Zero Wing actually let these 3 powerful MTs charge ahead on their own. It was a reckless waste of resources. With how the team utilized Cola and the others, it wouldn't matter if they could endure 2 or 3 more hits than other MTs. Sure enough, Cola, Turtledove, and Yuwumian's HPs began to decrease rapidly. In a short moment, they had lost more than 1/3 of their HPs. The various superpowers' upper echelons lamented the loss. The MT trio only had a single healer to support them, and it simply wasn't enough to keep the 3 players alive. But after another moment, the superpowers noticed something strange. Despite Cola, Turtledove, and Yuwumian's HPs having already fallen below the 25% mark, Violet Cloud hadn't prepared to cast any spells. What's going on? Isn't that girl a cleric? Or does she have some kind of grudge against those MTs? Everyone watched Violet Cloud in confusion. However, while the spectating crowd wondered about the young woman's hesitation, Cola took a look at his own HP bar. Let's begin, Cola said. Rather than panicking, his voice contained a hint of excitement. Turtledove and the others then nodded in response, following which, Cola shouted before releasing a blinding golden glow. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Cola's group, illuminating the dark canyon. Suddenly, for golden barriers enveloped each member of the group, the move Cola just used was none other than the Tier 2 skill, Divine Shield, which Shurfeng had obtained from the Boneless Land. When activated, the skill granted the Divine Shield buff, which lasted 30 seconds, to a maximum of 10 players. The buff decreased incoming damage from Tier 3 or below attacks by 50% and attacks above Tier 3 by 20%. The buff also increased attack speed and movement speed by 20%, and healing effects received by 100%. Divine Shield was a very powerful skill, though it had a downside. A 1-hour cooldown. Violet Cloud also used the Tier 2 spell, Holy Prayer. The spell affected all allies within a 50-yard radius, and granted them an hot buff that healed them based on Violet Cloud's mana. Moreover, players affected by Holy Prayer would receive a 20% damage reduction buff. The spell had a 1-minute duration and a 20-minute cooldown. Under the effects of these 2 skills, Cola's group members each recovered over 8,000 HP every second. The damage they received was reduced to a pitiful amount as well. This turn of events allowed Cola's group to advance with ease while the rest of Zero Wing's team followed behind in less than a minute. Zero Wing's members had reached the top of the canyon. Chapter 1657. Continuous Clearance. Chapter 1657. Continuous Clearance. The sounds of battle had filled the dark canyon, but as Zero Wing's members reached the top, the various powers, which were still engaged in combat, fell silent. That's actually possible? For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words as they stared at Zero Wing's members. They had invested a ton of effort and made numerous sacrifices during their previous raids to locate the best route up the canyon, and they would still suffer before they reached the safe zone at its top yet. Zero Wing had run for the top of the canyon without sparing their surroundings a glance. Not only had the guild team succeeded, but they had only lost a few dozen players, which was practically negligible. Sure enough, Zero Wing is extraordinary, Praying Lotus muttered, her eyelashes fluttering as she watched Shifeng, the commander of Zero Wing's team. No other guild would dare to be so bold. The two skills Cola's group had used were particularly powerful. Although they were not invulnerability skills, the combined effect had nullified the threat from both the ghosts and the heavy crossbows. They only got through thanks to powerful attributes and skills, Wild Ocean said, clicking his tongue. The next floors will be even more difficult, and basic attributes will become less important. If they try to pull another stunt like that, they'll get themselves killed. Emichim. Praying Lotus did not rebuke Wild Ocean's words this time after all. What the Shield Warrior youth had said was true. As players delved deeper into the Primordial Divine Ruin, the trials they faced would become more difficult. They would also encounter more indifferent traps. Rather than simply relying on raw power, players would have to rely on their technical abilities in the lower floors. The brute force method Zero Wing had used was only viable on the first floor. It wouldn't be possible to clear the following floors with the same method correspondingly, though players would have higher chances of encountering opportunities and treasure the further they explored. There was practically nothing noteworthy in the ruin's first underground floor. One would be extremely lucky if they even came across a bronze treasure chest. Although players could also find combat techniques on the first underground floor, the chances of that were extremely slim. If one wanted better loot, they'd have to reach the Primordial Divine Ruin's third underground floor. Only the third floor and down offered level 50 plus top-tier equipment. At the same time, the chances of finding combat techniques and other treasures also increased. Shifeng didn't hurry towards through the ruin after reaching the top of the canyon. Instead, he had everyone rest in the safe zone. Players' stamina and concentration consumption were far more severe in the Primordial Divine Ruin than outside of it. If they did not rest, they might fail trials that should be passable. Meanwhile, the only places in which players could rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin were the system-established safe zones. Traps and monsters were present everywhere else, and if they relaxed, even for a moment in these locations, they'd swiftly lose their lives. After Zero Wing's members had rested for some time, the various superpowers teams began to arrive in the safe zone, one after another. However, unlike Zero Wing, the various superpowers only had around 80% of the 1,500 plus members they had entered the ruin with. The rest of their players had to wait for the system to resurrect them, forming teams with other players to search for opportunities and treasure on the first floor. After everyone rested, they proceeded towards the second underground floor. The second floor contained a primal forest. Visibility here was even worse than in the first floor's dark canyon. Even Tier 2 players could only see up to 80 yards away. As players traversed the forest, they were bombarded by all kinds of spell attacks from out of nowhere from time to time. These spells packed a punch, and even Tier 2 MTs only survived after 3 or 4 direct hits. Tier 1 MTs were lucky to survive even 2 hits. If players wished to reach the next safe zone alive, they would have to rely on their individual reaction speed and decision-making. They'd have to dodge or block an attack instantly when targeted. Only by doing so would the healers have a chance of healing them. All the heals in the world wouldn't save them if a spell struck them directly. The ruined second floor was also much larger than the first, a testament to the Primordial Divine Ruin's unique nature. As teams progressed, they'd encounter larger maps, forcing players to travel greater distances and face more danger. Shifeng didn't have any special strategy to get through the second floor's trial. He could only send in the Magic Light team and Conqueror parties to tank as many hits as possible, limiting the number of casualties the team suffered. Overall, Zero Wing didn't fare nearly as well as the various superpowers. Upon reaching the third underground floor, the increased difficulty was particularly evident. The necessary method to clear the third floor wasn't like the first two. The various attacks and traps players had to face had also changed. Now, players had to collect a sufficient number of teleportation stones to proceed to the fourth floor. Each teleportation stone could only transport 100 players, and only the third floor's Grand Lord ranked monsters would drop them. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to kill a Grand Lord ranked boss in such a dangerous environment. It's no wonder why only the various superpowers have only gotten through the third floor thus far, leaving the first-rate guild's alliance behind. As Shi Feng stood at the third floor's starting point and observed the barren wasteland before him, he could not help but frown. Thunderclouds covered the sky above the plain as far as he could see. Lightning frequently descended, decorating the ground with scorch marks. Not only did the lightning strikes contain a lot of power, but they were also extremely fast, significantly faster than normal spell attacks. When facing a normal spell attack, expert players could dodge or block as long as the spell was cast from a certain distance, but the lightning strikes from above were incredibly fast. This trial's difficulty increase was tremendous. Furthermore, players had to kill level 55 Grand Lords. However, the various superpowers teams, which had just arrived, reacted as if they didn't see the lightning bombarding the plane. They quickly split into two groups, leaving one behind in the safe zone while the other boldly strode into the barren wasteland in search of Grand Lord ranked thunder beasts and thunder elementals. Lightning continued to descend from the sky, but the superpowers members swiftly maneuvered around the strikes. Aside from a few unlucky players, who had been targeted by multiple lightning strikes, most were able to dodge the natural attacks. Even if they failed to dodge in time, their team's healers would quickly restore their lost HP. In contrast, the first-rate guilds and adventurer teams were unsure of how to continue. If they only had to dodge the lightning strikes, most of their members would be successful, but with the addition of monsters, chaos would ensue. They'd either fall to the lightning, or the monsters would slaughter them. So what if they got a lot of players this far? They still won't clear the third floor. Wild Ocean could not help but flash Zero Wing's team, which still occupied the starting point. A ridiculing smirk. Players' basic attributes were no longer the key to clearing the trial once they reached the third underground floor. Here, individual combat standards held greater importance. If a team couldn't defeat the Grand Lord rank bosses while being showered by lightning strikes, it would venture no further in the Primordial Divine Ruin Guild leader. The lightning strike's attack rate and numbers are too high. I'm afraid that no more than 50 of our members will be able to fight while dodging the strikes. Should we grind the bosses for teleportation stones with just a 50-man team? Although it will slow us down, we shouldn't have a problem collecting the necessary teleportation stones. Aqua Rose suggested if any other guild, excluding the superpowers, encountered such a situation, they'd likely be stuck here. Even Zero Wing only had a few experts who could fight in this lightning zone. Not even the Conqueror's armor's battle arrays would be very effective. Meanwhile, trying to raid Grand Lords with so few experts was impossible. This was also why the various first-rate guilds, which had reached the ruin's third underground floor previously, had never cleared it. However, Zero Wing was different. Its team had over 10 Tier 2 players and shouldn't have a problem forming a 50-man raid team that could dodge the lightning while fighting the bosses. Unfortunately, raiding level 55 Grand Lords with only 50 members would take a lot of time. More time than the various superpowers raid teams, which had around 300 members each. No need. We'll all go together, Shi Feng said, smiling as he shook his head. Everyone? For a moment, Aqua Rose thought she had misheard Shi Feng. Relax. If this were any other trap, we might not have a way to deal with it, but if we only have to deal with lightning, we won't have to worry, Shi Feng said. He then took a thick, ancient tome from his bag. This item was none other than the Ancient Weather Book. Chapter 1658. Might of the Ancient Book. Chapter 1658. Might of the Ancient Book. Across the vast wasteland, the various superpowers hunted bosses with organized precision. Meanwhile, the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams could only watch from within the safe zone. Although these teams had a few experts who could dodge the lightning strikes, players who could dodge while fighting a Grand Lord were as rare as a Phoenix's Feather. A level 55 Grand Lord was already an extremely difficult foe, and teams lost players even during a normal raid. Hence, trying to raid one while severely handicapped would simply be suicidal. To compensate for their lack of numbers, The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had tried to pool their experts to raid the bosses. However, despite multiple attempts, they had failed, although the alliance of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams had formed allowed them to build a raid team with sufficient manpower. The environment favored the Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Elementals and Thunder Beasts. The third floor's environment enhanced all lightning-type skills and spells by 30%. Cloth armor classes, which had low HP and defense, would likely die instantly if they failed to dodge the Thunder Elementals or Thunder Beasts skills. Zero mistakes were allowed in battle, however. Players would be hard-pressed to avoid mistakes while constantly bombarded with lightning. In the end, the Alliance team wiped after losing so many members midway through the battle as the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams rested. Shifeng led his entire team into the lightning zone. It was as if he had missed their tragic downfall after fighting in the Wasteland 3. Going all together? Have Zero Wings members lost their minds? What are they trying to do? Even if a single death only costs 20% EXP, do they have to be so reckless? When the members of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams saw Zero Wing head into the plains, they thought that Zero Wings members had gone mad in this lightning wasteland. A player's basic attributes didn't matter as much as on the previous floors. Here, combat standards were far more important. Even if a team charged into the lightning wasteland with 1,000 members, each member would suffer the same number of lightning strikes. In fact, the players would have a higher chance of being struck. This was because players would have less space to maneuver in a larger group. Moreover, if players were not careful when they dodged, they'd likely avoid their own lightning strike only to get hit by their neighbors. The various powers weren't the only ones confused by Shifeng's ludicrous decision. Even Zero Wings members were confused. They had seen how the experts from the various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had ended up after fighting in the wasteland. They also knew that those experts' standards were much stronger than theirs. If they rushed into the plains, they'd doubtlessly suffer a similar fate as Zero Wings members approached the safe zone's boundary and were about to enter the lightning zone. They couldn't help their growing nerves. Why are they here? Wild Ocean, who currently fought within the zone, was surprised to notice Zero Wings' team enter the lightning wasteland. Are they that tired of living? Zero Wings' team had over 1,000 members, and if it tried to enter the zone with so many players, the number of lightning strikes that would descend on the team would be staggering. Not even superpowers like King's Return would pull such a stunt. Could Zero Wing be experimenting and trying to see how many of its members can survive a battle in the lightning zone? Praying Lotus, who was casting a healing spell, was just as stunned to see Zero Wings advance, as the various superpowers members wondered. One player from Zero Wing after another stepped into the zone. Watching 1,000+ players set foot into the lightning wasteland was extraordinarily eye-catching. Almost everyone kept a curious eye on Zero Wing's team, wondering how it planned to deal with the countless lightning strikes that would fall upon them. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds. However, not a single strike of lightning fell on Zero Wing's team. Every member on the team was alive and kicking, and they had an easy time defeating the multiple chieftain-ranked Thunder Elementals and Thunder Beasts that had charged at them. Where is the lightning? Why do those chieftain-ranked Thunder Elementals and Thunder Beasts seem weaker than the ones we're fighting? The watching players were stunned as they sent Zero Wings' team sidelong glances. They could not understand what was going on. Where were the lightning strikes that were supposed to descend? Could the lightning strikes have stopped because they have more people? Purple Jade was greatly confused as she watched Zero Wings members. The lightning was the most troublesome aspect about the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Without the lightning strikes, the third floor's trial would just be a simple series of Grand Lord raids. If that were the case, the various superpowers could easily clear the floor. That's not possible. Other teams have dispatched even more players than Zero Wing in past raids, but this has never happened, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He too wore a confused look. Even Zero Wings players were confused. Only Aqua Rose knew that this was Shifeng's doing. It seems this thing is quite effective. Shifeng smiled at the ancient weather book in his hands. The ancient weather book could change the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Removing the thunderclouds in a specific area was a small task for the item without the lightning strikes. The third floor's trial posed no threat to his team members. Very quickly, Zero Wings' team located a level 55 Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Beast. Great Thunder Wolf, Thunder Beast, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 88. 000000/88. 00000. Oh. Now the boss, which had given the various superpowers painful headaches, was an ordinary Grand Lord to Zero Wing, with Cola, Turtledove and Yuwumian taking the lead, and the Magic Light Team's MTs tanking the nearby mobs. The rest of the team could focus on dealing damage. Moreover, without the Lightning Environment's boost, the Great Thunder Wolf's attacks were little more than tickles to Cola and his fellow MTs. The Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around -8,000 damage, while its skill attacks only dealt around -20,000. Even without Turtledove and Yuwumian's assistance, Cola could easily tank the Great Thunder Wolf. The other players launched frenzied attacks at the Great Thunder Wolf, each dealing several thousand damage. As the team fought, the Grand Lord's HP visibly decreased naturally. This made the various superpowers jealous. The Primordial Divine Ruins bosses weren't like field bosses. Their attributes wouldn't change, regardless of how many players raided them at one time. This meant that the more members a raid team possessed, the greater the team's advantage would be. Zero Wing's team had over 1,000 members, which was more than triple what the other teams possessed. Moreover, Zero Wing's members did not have to worry about avoiding lightning strikes. In less than 5 minutes, the Great Thunder Wolf fell before Zero Wing's members. Everyone on the team also gained a significant amount of EXP. Moreover, the Great Thunder Wolf had dropped 8 items in total thanks to Shurfeng's divine providence. Although this didn't seem like much, it was above average for Grand Lords above level 50. When the various superpowers had killed their respective Grand Lords, they only got 5 items. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Great Thunder Wolf's loot, Shurfeng had to admit that the Primordial Divine Ruins bosses were far more generous than the bosses in Team Dungeons. Out of the 8 items dropped, 1 was a teleportation stone, and 5 were level 50 weapons and pieces of equipment, 3 of which were fine gold rank and 2 were secret silver rank. The last 2 items were pages of incomplete combat techniques and advanced combat technique. Shurfeng was ecstatic the moment he saw the 2 sheets of lambskin parchment. Basic combat techniques would drop as complete items in the Primordial Divine Ruin, but advanced combat techniques and above would appear as pages. Players would have to gather every page to learn the combat technique. Excited, Shurfeng immediately inspected the 2 parchment sheets. Chapter 1659. Top-tier Advanced Combat Technique. Chapter 1659. Top-tier Advanced Combat Technique. As Shurfeng inspected the incomplete pages, his eyes shone with excitement. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 3rd page. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 6th page. Most of the combat techniques that dropped in the Primordial Divine Ruin were basic combat techniques, and most of them dropped as the complete versions. Although some basic combat techniques dropped as incomplete pages, those were the extreme minority. Normally, only advanced rank or higher combat techniques would drop as individual pages. However, there were differences between advanced combat techniques and those of other ranks. Not only could players in God's domain improve their foundations by learning combat techniques, but they could also learn ways to exhibit their strength more efficiently, thereby raising their overall combat power. Some combat techniques even granted players the power to challenge foes of higher levels. A basic combat technique might not help half-step Refinement Realm experts fight Refinement Realm experts, but an ordinary advanced combat technique could. This was also why the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were so desperate to compete for slots to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. Meanwhile, an advanced combat technique's strength could be determined by the number of pages it possessed. An ordinary advanced combat technique would only include 6 to 8 pages, a first-rate advanced combat technique would possess 9 to 12 pages, and a top-tier advanced combat technique would possess 13 to 15 pages. An ordinary advanced combat technique could only help a half-step Refinement Realm expert qualify to fight a Refinement Realm expert. Meanwhile, a first-rate advanced combat technique allowed Refinement Realm experts to face Flowing Water Realm experts. As for top-tier advanced combat techniques, if Flowing Water Realm experts learned one, they could even pose as a threat to Void Realm experts. Even throughout God's domain, Void Realm experts were extremely rare. Yet, with a top-tier advanced combat technique, A flowing water realm expert could stand against void realm experts. One could just imagine how valuable such a combat technique was. There was no doubt that Lightning Flash was a top-tier advanced combat technique. Sherfong had never expected to get lucky enough to find a top-tier advanced combat techniques pages, and moreover it was an attack-type technique. Zero Wing didn't actually have any of these. If it were possible to collect the complete Lightning Flash secret technique, it would certainly help the guild's experts. Learning the technique would likely offer more benefits than the Conqueror's armor. The Conqueror's armor only gave its wearer the power to face refinement realm experts temporarily, and after all was said and done, it was only a piece of level 50 equipment. Once players leveled up, the equipment would be useless. It could not truly become part of a player's strength. An advanced combat technique was different. Once players learned it, they could put it to good use regardless of their level. It would also offer significant help when players challenged their promotion quests. Moreover, a complete advanced combat technique was different from secret technique tablets. Although the combat techniques one could learn from a secret technique were more powerful than advanced combat techniques, very few players could learn them. It was impossible to share those techniques with a significant number of players. However, a complete advanced combat technique took the form of a book. He could store the book in the guild warehouse, and guild members could read it as they wished. Setting aside whether or not players could actually learn the technique successfully, at the very least, everyone would have the opportunity to learn. In the past, the reason that experts from the various superpowers had an easier time with their promotion quests, rising through the tiers, than experts from first-rate guilds and below wasn't just better weapons and equipment. Rather, it was because their access to combat techniques was superior in both quantity and quality. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong led his team in search of another boss rather than resting. The ancient weather book only had a 2-hour duration, whereas it had a 10-hour cooldown. He might be able to wait for such a long time, but the Primordial City would not wait for him. Who knew if the Primordial City had an entry limit? If there wasn't one, they might be alright, but if there were, he and Zero Wings members would lose their chance to enter the legendary city if they were too late. Hence, he had to cherish every second and minute of these 2 hours. Zero Wings members continued to hunt one Grand Lord rank Thunder Elemental or Beast after another. When the team encountered a Grand Lord in the barren wasteland, they'd pounce like a pack of hungry wolves. They behaved nothing like the players from the various superpowers, who returned to rest in the starting area after slaying 1 or 2 bosses. The various superpowers grew envious at seeing this. Without the threat from the lightning strikes, Zero Wing could casually slaughter these ready-made Grand Lords. Not only were the team members able to earn an abundance of EXP, but they also secured plenty of top-tier equipment. The Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor had practically become a sacred leveling spot for Zero Wing. How is this possible? King's Return's Wild Ocean was at a loss as he watched the scene before him. He had assumed that Zero Wing would be stuck on the 3rd floor, yet based its pace, it'd likely be the first team to reach the 4th underground floor. Uncle Broken, should we contact them? Praying Lotus whispered to Broken City, who stood beside her. Thus far, the various superpowers had only reached the 4th floor. Not one of their teams had made it to the 5th yet. The 4th floor was simply too difficult, and there was no comparing it with the 3rd floor. With the current strength of King's Return's team, it could not clear the 4th floor alone. If King's Return wished to reach the 5th floor, it would have to ally with another team. However, doing so would leave the team fewer entry slots to the 5th floor. No, it is too soon. We'll send them an invite once they experience the 4th floor's wall, Broken City said, smiling as he shook his head. The 3rd floor's trial was child's play compared to the 4th floor. Not only did players have to face all sorts of attacks, but the Guardian boss was also a bona fide level 58 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Even now, not a single superpower had dealt any damage to the Guardian boss. Although King's Return had prepared thoroughly this time, they had no more than a 30% chance of defeating the Grand Lord. Needless to say, Zero Wing's chances were even lower. While the various powers grinded bosses on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor, news of Zero Wing's team completing the 3rd floor's trial quickly spread among the participating teams. The various large guilds and top adventurer teams from the kingdoms and empire neighboring the Orc Empire in particular, had to reevaluate their opinions of the guild. The various superpowers had, thus far, monopolized the Primordial Divine Ruins' 4th floor. The fact that Zero Wing had reached that floor proved that it could nearly rival those superpowers in terms of top-tier experts. At the very least, Zero Wing was definitely superior to first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams in this regard. However, A deathly silence had fallen over the meeting room within Heaven's Burial's ancient Rock City residence due to this latest information. Nobody could have imagined that, in one short day, Heaven's Burial would lose the massive advantage it had cultivated. And it was all due to Zero Wing. First, Zero Wing had shattered ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, the guild had plundered their entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Now Zero Wing was about to set foot on the ruin's fourth underground floor. Zero Wing. Singular Burial's expression twisted as he read the latest report. Heaven's Burial's reputation was in tatters. If they did not figure out a way to deal with this problem now, the guild would likely have a rocky path ahead even if they held on to ancient Rock City. Singular Burial spun towards Flame Blood, who sat beside him wrapped in bandages, and growled, "Flame, didn't you say that Beast Emperor needs the souls of 400,000 elite players to display his full strength in Star Moon Kingdom? Go. Tell him that I will fulfill that request." Guild leader, are you planning on giving up on Star Moon Kingdom entirely? Flame Blood could not help his surprise. Beast Emperor's request was no laughing matter. It was both the last and worst option Heaven's Burial had. That's right. Since we can't have Star Moon Kingdom, what's the point in leaving it alive? Singular Burial nodded, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the fact that Heaven's Burial had lost the struggle for Star Moon Kingdom. Regardless of whether or not they defended ancient Rock City, the necessary funds to repair it was still a problem. They also had to pay plenty in bounty claims each day. If they continued the battle with Zero Wing, it would only be a matter of time before the guild was finished. Even if Heaven's Burial had the support of major corporations, if he wanted Heaven's Burial to survive, he had to give up on Star Moon Kingdom. I understand. I'll contact Beast Emperor right away. Seeing how serious Singular Burial was, Flame Blood inwardly lamented the fact that the man had become like this. He never thought that a guild like Zero Wing could actually corner Singular Burial, a genius to this extent. Of the many years he had followed Singular Burial, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. In a certain mountain range covered with dense forests, countless powerful monsters roamed about the area. Every monster here was above level 100, and quite a few were mythic rank. However, none of these monsters dared to approach the forest in the mountain range's inner region. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the forest's entrance. It was none other than Flame Blood. When Flame Blood appeared, several massive, humanoid creatures appeared around him, each radiating the terrifying aura only Tier 4 mythic monsters had. Amazing. After not seeing him for some time, he's already developed to this point. Flame Blood was stunned when he noticed the 6 mythic-ranked evil demons around him. Mythic-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were far more difficult to nurture than evil beasts. Previously, Beast Emperor had only been able to nurture a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Although Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were very powerful, they were not invincible. If numerous experts worked together, they'd still be able to kill one. However, it was a different story for mythic-ranked evil demons. At this stage of the game, mythic monsters were insurmountable, even to the various superpowers. Otherwise, the level 50 super large-scale team dungeon in God's domain would not stand empty. Moreover, evil demons commanded superior intellect and could exhibit greater combat power than evil beasts. Most importantly, they could be summoned at any time, unlike evil beasts, which could only move from location to location of their own power. Now that Beast Emperor commanded mythic-ranked evil demons, he had the equivalent of mythic-ranked bodyguards at all times. Having mythic-ranked evil demons would undoubtedly increase the safety and survivability of controllers like Beast Emperor by a significant margin. He would no longer have to hide when attacking and could control his armies more efficiently. After seeing these mythic-ranked evil demons, Flame Blood's desire to obtain his own grew. Being a member of the Evil God's Temple, every race on the continent of God's domain hunted him constantly. Surviving in the game had become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, if players or NPCs captured him and sent him to the War God's Temple, his character would be sentenced to death in the truest sense, and he'd be forced to start all over again. Hence, he needed to be careful when he moved about and rarely appear before other players. If he had his own mythic-ranked evil demons, though, he wouldn't have to worry about capture unless he encountered a Tier 5 NPC. Fortunately, Tier 5 NPCs were apex powerhouses in God's domain, and they weren't so easy to encounter. Normally, the strongest NPCs players would meet were Tier 4 after the evil demons had a chance to observe Flame Blood for a moment. They retreated back into the forest. Flame Blood then strode into the forest himself. There was a massive crater within the heart of the forest. The crater radiated an evil energy so dense that even an evil god apostle like him gasped as it washed over him. If an ordinary player bathed in this dense evil energy, it would likely corrupt them instantly. This crater was none other than the home of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple. As long as players were within range of the temple, its energy would cut off their communication with the outside world. They would not be able to send or receive messages. Flame Blood, a middle-aged man covered in pitch-black ruins, sat in the severely dilapidated temple. When he noticed Flame Blood enter the temple, he sent the cleric a glance and asked, "Why are you here? Weren't you controlling your evil demon army to protect ancient Rock City?" Although the man before Flame Blood hadn't expressed any emotion, speaking only in a calm tone, Flame Blood's heart palpitated in fear. This wasn't just because Beast Emperor was one of the evil god's temple's evil god envoys, but also because of the horrific evil energy that lingered around him. The man was far more frightening than the last time Flame Blood had seen Beast Emperor. The evil energy Beast Emperor radiated was no weaker than the evil energy the temple itself radiated. This man's evil energy would likely kill ordinary players before they could approach him. Moreover, as Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor, he could not help but feel as if he stared at a ferocious beast that had just woken from a long slumber. "My guild leader sent me," Flame Blood said after stealing his mind. "Didn't you say that you needed 400,000 souls from elite players? My guild leader says he can give them to you." "He's finally made up his mind?" Beast Emperor asked, chuckling. "Then return and tell him this. The day he has the players ready will be the day Zero Wing perishes." Although he was quite powerful and could easily hunt down players for their souls, the immortal souls he needed had to come from willing players. Unfortunately, he was still short 400,000 elite players even after exhausting his means. Otherwise, he would have handed Star Moon Kingdom to the evil god's temple a while ago. Flame Blood nodded in response. He had no doubt regarding Beast Emperor's claim. Others might not know the power Beast Emperor wielded after the evil god's temple had activated, but as a member, Flame Blood knew it very well. Meanwhile, back in the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor, quite some time had passed since the various superpowers had departed for the fourth floor. Only the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, which couldn't defeat the bosses, and Zero Wings team, which still hunted Grand Lord rank thunder beasts and elementals, remained on the third floor. Crap. Just how many Grand Lords must Zero Wings members kill before they are satisfied? They might be grinding for level 50 top-tier equipment on this floor. After all, opportunities like this don't come often. With how many Grand Lords they've already killed, they should have more than enough teleportation stones. I wonder if they'd be willing to share some with us? Don't even think about it. First, the Primordial City will definitely have an entry limit. It's only natural to let as few players as possible reach the 4th and 5th floors. Moreover, the teleportation stones are bound to players of the same team, and can only be passed around between players on the same team. The stones can also only be used on team members. If the team's member count suddenly increases, the teleportation stones they've collected thus far will become useless. That makes it even less likely that they'd be willing to help us. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams couldn't help but envy Zero Wings battling members as they searched for treasures on the third floor. When they saw the teleportation stones scattered across the ground, their eyes became bloodshot. Despite all of their effort, they hadn't obtained a single teleportation stone, yet Zero Wings' team didn't even bother to pick up the stones that had dropped. Meanwhile, Shifeng activated Divine Providence as they killed another level 55 Grand Lord, ranked Thunder Beast. After he collected the loot and inspected it, his brows lifted in joyful surprise. "Wonderful. With this I finally have everything I need." Shifeng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the last page of Lightning Flash. They had raided bosses for nearly 2 hours now. They had even begun to lure 2 or 3 Grand Lords, raiding them at once, midway through their journey. Fortunately, they had collected all 13 unique pages for the Lightning Flash secret technique before the ancient weather book's weather control ran out. System. You have collected all pages for Lightning Flash. Do you wish to synthesize the complete version of it? Synthesizing the complete version will require 1,000 magic crystals. 1,000 crystals? Why so many? Shifeng was confused after reading the system notification. Normally, synthesizing an advanced combat technique only required between 50 and 100 magic crystals, depending on the number of pages the technique possessed. Yet, the combat technique in his hands required 1,000 magic crystals. The system was clearly trying to swindle him. I want to see what kind of combat technique you're going to give me. Shifeng couldn't care less about the cost, however, paying the 1,000 magic crystals without hesitation. After all the trouble he had gone through to collect the pages, he wasn't going to leave them to rot just because the system wanted to rob him. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a difference between 100 magic crystals and 1,000 to Shifeng. Suddenly, with Shifeng at its center, a pitch-black magic array appeared beneath his feet. A powerful stream of mana surged upward from the array, and ignoring the ancient weather book's effects, thunderclouds gathered above, blocking out the sun above Shifeng. Massive lightning bolts then descended from the clouds, striking the 13 incomplete pages that hovered above Shifeng's head. After hundreds of thundering booms echoed throughout the third floor, a thick, ancient tome hovered before Shifeng. Faint arcs of blue electricity danced around the tome. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. The hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly flashing in the vast wasteland immediately drew the attention of every player on the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Compared to the normal lightning strikes, not only were the ones just now much more powerful, but the number and rate at which they appeared were also much higher than before. The resulting thunder also echoed throughout the entire wasteland, hurting everyone's eardrums. What's going on over there? Why did so many lightning bolts suddenly strike Zero Wing? Everyone on the third floor turned towards Zero Wing's location at practically the same time, their hearts bursting with curiosity. Previously, none of the lightning strikes had hit anywhere near Zero Wing. Yet now Zero Wing received a violent bombardment. Most likely, even a great lord of the same level would be reduced to ashes after eating so many powerful lightning bolts. What's that? A book? Could some kind of treasure have dropped? Some of the players nearby quickly noticed the ancient tome hovering before Shifeng. Although they could not make out what kind of item the ancient tome was, judging by the huge commotion that heralded its appearance, they could easily guess that it was something extraordinary. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams present revealed looks of envy and greed. As far as they knew, no fine gold or dark gold item would create such a huge commotion when it appeared. Hence, the tome should be epic rank, at the very least an epic item. At this stage of the game, although powerful guilds like first-rate guilds would already have around a dozen or so epic items in their possession, to the masses, epic items were still exceedingly rare. However, everyone also understood that stealing the tome from Zero Wing was impossible. Setting aside how powerful Zero Wing's team was, even reaching Zero Wing's location would be a massive challenge for them. What a powerful aura. Shifeng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the ancient tome in the air before him. He had seen the synthesis of many advanced combat technique tomes before. However, none of them had ever caused such a huge commotion. Moreover, even after the lightning flash tome completed its synthesis, it still radiated a faint aura that attracted mana to it. A situation that Shifeng had never encountered before. For a moment, he found it somewhat incredible that the book before him was a combat technique tome. Guild leader, what is that item? Is it an epic tool? Aqua Rose could not help but ask curiously. The other members of the team also held great curiosity about the lightning flash secret technique. Immediately, they pricked their ears up in hopes of catching wind of the tome's identity. As for the item's attribute panel, they held no expectations of catching a glimpse of it. Nowadays, Zero Wing was rife with spies of other guilds. Meanwhile, in regard to the epic items the guild possessed, they were generally considered a secret. After all, epic items served as the foundation of a guild. If used at a critical moment, they could achieve miraculous effects. Naturally, the guild wouldn't reveal such an important secret unless necessary. Hence, the members of the team did not hope to find out the exact details of the tome. They only wished to know what kind of item it was. No. Shifeng shook his head. Smiling, he said, "This is a combat technique." A combat technique? Aqua Rose could not help but narrow her eyes at Shifeng skeptically. She suspected that Shifeng was simply messing around with her. What kind of combat technique could cause such a huge commotion? Even a secret technique tablet would not create such a commotion. When it dropped, Shifeng's words stunned everyone. Although they refused to believe Shifeng, they all knew what kind of personality he had. He would never lie about something like this. Moreover, if he did not wish for them to know what the tome was, he could simply say that it was a guild secret. In that case, they naturally would not pursue the matter yet. Everyone also found it unbelievable that a combat technique could cause such a huge commotion, of course. Moreover, it isn't just any ordinary combat technique, Shifeng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. This is a bronze combat technique with a complete legacy. Advanced combat techniques was something that countless expert players wished to learn. Even the various superpowers only possessed a few in the past. Advanced combat techniques had also been the strongest combat techniques Shifeng knew of. However, after finding out about secret technique tablets, in addition to the relevant information Phoenix Rain had provided him, he discovered the existence of combat techniques that were even stronger than advanced combat techniques. Bronze combat techniques. Normally, secret technique tablets were the only source of bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, the power one could exhibit using such a technique was beyond imagination. Even Void Realm experts would have difficulty coping against a bronze combat technique. Shifeng had never expected to obtain a bronze combat technique on the third floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin compared to a bronze tablet. A tome that recorded a complete bronze legacy technique was undoubtedly much better. Although a bronze tablet contained numerous bronze combat techniques, only 10 players could enter a bronze tablet each month, which meant that the guild could use it to nurture a mere handful of players. However, a combat technique tome did not possess such a restriction. As long as he willed it, he could let however many players learn from it as he wished. A bronze combat technique? Most of the Zero Wing members present revealed looks of confusion when they heard Shifeng's words. They did not understand what a bronze combat technique was at Alice for Aqua Rose and the others who had previously entered the legacy space for the secret spellcasting technique. They could not help but gape in shock. They knew what exactly a bronze combat technique represented. Something much more powerful than an advanced combat technique. Only players like them, who had entered the bronze temple of a secret technique space, would know about bronze combat techniques. However, back then, they received only one learning opportunity for each floor they ascended in the bronze temple. Moreover, each floor became increasingly difficult to clear as they reached higher floors, which severely limited the number of learning opportunities they had. Now, however, they had a complete bronze combat technique tome. This meant that they could learn the combat technique recorded on it at any time and without limit. Now that we have achieved our goal here, it's about time we headed down to the 4th floor, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then used the teleportation stones to send everyone to the 4th underground floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Zero Wing's team of 1,000+ players vanished from the Lightning Wasteland. Primordial Divine Ruin's 4th underground floor. The setting here was a quiet valley abounding with lush vegetation. A towering set of doors could be seen situated at the heart of the valley. Even if one stood at the summit of the mountains that formed the valley, one could still see this towering set of doors very clearly. Not only were the doors 100 meters in height, but they also sported plenty of divine runes carved on them. The doors radiated a powerful aura that would probably deter ordinary players from approaching them at this moment. However, a flashy light show could be seen taking place before the massive stone doors. At the same time, sounds of explosions kept echoing throughout the entire valley. In the next moment, a two-headed, three-tailed earth dragon, which stood before the stone doors, could be seen letting out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, encircling this earth dragon was a team of 1,000+ experts. Currently, these expert players were attacking the monster in a frenzy, bombarding the 50-meter-tall earth dragon with one attack after another. However, despite the spectacular phenomena accompanying their attacks, the attacks themselves dealt only around -400 damage. From beginning to end, not a single attack inflicted over -1,000 damage to the monster. What a powerful monster! An archaic species? Or is it a ferocious beast? Zero Wings members could not help but stare wide-eyed at the monster guarding the massive stone doors, their hearts filled with shock. Chapter 1662. Edgeless Blade and Earth Dragon. Shifeng could not help but be astonished as he looked at the 50-meter-tall monster standing inside the valley. Frost Flame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, Archaic Species, Inferior Dragon, Grand Lord. Level 58. HP 270 000 000/270 0000000. Oh. Compared to other archaic species of similar rank and level, the Frost Flame Two-Headed Earth Dragon was clearly stronger. Its HP already rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. It did not look like a grand lord at all. Moreover, aside from the Earth Dragon having superb defense, the battlefield it fought in was surrounded by pools of scorching lava. From time to time, jets of lava would shoot up and rain down on random locations of the battlefield. Even MTs would be able to endure a direct hit from the lava only 3 or 4 times. Should they successfully block the lava rain, the durability of their weapons and equipment would decrease significantly. In addition to the lava rain, the Earth Dragon itself attacked with its 3 tails and spewed out frost or flame breaths frequently. As a result, the expert players of the superpowers currently raiding the boss turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the battlefield one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the team made up of 1,000 plus experts was annihilated. By the time the battle was over, the entire area before the massive stone doors had transformed into a world of flames and frost, the scene both mesmerizing and shocking. At this point, the spectating members of the various superpowers wore somber expressions on their faces as they looked at the Earth Dragon looming over them arrogantly before the stone doors. The Earth Dragon's defense and HP were both ridiculously high. In addition, players raiding the Earth Dragon had to keep an eye out for the lava that would rain down from the sky. However, after Shifeng and the others arrived inside the valley, the various superpowers all shifted their sights towards them. When these superpowers saw Shifeng's group moving past them, heading straight towards the Frost Flame 2-headed Earth Dragon, none of them displayed any hostility. They simply watched quietly as Zero Wing's team approached the boss. Although there was only one boss on the entire 4th floor, they were not in a hurry to fight it at all. The reason for this was their confidence in the Earth Dragon's strength. The task of killing the Earth Dragon was no longer something a single superpower or large guild could achieve. Multiple superpowers would need to cooperate to deal with the boss. They couldn't possibly intend to take on the boss on their first visit, right? Wild Ocean could not help but laugh in ridicule when he saw Zero Wing's team showing signs of wanting to raid the Earth Dragon. The team that tried raiding the Earth Dragon just now consisted of the strongest experts of 2 superpowers. In the end, however, they were still no match for the boss. The Earth Dragon itself was already a massive challenge to players. The lava rain launched at random intervals from the surrounding lava pools only served to further increase the demands on players' combat standards. Meanwhile, the standard of Zero Wing's members was significantly inferior to that of the members of the various superpowers. Of course, it would be a different story if Zero Wing could replicate its feat on the 3rd floor and prevent the lava attacks from occurring entirely. However, how could such a thing happen time after time? It's better for us if they try. Once they realize where the difficulties of the raid lie, we'll have an easier time negotiating conditions for cooperation with them later on, Broken City said, chuckling nonchalantly. Though I do wonder how much of the boss's HP Zero Wing will be able to shave off. Zero Wing was behaving similarly to how the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor had before, although both guilds had known that the boss was not easy to deal with. As this was their first time raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin, they had felt that they should have no problem taking down the boss if they worked together. In the end, however, their combined forces got annihilated before they could even get the boss's HP below the 80% threshold. Now the upper echelons of both guilds were wearing exceedingly ugly expressions on their faces. Even the combined forces of the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor managed to lower the boss's HP only to 81%. I'm guessing Zero Wing will have trouble taking away even 5% of the boss's HP. Just the first 2 lava showers will most likely wipe out over 80% of Zero Wing's members. With the remaining members, they would be fortunate if their overall DPS exceeds the boss's battle recovery, Praying Lotus said, shaking her head in disapproval as she looked at Zero Wing's team. Although Zero Wing's previous performances had indeed exceeded expectations, the guild's deficient foundation would be its downfall on this floor. Meanwhile, the other guilds present were sitting back, eagerly awaiting the start of the upcoming show. After all, as more teams fought the Earth Dragon, spectators like themselves would be able to uncover more of the Earth Dragon's secrets, which would hopefully eventually allow them to defeat the boss. Uncle Yuan, how far do you think Zero Wing will be able to go? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Shifeng, who stood in the middle of Zero Wing's team. Other guilds might not have a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength, but the secret pavilion was well informed on matters regarding God's domain. They were quite aware that, when Phoenix Rain's Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing obtained the first clear of the Sunset Forest, Zero Wing had played an indispensable role in the raid. I'm not sure. Maybe they'll shave off around 20% of the boss's HP. Hopefully, they can get the boss to enter its second phase. That way we can get a better understanding of the boss, Yuan Tiexian replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, just as Yuan Tiexian and Purple Jade were conversing with each other, Zero Wings members were also looking at and discussing the Earth Dragon Guild leader. Let's go, Kola urged excitedly as he looked at the distant Earth Dragon. Truthfully, dealing with the bosses on the third floor had not posed a challenge to him whatsoever. He had not been able to fully exhibit the Titan Guard's capabilities when going up against those bosses. Now that the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon was before him, he was very eager to use it as a sparring partner to improve himself. Guild leader, why not let me be the lead MT this time? Turtledove eagerly recommended herself at this moment. Kola and the other MTs weren't the only ones itching for action. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other DPS of the team were also bursting with fighting spirit. As long as Shurfeng gave the command, they would immediately charge at the Earth Dragon without hesitation. Hold on a moment. Shadow, take this weapon and use it for this raid, Shurfeng said after pondering for some time. He then took out the Tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless blade from his bag and handed it over to Shadow Sword. Initially, Shadow Sword wanted to say that the Crimson Moon Greatsword he wielded was already plenty good, and that there was no need to switch weapons. However, after he accepted the Edgeless blade, he fell into a daze. Although he had yet to equip the weapon, the instant he took it into his hands, he could feel immense power surging into his body. At the same time, his mind also gained greater clarity. Shadow Sword immediately inspected the attributes of the Edgeless blade. What is this weapon? Shadow Sword muttered blankly as he looked at the Edgeless blade's attribute panel. Crimson Moon was one of Titan City's 31 holy weapons. At this point, he had already upgraded the weapon to Dark Gold rank, and its attributes were significantly superior to even ordinary Dark Gold weapons. In the future, he could even raise it to Epic rank. However, compared to the Edgeless blade he was currently holding, Crimson Moon was no different from an iron rod. He found it truly hard to imagine that such a powerful weapon could exist at this stage of the game. Moreover, even if he eventually upgraded Crimson Moon to Epic rank, he did not think that it would be a match for the Edgeless blade. The reason for this evaluation was the sensation he got when he held the Edgeless blade. It felt as if he had just activated a berserk skill. Just equipping the weapon had increased his strength by 40%. Moreover, the Edgeless blade's attack power was directly correlated to his strength attribute. Overall, the Edgeless blade's attack power was 50% higher than Crimson Moon's. In response to Shadow Sword's reaction, Shurfeng dispensed with explanations. He commanded through the team chat. Alright, everyone get ready. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian will be responsible for tanking the boss. Everyone else, pay attention to your positioning. Make sure not to stand near the Earth Dragon's heads and tails. If nobody has any problem, let's begin. As soon as Shurfeng was done speaking, Zero Wings members charged into the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon sphere of influence like a frenzied mob. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. Chapter 1663 Tier 3 Power. The Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon laid before the massive stone doors with all of its eyes shut. As the Earth Dragon breathed, the area before its heads turned into a hell of frost and fire. When Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian got within 300 yards of the Earth Dragon, it stirred. When its two sets of amber eyes fell on the MT trio, it released a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley. A horrific pressure washed over Zero Wings' approaching members, instilling a sense of dread and turning their movements sluggish. Ha ha ha. They're really doing it. And they're charging in as one mindlessly instead of sending a few experts to test the waters. What a bunch of brave fools. Wild Ocean laughed when he saw the ugly expressions that Zero Wings members wore. He knew just how powerful the Earth Dragon was. After all, he had already fought the boss more than once. One could only understand the Earth Dragon's strength if they had experienced it personally. From what he had learned, he knew that ordinary Grand Lord ranked archaic species couldn't compare to this Earth Dragon. The boss had even easily overwhelmed a Tier 2 shield warrior like himself. Although the Earth Dragon seemed like a single entity, it should actually be treated as an amalgamation of three. This was because its two heads were capable of acting independently. Although all three tails normally moved in unison, they moved as though they had minds of their own. They could sense and attack targets that the two heads couldn't see. The Earth Dragon also possessed tremendous strength, even when it was suppressed by a magic array. A single attack forced a Tier 2 metric tons to retreat several steps and take over -20,000 damage. This was after he had executed a technique to deflect most of the attack's power. If he simply blocked the Earth Dragon's attacks normally, he would take over -30,000 damage from its normal attacks. If he were careless for even a moment, the Earth Dragon would kill him instantly even without the constant threat of the lava showers. The Earth Dragon was a daunting foe. The Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon was the absolute gatekeeper for the Primordial Divine Ruins' fifth underground floor. Along with the Earth Dragon's roars, lava began to spew from the ground, creating a wall of lava around the battlefield. The ring of lava that formed sealed off Zero Wing's path of retreat. Now it wasn't possible for players inside to escape or enter the battlefield. Players wouldn't have any opportunities to attack in rotation. Only the victor would survive this lava-surrounded battlefield. As the lava barrier formed, the Earth Dragon's two mouths widened. The ice and fire-type mana in the environment began to surge towards the beast's maw. Zero Wing really is unlucky. The Earth Dragon is actually using Frostflame Breath right off the bat. The battle is likely already over. Praying Lotus side, watching the scene from afar. Frostflame Breath was one of the Earth Dragon's team wipe moves. Not only did the skill possess a massive AoE, but it had an extremely short channeling time. As a cone attack skill, players normally wouldn't have trouble dodging it if they were within 50 yards of the boss. However, Zero Wing's members were still over 100 yards away from the boss. In this case, they would have to cross greater distances to move out of the skill's OE, which was impossible with so little time. Praying Lotus wasn't alone in her thinking. Everyone could already imagine the boss wiping out Zero Wing's team before they could land a single attack seal. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to complete its Frostflame Breath, Shurfeng raised his right hand, which wore the 7 Luminaries ring, and cast Forbidden Domain on the Guardian boss. Suddenly, the mana in a 600-yard radius around the Earth Dragon froze. The mana surging towards the Earth Dragon's heads also stopped. In turn, the magic arrays which Frostflame Breath had formed began to crumble due to a lack of mana. Started crumbling due to a lack of mana. What a powerful silencing effect. Zero Wing has such a powerful silencing skill. The distant spectators gasped. None of them could believe that a player was actually capable of stopping the Earth Dragon's Frostflame Breath as it activated. God's Domain might have many players who had learned silencing skills, but there were differences in these skills' strength. Normally, silencing skills would have striking effects against Tier 0 and Tier 1 players, but most of the silencing skills they've seen thus far had little effect on Tier 2 players. Much less boss monster silencing skills that could affect boss monsters were incomparably valuable, even more so than large-scale destruction spells. Being able to silence a boss even for a moment could save a team from instant annihilation and turn the tide of battle, and most superpowers would offer astronomical prices to purchase such skills according to their knowledge. Aside from Tier 3 silencing magic scrolls, there had yet to be a player that had learned a silencing skill capable of affecting a Grand Lord-ranked boss. Even silencing skills that could affect Great Lords had yet to be discovered, but Zero Wing actually possessed one. Zero Wing's value rose even higher in the various spectating superpowers' eyes. At the very least, Zero Wing now possessed an advantage none of them had against the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. With this silencing skill, raiding the Earth Dragon would be considerably easier. After being silenced, the Earth Dragon became enraged. Letting out a powerful roar, it charged towards Shurfeng. Having expected such a reaction, Shurfeng leisurely commanded, "Kola, you three will intercept the boss. Guild leader, leave it to us." Kola and the others smiled as they moved to meet the boss in battle. To the Earth Dragon, the MT trio was little more than a group of ants. The Earth Dragon lifted one of its claws and swept it horizontally at the approaching pests. Come. Seeing the massive claw approach, Kola's lips curled into a grin. He then raised his shield and charged forward. Pung. When the Earth Dragon's massive claw swept across the uneven ground, it removed all obstacles without slowing in the slightest. Yet when its claw collided with Kola's Titan guard, its speed sharply decreased. The claw completely stopped after another 10 yards or so. What strength! Kola was surprised when he blocked the Earth Dragon's claw. This claw swipe had taken nearly 40,000 of his HP. The Earth Dragon's strength was already close to rivaling an ordinary mythic monster of the same level. The onlooking superpowers were even more shocked. If the Earth Dragon were unsuppressed, a single attack would be enough to instant kill a Tier 1 metric ton, while Tier 2 MTs would lose over 50,000 HP. Meanwhile, their Tier 2 MTs only had a little over 60,000 HP. 2 hits would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons, yet even after receiving the Earth Dragon's attack head-on, Cola still had over half of his HP remaining. This proved that, at the very least, Cola could tank 3 of the unsuppressed Frost Flame 2-headed Earth Dragon's hits. This also meant that, even if the Earth Dragon weren't subjected to any form of suppression, Cola could tank the Earth Dragon head-on if they healed him enough. This, in turn, gave his team the foundation it needed to raid the Earth Dragon with an MT like Cola. Their chances of defeating the Earth Dragon increased by at least 20% seeing the ant survive its first attack. The Earth Dragon proceeded to swipe its other claw this time. Turtledove received the attack pung. Once again, something unbelievable occurred. The boss pushed Turtledove a much shorter distance than Cola. She also only lost a little over 34,000 HP. Likewise, she still had over 50% of her HP immediately after the Earth Dragon's 2 consecutive attacks. Shadow Sword, who was only a short distance behind Cola and Turtledove, leaped into the air and slashed at the Earth Dragon's chest. After the flash of silver, the Earth Dragon's head screamed in agony. Shadow Sword's greatsword had actually cut through the Earth Dragon's adamantine-like scales, leaving a bloody gash on the monster's chest. 10,320. An unbelievable number had appeared above the Frost Flame 2-headed Earth Dragon's heads. Chapter 1664. Frightening Team. Over 10,000 damage. How is that possible? I'm not seeing things right. How is his damage so high? Is he wearing a full set of epic equipment? Oh, the crowd couldn't tear their eyes off of Shadow Sword, shock and curiosity overwhelming their minds. In fact, many of them wanted to rush over and demand to know what Zero Wing had done to allow a player to deal over -10,000 damage to the Frost Flame 2-headed Earth Dragon. The majority of their members' attacks had only dealt damage in the hundreds. Only their Tier 2 players had dealt more than that thanks to their superior attributes. Even so, their normal attacks only dealt around -3,000 damage each, yet Shadow Sword had dealt over -10,000 with a normal attack. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker, there should be no way his damage should surpass their Tier 2 members by such a large margin. The only reason they could think of was that the Berserker must have a full set of epic equipment, but even then, such a thing was unrealistic. How valuable was epic equipment? Players would need over 10 pieces to be fully geared in epic ranked equipment. Most of God's Domain's large guilds didn't even have that many pieces. Even super guilds could only afford to equip their strongest members with 4 or 5 pieces for maximum efficiency. They refused to believe that Zero Wing had the capability or generosity to gear a single player in 10 or more pieces of epic equipment. Guild leader, what kind of weapon did you give Shadow? Its attack power is amazing. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players could not help but ask Shurfeng. After seeing Shadow Sword's shocking damage, they knew very clearly what kind of equipment Shadow Sword wore. And they knew that none of them could deal over -10,000 damage to this Guardian boss, especially not with a normal attack. The only explanation for Shadow Sword's unexpected performance had to be the weapon Shurfeng had given him before the raid. However, they found it hard to imagine that changing weapons would offer such a massive boost. Even if the greatsword were an epic weapon, the Berserker shouldn't be capable of so much damage. After all, the various superpowers had armed their Tier 2 DPS experts with epic weapons as well. I never said that I had given Shadow the weapon. I'm only letting him use it. As for what kind of weapon it is, that is a guild secret, Shurfeng said, revealing a meaningful smile. If any of you enter the Flowing Water Realm in the future, I can help you obtain this kind of power too. Truthfully, the Edgeless Blade's performance had even surprised Shurfeng. He had never thought that a Tier 3 mana weapon would be so powerful. However, as mana weapons had yet to make their public appearance in God's Domain, he did not want too many people to learn about them. If not for the Earth Dragon's incredibly high defense, he wouldn't have let Shadow Sword use the Edgeless Blade. Seriously, guild leader? Flying Shadow and the others' eyes sparkled when they heard Shurfeng's offer. They all wanted to wield the power Shadow Sword had just displayed. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shurfeng said, shrugging. Although Tier 3 mana weapons were extremely rare, even rarer than epic weapons, there were 12 Tier 3 mana weapons sitting in the Lost Town's tower. If he could secure the Lost Town, those weapons would be his for the taking. Hearing Shurfeng's assurance, everyone's enthusiasm to improve their combat standard soared. If they raised their combat power to the Flowing Water Realm and obtained a weapon like the Edgeless Blade, they would instantly become apex experts in God's Domain. they wouldn't even have a problem killing a peak expert of the same level. Just thinking of the possibility excited them. The team began to vent its newfound passion in its fight against the Earth Dragon as damages in the hundreds began to appear above the boss's head. Only the Magic Light team and Zero Wings Tier 2 players dealt over -3,000 damage, with some even reaching -5,000 damage when Shurfeng and Fire Dance joined the fray. The spectators were shocked once more due to the benefits from the Shadow Bloodline. Each of Fire Dance's normal attacks dealt over -9,000 damage. Although she didn't deal as much as Shadow Sword, she was an assassin. Her specialty was speed rather than raw power naturally. Shurfeng was more impressive than both Shadow Sword and Fire Dance. His attack power was on a whole other level. His normal attacks alone dealt over -12,000 damage, while his skills easily dealt between -30,000 to -50,000 damage. He was practically a humanoid Great Lord. As they attacked, Shurfeng sent 9 magical class players to approach the Earth Dragon, and used the 9-star Polar Domain magic array to suppress the boss. Although the Earth Dragon had extraordinary strength, at the end of the day, it was only a Grand Lord. Its resistance wasn't on par with mythic monsters. Hence, the intermediate magic array still suppressed the Earth Dragon's attributes by 15%. Following which, Shurfeng spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate World Projection, suppressing the boss even further. This caused the Earth Dragon's basic attributes to fall to 70% of their original values. Its maximum HP decreased to 189 million as well. Shurfeng had no intention of using Disintegration Field, as the skill didn't differentiate friend from foe. Aside from himself, everyone within range would be subjected to the Disintegration Field suppression. Right now, his team had to attack while focusing on their positioning and the lower showers. If he used Disintegration Field, the Earth Dragon wouldn't be the one to suffer. Zero Wings members would. Fortunately, the 30% decrease to the Earth Dragon's basic attributes relieved some of the pressure on Cola and the other 2 MTs. Even when they didn't use special techniques to block the boss's normal attacks, they received less than -20,000 from each hit. This damage wasn't nearly enough to threaten their lives. To increase the team's overall DPS, Shurfeng had ordered some of the weaker experts to activate their berserk skills instead of holding back. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall, the speed of which shocked the watching superpowers. However, as the battle drug on, the surrounding barrier began to spew jets of lava into the sky. The lava then rained down on everyone on the battlefield. Not even Shurfeng had a good solution for countering this massive AoE. He could only rely on Violet Cloud's holy prayer, reducing the damage his teammates took while simultaneously healing them. As for Cola, he used Divine Shield to protect the MTs fighting on the front line when the lava shower ended. Even with Violet Cloud's assistance, Zero Wings' team had lost over 100 members. Zero Wings' casualty rate was significantly higher than the various superpowers teams. Fortunately, the lava showers did not happen too often, giving Zero Wings members plenty of time to damage the boss. When the second lava shower eventually fell on the team, Zero Wings suffered evidently fewer losses. Most of the players that had died during the first lava shower had lower combat standards. While the survivors were stronger, the Earth Dragon's HP quickly fell to 95%, 95%, 90%, 80%. When the Earth Dragon entered its second phase, it ceased its claw attacks. Instead, it began to execute Oi breath attacks, though they weren't as powerful as its Frost Flame breath. Even so, each attack dealt considerable amounts of damage. When Cola tried to take a hit with his shield, he had instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The change in attack pattern also forced Zero Wings members to run constantly, evading the boss's AoE attacks. This development instantly reduced the team's overall DPS. However, Shurfeng still had the situation in hand. Roughly 6 minutes after the battle had begun, the Earth Dragon's HP fell to 30%. At this point, Zero Wings' team only had 300 members left alive. Everyone else had either died to the breath attacks or the lava showers. The boss is entering its third phase. Whoever has a berserk skill, use it now. Shurfeng hurriedly shouted when he saw the Earth Dragon's HP fall to 30%. Hearing Shurfeng's command, Cola and the other MTs activated Power of Darkness, no longer holding back and skyrocketing their attributes. Meanwhile, the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon released a deafening roar, and the surrounding ice and fire-type mana concentrated around it. The Earth Dragon swiped one of its claws at Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian. Despite the boost to the MT Trio's basic attributes, the attack shoved them back by over a dozen yards. They had nearly lost their footing from the devastating impact. Each of them had lost over 50,000 HP on the spot. Had they failed to activate their berserk skills in time, they would have died instantly quick. The boss's defense has weakened. Attack it with everything you've got. When Shifeng realized that the Earth Dragon had entered its berserk and saw that his attacks now dealt over -16,000 damage, he ordered his team to go all out with the decrease to the boss's defense. Shifeng stopped holding back himself as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. All of a sudden, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall much faster. Meanwhile, the less HP the Earth Dragon had remaining, the stronger its retaliation became. From time to time, it randomly targeted a player with its tails and breaths. Although Kola and the others continued to use taunt skills to hold the boss's aggro, all their efforts were futile. 25%, 15%, 5%. When the Earth Dragon only had 3% HP remaining, fewer than 100 Zero Wing members stood on the battlefield. The situation looked dire for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon used its breath and claw attacks more often, forcing the MT Trio to activate their life-saving skills and focus on defense. They no longer dared to spare energy to deal damage. Shifeng activated Divine Providence as he charged up to the Earth Dragon. He then activated the Tier 2 Flame Burst and brandished his swords at the Grand Lord. Dazzling sword lights illuminated the battlefield. Every time these lights flashed, a scorch mark would appear on the Earth Dragon's body. Out of the 16 slashes Shifeng had executed, the weakest had dealt over -200,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated the final strand of the boss's HP. The Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon then unwillingly collapsed to the burned earth. Chapter 1665. Everyone's Target. Chapter 1665. Everyone's Target. When the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon collapsed, the ground shook under its massive weight, and the 50-plus survivors nearly lost their footing as the earth trembled. Everyone, Zero Wings members and those from the various superpowers behind the lava barrier, fell silent as they turned towards Shifeng, who stood before the Earth Dragon's corpse. The Grand Lord's blood had dyed Shifeng's armor, which was damaged in multiple places. The swordsman was visibly exhausted, yet despite that, he seemed massive in the spectators' eyes. Every player watching felt as if they gazed upon a hero of legend. It's dead. Zero Wing actually slew the Earth Dragon. This is a trick, right? They actually managed to defeat the boss? No one could bring themselves to believe their eyes. Even the superpowers had been utterly helpless against the Earth Dragon on their own. They likely would have had to pull their forces to defeat the boss. Yet Zero Wing's team had accomplished the feat on its own immediately. The sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. System. Congratulations to Team Zero Wing for being the first to kill the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon, rewarding 3 fifth-floor teleportation stones and 10 humanity reputation points. With this system notification, even those who refused to believe that Zero Wing had succeeded had no choice but to accept it as fact. Is this why Phoenix Rain has such great faith in Zero Wing? Yuan Tiexin fell into deep thought as he stared at Shifeng's back. Zero Wing. Huh? King's Return's Broken City could not help but watch Shifeng closely as well. The guild is actually far more powerful than the rumors made it out to be. It seems that our subordinates will have to pay much closer attention to the guild. Suddenly, the various superpowers' attitudes towards Zero Wing changed. Now, rather than treat Zero Wing like some insignificant power, they had to view the guild as a competitor. Meanwhile, Shifeng remained ignorant of the attention he received from the various superpowers. He only had eyes for the items that had dropped before him. Normally, a team would be incredibly lucky if a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species dropped several dozen items, yet the Earth Dragon had dropped over 100. The size of the bounty had far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Seeing this, the spectating superpowers' eyes became bloodshot. In fact, many of them wanted to charge forward and steal the loot. Needless to say, the first kill of such a powerful archaic species would definitely grant extremely bountiful loot. Such loot could elevate their respective team's strength to a whole new level. Unfortunately, none of them could act on their desires with the lava barrier between them and the items. They could only watch helplessly as Shifeng collected one item after another. Meanwhile, Shifeng went into a frenzy, snatching up every item. At the same time, he instructed the team's healers to resurrect their dead. Although the lava barrier stood between them and the various superpowers, it had begun to fade after the Earth Dragon's death. At the rate it disappeared, the barrier would only last a few more minutes. Meanwhile, the rule for boss loot in the outside world also applied in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if players successfully killed a boss and obtained its loot, the items would drop if other players killed them within the first 2 hours. There were multiple teams from the various superpowers waiting outside of the lava barrier, and their experts weren't ordinary. If all of these experts attacked, they could very easily annihilate Zero Wing's players. Hence, he needed to collect the loot and leave before the barrier vanished. Zero Wing's members quickly realized their situation, and the team's healers rushed to resurrect their fallen companions. Sure enough, the lava barrier completely disappeared around 4 minutes after the Earth Dragon's death. But before the various superpowers could take action, Shifeng used the 8 teleportation stones, 5 from the boss and 3 from the system reward. Instantly, Zero Wing's 800 living members transformed into streaks of light that faded into the massive stone doors. They sure ran quickly. Wild Ocean was slightly disappointed to see Zero Wing's members vanish. A colossal fortune had just disappeared before his very eyes. If not for the lava barrier, Zero Wing wouldn't have gotten away with the boss's loot as expected of Zero Wing. They certainly react quickly. Yuan Tixin chuckled. Everyone dreamed of obtaining items that could improve players' strength, and superpowers were no exception. Even though Zero Wing had proven to them all that its combat power and growth potential was extraordinary, that would do little to deter them from attacking. Uncle Yuan, what should we do? With the boss dead, we won't be able to move on to the 5th floor, Purple Jade said. She felt a slight headache brew as she gazed at the empty battlefield. Although the 4th underground floor had plenty of monsters, only the Frost Flame 2-headed Earth Dragon dropped teleportation stones. Since the only Earth Dragon on the 4th floor had just died, other players had no way of proceeding to the next floor. Don't worry. The Earth Dragon is both the guardian boss and the only monster that drops the teleportation stones. It should respawn shortly. However, even if we kill it, we won't get as much loot as Zero Wing, Yuan Tixin said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he stared at the massive set of stone doors, which Zero Wing's members had disappeared into. News that Zero Wing had secured the first kill of the 4th floor's guardian boss quickly spread past the Primordial Divine Ruin, causing a commotion among the powers interested in the Orc Empire. Nobody had expected that the first guild to set foot on the Primordial Divine Ruins. 5th underground floor would neither be a super first-rate guild or a super guild, but an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. For a time, a significant number of guilds and adventurer teams became interested in cooperating with the guild. Although they weren't strong enough to reach the 5th floor and subsequently Primordial City on their own, they could hire Zero Wing to carry some of their members. They might be able to learn all sorts of combat techniques from the guild, as well as for purchasing these services from the various superpowers. They had no hope of such a thing. They had nothing the various superpowers wanted, but Zero Wing was a different story. Zero Wing was a guild with very shallow foundations. It lacked both manpower and resources. Moreover, as a developing guild, Zero Wing definitely needed a large amount of funds and resources, which their guilds and adventurer teams could provide. With this, they would have the basis for cooperation. Meanwhile, on the Primordial Divine Ruins 5th underground floor. After leaving the 4th floor, Shifeng's group was transported to a quiet lakeside surrounded by forests. This is the 5th floor? Everyone turned as they observed their surroundings. Unlike on the previous floors, they didn't feel danger from the area around them. On the contrary, they felt comfortable and at peace. Everyone rest up. We'll search for the path to Primordial City later, Shifeng instructed as he noticed his recently resurrected team members' exhaustion. Every 5th floor in the Primordial Divine Ruin was a milestone. The 1st floor would test players, while the 5th would allow them to rest. The 5th floor's mana density was so high that players could swiftly recover their stamina and concentration, even as they moved about. The recovery effects on this floor were no weaker than those in NPC cities' hotels in the past. Some guilds had even established temporary towns on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. These temporary towns had provided a safe haven from other players, and a place for players to trade and replenish their supplies. Unfortunately, the services these towns had provided had been exceedingly expensive, but that couldn't be helped. Once players left the Primordial Divine Ruin, not only would they have to start over with the 1st floor's raid, but they'd also have to wait a full day before entering again. Just re-entering the ruin would be a problem if a team wanted to resupply inside the ruin. they had to accept the atrocious prices. Hence, the temporary guild towns on the ruins' rest floors generated considerable profit each day. Moreover, the services would become more expensive as the floor numbers increased. However, only superpowers were generally capable of establishing towns on lower floors. Ordinary large guilds could only make a profit by doing so on the 5th floor only. Shurfeng currently had no such plans. Locating the path towards Primordial City was far more important right now. While everyone rested, Shurfeng opened his bag and looked through the items the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped since he had been in too much of a rush earlier. He hadn't had the time to inspect the boss's loot, but even if the other guilds wanted to chase his team to the 5th floor, they'd have to wait until a new Earth Dragon spawned on the 4th to do so. Chapter 1666. Insane Loot. Chapter 1666 Insane Loot. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped over 100 items. Although the majority consisted of materials and magic crystals, 8 weapons and pieces of equipment had dropped. The reward for first kill is quite surprising. Shurfeng could not help but grow a little excited after appraising the weapons and equipment. Out of the 8 weapons and equipment, there were 5 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment and 2 level 50 dark gold weapons, one of which was a dagger, and the other was a one-handed axe. The weapons were top tier even among dark gold weapons, good enough to tempt super guilds' peak experts. Although the various large guilds' experts had already reached level 50, most of them were stuck with level 45 weapons. Take the various superpowers that had entered the Primordial Divine Ruin alongside Zero Wing, for example. Those superpowers refinement realm experts would be fortunate to wield a level 50 fine gold weapon. Unfortunately, most were stuck with level 45 dark gold weapons, which had both lower basic attributes and attack power than level 50 fine gold weapons. Surprisingly, the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment that had dropped were pieces of the Berserker class's Madgale set and the Elementalist class's Frostflame set. 2 of the 5 pieces were the Madgale set's gloves and boots, and the remaining 3 pieces were the Frostflame's hat, gloves, and boots. Level 50 dark gold set equipment was only inferior to epic equipment. Players could use the equipment until they were level 59 before it would go out of date. Moreover, class-specific set equipment was generally specialized for its class. Take the 6-piece Madgale set, for example. Its 2-piece set effect increased the wearer's movement speed and attack speed by 15%, which made up for the Berserker class's lack of speed. The Frostflame set was also a 6-piece set, and its 2-piece set effect increased Elementalist's cast range by 10%. Although the improvement seemed small, a player could easily overwhelm ranged opponents if they took advantage of it properly. If he could complete both sets, he could even fetch 10,000 for them. However, the 7 items were nothing compared to the value of the last piece of equipment. Frostflame Ring Epic Rank. Level 50 Level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 500. Agility 400. Intelligence 1000. Strength plus 55. Agility plus 42. Endurance plus 45. Intelligence plus 74. Level 50. Ignore levels plus 12. Ice resistance plus 15. Fire resistance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Frostflame Barrier. Creates a Frostflame barrier around user. As long as the user is standing, the power of all ice and fire-type spells increases by 20% and channeling time reduces by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Frostflame's Descent. Manipulate ice and fire-type mana to deal 700% fire damage to targets in a 40-yard cone. Targets hit will have their movement speed reduced by 70% for 6 seconds cooldown. 3 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Frostflame Shield. Creates a protective shield that covers an area with a 15-yard radius. The Frostflame Shield is immune to all ice and fire-type damage. The Frostflame Shield lasts 20 seconds and can absorb damage equivalent to 300% of user's maximum mana cooldown. 10 minutes. Oh. Rings and necklaces were extremely rare equipment in God's domain. They were worth at least double that of equipment of the same quality as well. An epic ring was far more valuable than a piece of epic equipment. If an elementalist equipped the Frostflame ring, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. Moreover, the Frostflame ring offered skills that covered both AoE offense and defense. It was a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Guild leader. What did the boss drop? Blackie could not help but ask curiously as he watched Shurfeng inspect the Earth Dragon's loot. At Blackie's question, the rest of the team members perked up, Curious about the loot as well? Take a look for yourselves, Shifeng said. He then shared the 8 weapons and pieces of equipment's attribute panels in the team chat, allowing everyone to see the items. I've also listed the GCPs needed to purchase them. If you're interested in any of them, come to me. Although epic items were precious in God's domain, they were no longer unattainable. Hence, it didn't particularly matter if he revealed the Frost Flame Ring. At most, the various major powers would envy Zero Wing when they found out about it. They would not go as far as to wage war over the item. Moreover, by sharing the attribute panels with the team, he could improve the team's morale. These level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces are amazing. The boss's loot is insane. It actually dropped level 50 dark gold set equipment. This ring is godlike. Its attributes alone can rival the attributes on my level 50 fine gold gloves. Screw the basic attributes. Look at the ring's additional skills. Those effects are amazing. If I had this ring, my DPS would increase by at least 30%. Oh, everyone drooled over the 8 items. Any one of these items would easily rank among a super guild's most precious treasures. Not even super guild's upper echelons wielded such items, yet Shifeng had made them available for purchase in the Zero Wing. The only problem was the item's price tags. Each one of the 2 level 50 dark gold weapons cost 500,000 GCP, which was the equivalent of 1,000 gold outside of the guild. Although it was incredibly cheap if purchased with coins, it was a different story if players purchased them with GCPs. GCPs were, after all, far more difficult to acquire. The Frostflame Ring, however, cost 4 million GCPs, the equivalent of 8,000 gold. At this point, no one in the guild had that many GCPs. However, since Shifeng didn't want the ring to go to waste, he lent it to Alluring Summer, who was a tier 2 elementalist. I'm definitely not going to face Summer in PvP. The Frostflame Ring skills are game-breaking, Cola said as he watched Alluring Summer equip the Frostflame Ring as a tier 2 elementalist. Alluring Summer was already a mobile defense turret. If she focused on a single target, even a tier 2 metric tons of the same level would fall quickly under her attacks. With the assistance of the Frostflame Ring, Alluring Summer's firepower would rise to a whole new level. If she activated Frostflame Shield, she would be able to cast her spells without worrying about incoming attacks for a short time. She could afford to cast powerful spells that had long channeling times even in a one-on-one fight. After dealing with the weapons and equipment, Shifeng didn't share any information on the other items. The Earth Dragon had dropped weapons and equipment would only boost the strength of an individual player. But it was a different story for the 2 forging designs the Guardian boss had dropped. One of the forging designs was for the Giant Frost Axe, a level 50 fine gold 2-handed axe, while the other was for the Scorching Sun Gloves, a set of level 50 dark gold plate gloves. If he allowed Cream Coco and the others to learn these designs, they could craft plenty of powerful weapons and equipment pieces for the guild. The 2 designs were exceedingly more valuable than the 7 dark gold items combined. Shifeng had also obtained a leaf of tattered parchment from the Earth Dragon. Although the words and images on the parchment had long since become indiscernible, it still radiated a faint trace of pressure. When Shifeng felt this pressure, he was shocked. After taking a closer look at this parchment, Shifeng was elated. The parchment was actually a hero's chapter. Moreover, unlike the hero's chapter he had obtained during a previous auction, this hero's chapter contained information on a particular hero and would summon said hero when used. It was even more valuable than a hero's chapter that summoned a random hero. The name of the hero recorded was also one that Shifeng was extremely familiar with, was also a name that everybody in God's domain had known during his previous life. The Magic King, Craig Midlands. Chapter 1667. Magic King. The fact that the Earth Dragon had dropped a hero's chapter, let alone a hero chapter for Craig Midlands, had truly surprised Shifeng. In God's domain, there were 32 heroes that could only be summoned with specific heroes chapters. They were also the strongest heroes players could summon using the heroes chapters. In the past, these 32 heroes had been known as the 32 Pillars. Based on historical records, every one of these 32 heroes had cleared the complete God's trial and gained the ancient God's recognition. If nurtured properly, any one of these 32 pillars could easily become the guardian of an entire city. This was because these 32 heroes had the potential to reach level 200, tier 5 at the very minimum. Moreover, because they were heroes, their basic attributes were higher than players of the same level and tier. When players nurtured these heroes to their peaks, only tier 6 god rank players had any chance against them. Among the 32 pillars, the Magic King, Craig Midlands, rank 17th. He had been a famous NPC in God's domain who had mastered the 6 major elements. No ordinary Tier 5 NPC could compare to his strength. Craig Midlands had once fended off a siege that included 20 Tier 5 players and successfully protected the city he had been tasked to guard. He had even killed 11 of the Tier 5 experts. The hero's display had been so impressive that it had even stupefied the guild that had nurtured and summoned him. Nobody had expected the Magic King to be that powerful normally. Even a Tier 5 NPC would fall if 20 Tier 5 players ganged up on him. Yet the Magic King had resisted and won. However, Craig's victory over the team of Tier 5 players was not what that shocked the world the most. Rather, players had been astounded by the spells he had used with his mastery over 6 major elements. Not only did his attacks carry great destructive power, but his attack methods were also varied and complex. His attacks had basically no weaknesses. If a Tier 5 player had tried to face him one-on-one, they would have been beaten to a pulp. Moreover, for every element Craig Midlands grasped, he could create one elemental doppelganger. Although each doppelganger only had 80% of Craig's attributes, they were far stronger than players of the same level and tier. In other words, trying to fight Craig Midlands was on par with fighting 7 Tier 5 NPCs. With this, I'll have a capable protector for Zero Wing City. Sherfong clearly remembered that the guild that had acquired the Magic King, Craig Midlands, in his previous life had only been a first-rate guild. Naturally, the guild had used Craig to protect its main city, and due to the NPC's presence, not even super first-rate and super guilds had dared to strike that city. If he used Craig to protect Zero Wing City, the city's defensibility would rise to an entirely new level. Shortly after Sherfong and the other Zero Wing members began their rest on the 5th floor, Melancholic Smile contacted him. Guild leader, what did you do in the Primordial Divine Ruin? Many large guilds have come to Candlelight to negotiate cooperation. Melancholic Smile asked inquisitively, as many as 8 first-rate guilds had approached Candlelight, seeking cooperation, not to mention the second and third-rate guilds. Watching these guilds' upper echelons enter White River City's Candlelight trading firm with their entourages has been spectacular. The scene had also caused a huge commotion throughout the city. For a moment, she had even thought that these guilds had intended to attack the trading firm. It's nothing. We just got to the ruins' 5th floor before the other guilds, Sherfong said, chuckling. What kind of cooperation are they looking for? They're asking to purchase some of our guild's basic combat techniques, and opportunities to learn advanced combat techniques. Those slots to enter Primordial City are their main goal. They are willing to pay with magic crystals and top-tier weapons and equipment. Melancholic Smile said the bounty war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was still in full swing. As a result, Zero Wing burned through funds, weapons, and equipment each day. If Zero Wing could sell the services these large guilds requested for top-tier weapons and equipment, it would help the guild out a great deal. Unfortunately, this matter would have a massive impact on the guild, and she couldn't make the decision by herself. Their ideas sound quite solid. Sherfong began to ruminate on the matter. A moment later he said, all right, we will agree to their conditions. However, they can only offer payment with magic crystals. Moreover, we will only sell the opportunity to learn basic combat techniques. Each learning opportunity will cost 1,000 magic crystals. This condition isn't limited to these guilds either. It will stand for all players. As for the guild's other requests, refuse them. Due to the appearance of the Primordial Divine Ruin, basic combat techniques had become more commonplace in God's domain. Even so, pitifully few first-rate guilds had secured any techniques from the ruin. The other guilds couldn't even make it inside. However, as players unlocked more of the Primordial Divine Ruin, the number of players allowed inside would increase. Moreover, as players continued to grow stronger, it would only be a matter of time before more guilds secure basic combat techniques. Rather than wait for such a future, it'd be better if Zero Wing took advantage of the current situation and sold learning opportunities, making a fortune. In fact, many large guilds had openly sold learning opportunities for basic combat techniques in the past. He simply executed this business strategy ahead of time. In any case, he had obtained 3 basic combat techniques on his way to the 5th underground floor, with 2 from the Earth Dragon. As for the advanced combat techniques, there was no way he'd sell them. Both in his previous life and in this one, advanced combat techniques were a guild's core secret. While basic combat techniques helped players build a solid foundation, they did very little to improve players' combat standards. Only advanced combat techniques had a considerable effect on players' combat standards. 1,000 crystals per chance? Isn't that price a little too high? Melancholic Smile asked awkwardly. Currently, magic crystals sold for 30 silver each on the market. Thus, 1,000 magic crystals were worth 300 gold. However, while the various guilds might accept a price of 300 gold, that wouldn't necessarily be the case for 1,000 magic crystals. Every large guild desperately needed magic crystals right now, and players wouldn't necessarily learn a combat technique in its entirety on the first attempt. It's fine. Just tell them. Whether or not they accept our price is up to them. Nobody's forcing them to learn our combat techniques, Shifeng said. Chuckling. Although basic combat techniques were the weakest of the bunch, they weren't easily found. Players could not obtain one just because they wanted to. Despite the Primordial Divine Ruin activating some time ago, only a small number of basic combat techniques had dropped thus far. Moreover, different basic combat techniques offered different kinds of benefits. Some improved attack methods, some improved footwork, and so on. Just because a player had learned a basic combat technique, that did not mean that other techniques would be useless. On the contrary, the more basic combat techniques a player learned, the sturdier their foundation would become. With a strong foundation, players would have a much easier time learning advanced combat techniques. In fact, players may even be able to create their own basic or advanced combat technique. I'll relay the message to these guilds and announce it to the public. Then, Melancholic Smile said. After giving the matter some thought, she saw the logic in Shifeng's decision. Other guilds still treated their basic combat techniques like family heirlooms. Even core members had to pay a significant amount of GCPs to learn the techniques. Since they had approached Zero Wing to purchase its family heirlooms, it was only natural that the guild demand a higher price. Moreover, there were many wealthy individuals among God's Domain's adventurer teams and independent experts. Generally, adventurer teams and independent experts had no opportunity to learn basic combat techniques, so they'd be more than willing to pay the price. After disconnecting his call with Melancholic Smile, Shifeng sent out a few scouts to explore the 5th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng received a report from one of the scouts. Guild leader, I found a gigantic magic array in the forest. There's also an NPC in the center of the array. A scouting assassin reported. An NPC? Send me your coordinates. Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be an NPCs on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. Since one of his scouts had found one, that NPC must be related to Primordial City. Chapter 1668. Primordial City's Entrance Test. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Shifeng moved through the tranquil forest and proceeded towards the coordinates the scouting assassin sent him. Very quickly he came across a clearing that was abounding with mana. So much that it had even condensed into a white mist that enveloped the area. What amazing mana! Shifeng was startled as he moved through the white mist. While he stood within the white mist, not only did his mind become much clearer than before, but even his stamina and concentration recovery rates skyrocketed. The recovery rates were at least 4 times higher than what one would experience inside hotels of NPC cities. If players were to practice combat in such an environment, the results would be wondrous. Training here would be particularly effective. In his previous life, while part of the reason why players loved places with high mana density was the ease in exhibiting their combat standards there, a more important reason was the much greater efficiency in practicing and learning combat techniques. Although combat techniques did not consume mana, they did take a toll on the user's stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, unlike basic attributes, hidden attributes like stamina and concentration were not displayed using numerical values. Players could only rely on their own senses to determine how much stamina and concentration they had remaining. If players fought normally inside major NPC cities, their stamina and concentration consumption would be roughly equal to their regeneration rates. Hence, players could fight in arenas to their heart's content, without worrying about becoming exhausted. However, it was a different story if players started incorporating combat techniques in battle. Combat techniques placed a significant burden on stamina and concentration. Executing a basic combat technique would cost roughly 4 to 5 times more stamina and concentration than executing a simple attack. Hence, if players continuously executed basic combat techniques, even when fighting or practicing inside a city, they would very quickly exhaust their stamina and concentration. Needless to say, the depletion rate for executing advanced combat techniques was even more severe. Hence, High mana density locations were extremely popular among experts of God's Domain during Shifeng's previous life in the current God's Domain. Combat techniques had yet to be popularized. If they had, though, Zero-Wing City's player population would have long since shot past 10,000,000. This was also one of the reasons behind Shifeng's decision to sell basic combat techniques to the public right now. If only a small number of people are allowed to enter Primordial City, it won't be a bad idea to have the ones left out remain here to practice combat techniques. Taking a look at the mist-covered clearing, Shifeng figured that there was more than enough space for 1,000 players to practice combat techniques here. Places with high mana density were extremely rare in God's Domain, not to mention places with mana so dense that it formed a mist. This small area was definitely a sacred training ground. Any superpower that discovered such a location would definitely do everything they could to monopolize it to nurture their own experts. Guild leader, the NPC is over there. After Shifeng arrived at the designated coordinates, a blue-clad assassin approached him. The assassin then pointed at the old man standing inside a magic array a short distance away. The elder wore a set of white robes and held a golden staff in his right hand. Looking at this elder, Shifeng found that the old man did not exude any kind of powerful aura and looked very ordinary. However, when Shifeng tried inspecting him, he failed to get any information about the elder, not even the old man's name. Everything was displayed in question marks following, which Shifeng used omniscient eyes to observe the old man. Tyrol, Primordial City's protector. Hero Divine Mage level. HP 2/. Oh, a hero? Shifeng could not help but be stunned. He had never imagined that he would actually meet a living, breathing hero in God's Domain. Heroes had long since vanished into legend. The hero standing before him right now was something entirely different from the heroes summoned using heroes chapters. More precisely, the heroes summoned using heroes chapters were heroic spirits, not true heroes. Even so, they were still incomparably powerful and more than capable of safeguarding an entire town or city by themselves. However, a true hero was on an entirely different level compared to a heroic spirit. Unlike heroic spirits, true heroes still retain the blessing they received from ancient gods. Therefore, their life rating was even higher than that of archaic species. Moreover, heroes possessed extraordinary combat standards. Hence, if one did not utilize any special techniques, even 100 Tier 5 players would not be enough to take down a living hero at their peak. A hero was an existence that was truly capable of turning the tide of battle with their strength alone. Although seeing a living hero excited Shifeng greatly, when he noticed the hero's identity as Primordial City's protector, he quickly suppressed his excitement and approached the elder. The moment Shifeng set foot into the magic array, Tyrol opened his eyes abruptly and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared before Shifeng and quietly scrutinized the youth before him. When Shifeng felt Tyrol's gaze on him, he felt as if his entire existence was under examination. However, he was not particularly surprised by this situation. Primordial City was a blessing of the ancient gods. Players belonging to forces deemed hostile by the ancient gods, such as the forces of darkness, should not even think of setting foot into Primordial City. If any of these players were discovered, they would be eliminated immediately. Young man, you've done well to reach this place. I am Tyrol, a protector of Primordial City, Tyrol said, revealing a faint smile and giving Shifeng a nod of approval. If you wish to enter Primordial City, you have to pass the entrance test. Moreover, you have only 3 chances to challenge it. If you fail all 3, you can only try again during your next visit to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Lord Protector, may I know the contents of the test? Shifeng asked respectfully. It's a simple test. All you need to do is defeat yourself, Tyrol replied, smiling. Of course, there are also differences in difficulty. The more difficult the test you challenge, the more contribution points you will obtain once you arrive in Primordial City. There are 5 different difficulties available: normal, hard, hell, Azura, and God. Meanwhile, the contribution points you will gain from them are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 respectively. Each person has only 3 opportunities to challenge the test. You must cherish them. Upon hearing Tyrol's words, although Shifeng kept his expression indifferent inwardly, he was bursting with joy. Similar to the city on Thunder Island, if players wished to mingle in Primordial City, they needed contribution points. Without contribution points, they could enjoy only the basic benefits the city offered and should not even think of obtaining the truly good stuff available. Meanwhile, the reason why Shifeng was excited was the large number of contribution points the entrance test awarded in his previous life. When he visited Primordial City, he did not do so by passing the entrance test but by using a teleportation ticket, which he had obtained through killing monsters. He had received only 500 contribution points in doing so. However, with just 500 contribution points, one would be no different from a beggar inside Primordial City. Of course, one's contribution points would not remain the same forever. There were plenty of methods to earn contribution points. Completing quests was the simplest among them, though inefficient. Ordinary quests only granted around 2 to 5 points each, while high-ranking quests granted around 20 to 50 points each. However, high-ranking quests were extremely rare. Hence, collecting even 500 contribution points was very difficult yet. Now, even the normal entrance test awarded 1,000 contribution points upon completion. The additional 500 points would save players plenty of time. Moreover, this was also good news to Zero Wings members. It meant that everyone would have an opportunity to enter Primordial City. Young adventurer, have you decided to enter Primordial City? Tyrol asked, smiling as he looked at Shifeng. I am willing to accept the test. Shifeng nodded. Very good. May I know which difficulty you wish to choose? Tyrol asked with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 5 crystal balls of different colors appeared before Shifeng. Aside from having different colors, these crystal balls also exuded auras of various intensities. Even the crystal ball with the weakest aura made Shifeng shudder involuntarily, whereas the one with the strongest aura made him feel deep despair. Chapter 1669 Shadow of Trial. What powerful auras! Shifeng tensed as he gazed at the 5 crystal balls hovering before him. It was obvious that these crystal balls represented the strength of the opponent he would face. These crystal balls' auras also provided a hint to help players make the best decision. However, even the weakest crystal ball radiated considerable pressure. It was evident that entering Primordial City wouldn't be as easy as he had expected. Shifeng wasn't the only player present who could sense the 5 crystal balls' auras. Aqua Rose and the others who had just arrived outside of the magic array could sense the intense energy from the crystal balls as well. Every crystal ball felt as if it contained some horrific creature. These crystals represent your opponent's strengths. You may choose the one that you think you can defeat, but please remember, you only have 3 chances. Tyrol reminded. 3 chances? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng proceeded to choose the second strongest crystal ball. Lord Tyrol, I choose this one. Based on the aura of the God rank test, he knew that he had no chance of completing it. In fact, he wasn't even particularly confident of passing the Azura rank test, but since he had 3 chances, he might as well give it a try. If he could clear the Azura rank test, he could earn more contribution points before entering Primordial City, which would save him from having to pick up plenty of troublesome tasks. Azura rank. Tyrol could not help but shake his head as he looked at Shifeng. What a courageous young man you are. However, since you've made your decision, let the test begin. Saying so, Tyrol gestured with his left hand. Suddenly, the Azura-ranked crystal ball shattered, and the shards transformed into 3 clouds of mist. These clouds gradually took on humanoid shapes, and a moment later, 3 creatures identical to Shifeng manifested inside the magic array. Meanwhile, aside from their names, Shadow of Trial, the system revealed no information about them. 3? The corners of Shifeng's mouth twitched slightly. Although he could not see the Shadows of Trial's basic attributes, he clearly sensed that they were higher than his Aqua Rose, and the others, who watched from outside of the magic array, gasped when they saw the 3 Shadows of Trial. Each of the shadows felt like a great lord. No, to be more precise, the shadows' auras were stronger than any of the great lords they had faced. It would not be a stretch to call them grand lords to pass the test. You simply need to land 10 hits on each of them. I must warn you, they know everything you know. Likewise, if they hit you 10 times, you will be eliminated, Tyrol said. After Tyrol explained the rules, the 3 Shadows of Trial revealed human-like sneers. Suddenly they vanished, leaving afterimages as they charged at Shifeng so fast. The watching crowd was shocked. The shadows had moved so quickly that all they had seen was faint afterimages. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, the Shadows of Trial commanded extremely high intellect. Their fighting style wouldn't be monotonous. Moreover, all 3 shadows coordinated perfectly, each striking at Shifeng from different directions. As soon as the shadows appeared around Shifeng, each launched a different attack: Illusory Shadow, Purgatory Pentaslash, Shadow Blade. The Shadows of Trial's attacks sealed off Shifeng's escape paths. To make matters worse, the Illusory Shadow attacks couldn't be blocked. Crap. Shifeng paled as he realized his situation. Not even he dared to receive all three skill attacks head-on. If he tried to, he would undoubtedly end up dead in the blink of an eye. Just before the attacks landed, Shifeng activated Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split from his body. He immediately switched positions with a nearby doppelganger, and used Shadow Blade against the nearest Shadow of Trial. However, before the Shadow Blades could reach the Shadow of Trial, 10 doppelgangers split from its body. Shifeng's 10 Shadow Blades then pierced through the Shadow of Trial's form. However, it was evident that he had nearly struck a doppelganger. How is this possible? They have my weapons and equipment skills as well? Shifeng was shocked when the shadow also used Divine Steps. However, before Shifeng could regain his senses, all three Shadows of Trial activated Heavenly Dragon's power, their attribute soaring. They slashed their blades at their target, the intensity of their strength creating powerful gales. With no better plan, Shifeng continued to switch positions with his doppelgangers to avoid the incoming attacks. Although Heavenly Dragon's power was strong, it was a berserk skill that focused on boosting strength. Its buff to speed was only subpar for a time. Shifeng was at a complete disadvantage as the three Shadows of Trial chased him relentlessly. The spectating players outside of the magic array were flabbergasted. They were literally watching three doppelgangers gang up on their guild leader. Moreover, the doppelganger's basic attributes were even higher than Shifeng's. If they had to face three of those doppelgangers at once, they'd likely die in an instant. However, Divine Steps had a limited duration. The instant those allied doppelgangers vanished, Shifeng gritted his teeth as he also activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Upon activating the Berserk skill, he darted for one of the three Shadow Swords' orbit. Suddenly, brilliant stars bombarded the Shadow of Trial, one after another. However, before the hits landed, they abruptly halted before a protective barrier: Absolute Domain. When Shifeng's targeted Shadow of Trial had activated Absolute Domain, the other two shadows also gained invulnerability, giving Shifeng no time to react. One of the three shadows activated Instant Strike and swung its blade fiercely at the player. Shifeng knew that he couldn't dodge the attacks in time. The only thing he could do was to activate his own Instant Strike and execute Sword's Orbit to defend himself as much as possible. Boom! 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 Every time their weapons clashed, dazzling sparks flew around them. Loud clangs also echoed throughout the forest. It seemed as if two primordial beasts were attempting to slay one another. A moment later, however, Shifeng slid backward. As soon as the first Shadow of Trial's Instant Strike ended, another shadow activated the skill. When Shifeng's own Instant Strike came to an end, he lost his ability to keep up with the shadow's attacks. Absolute Domain. After activating his invulnerability skill, Shifeng switched the Aura of Earth to the Aura of Time and activated Forbidden Domain. It might be much of an issue if only one Shadow of Trial could use all of his skills, but the fact that all three were capable of this put Shifeng at a painful disadvantage. If he wished to emerge victorious, he had to rely on his combat techniques, as the Shadows of Trial weren't ones to be beaten. One of them activated Forbidden Domain as well. Suddenly, both sides were silenced, losing the ability to use spells or skills. Following which, the three shadows ganged up on Shifeng once again. Although Shifeng's techniques were superior, the Shadow Trio had higher basic attributes. Moreover, the Shadow Trio disregarded their own defense as they brutally attacked. This forced Shifeng into a defensive state. He was only one person after all. If he tried to strike one of the three shadows, he'd leave himself open for the other two. Meanwhile, each of the shadows could afford to take 10 hits each, but he would be eliminated after 10 hits. Both sides struggled in a stalemate. Shifeng focused on a single shadow, using his superior techniques to create gaps in its defenses and attack. The bitter struggle inside the magic array made the spectating players anxious, but they also knew that such an intense battle wouldn't last long. Once the silence debuff ended, Shifeng would be at a disadvantage once again when Forbidden Domain's duration had only 10 seconds remaining. Despite Shifeng's desperate attempts, he had only struck one of the three shadows 5 times. He still needed to land 5 more hits on that shadow to eliminate it, but he was running out of time. 8 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Am I going to lose? Chapter 1670. Ascension Realm. As the seconds ticked by, and Forbidden Domain near the end of its duration, Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members couldn't help their growing nerves as they watched from outside of the magic array. They had never thought that even the test to enter Primordial City would be so difficult aside from all else. Once Shifeng and one of the Shadows of Trial's Forbidden Domains ended, the other two shadows could still use the skill at that time. Shifeng would have to face 3 shadows that could use skills while he could not. With a huge disparity in combat power, he would doubtlessly meet his end. Not only did the Shadows of Trial have higher basic attributes, but their combat standards were also at the refinement realm. They executed every slash without any excess movement. When the 3 shadows cooperated, they could even make up for the weaknesses in each other's defenses and elevate their combat power further. I have no choice but to gamble everything on one attack. Shifeng also knew what outcome awaited him once his Forbidden Domain ended. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and forced his way through the countless incoming attacks, swinging his blades at the shadow that had already taken 5 hit sword's orbit. If he could eliminate one shadow before Forbidden Domain ran out, he'd still have a chance at victory, albeit a small one. If he didn't do so, he would die the moment his skill's duration ended. However, as if they had predicted Shifeng's desperation, the 3 shadows smirked as they launched attacks, aiming for Shifeng's blind spots. Despite noticing the incoming attacks, Shifeng did not bother dodging. Instead, he continued to swing his swords at the shadow before him. 1 slash. 2 slashes. At this point, Shifeng traded blow for blow with the shadows. As a result, he was hit again and again. 2 hits. 4 hits. 6 hits. Faster. I need to be faster. As Shifeng frantically brandished his weapons, he gained unprecedented focus. The only thing on his mind was landing a hit on the Shadow of Trial before him. However, despite Shifeng's flurry of attacks, his target could still endure 2 more attacks. Shifeng was only 2 hits away from elimination himself. Just as Shifeng's 2 swords were about to bite into the targeted shadow, the other 2 shadows, one behind and one to the left, simultaneously swung towards Shifeng's blind spots. It's over. Tyrol sighed faintly. The young man before him had just barely missed the mark. If Shifeng could have killed the Shadow of Trial before Forbidden Domain ran out, he would have had a chance of passing the Azura rank test. Is it over? Shifeng could sense the 2 shadows' long swords nearing his body, but he was powerless to do anything about the weapons. At most, he could take one of the Shadows of Trial down with Hima's. The 2 long swords soared closer to Shifeng's back and abdomen. Something about the situation felt incredibly familiar. Shifeng felt like this test was similar to the test Rhinebeck, one of the Sea God's Temple's Vice Knight commanders, had given him. Before the breakthrough he had achieved during that trial, he hadn't been able to withstand Rhinebeck's attacks no matter what he had done. He had only been able to watch as he had repeatedly been defeated. Rhinebeck? Shifeng's eyes shone with realization when he recalled his battle with Rhinebeck. Right. Combat method. My combat method. Suddenly, Shifeng put strength into his legs and made a spinning jump. Utilizing the rotational momentum, he swung Killing Ray at the shadow attacking his abdomen, the sacred sword moving with remarkable speed. Dang. A crisp clang echoed throughout the forest in that critical moment. Shifeng had used Killing Ray to block the attack from the side, while he used Abyssal Blade to slice at the targeted shadow's shoulder. He then utilized the force generated from blocking the attack at his side to push himself over 8 yards away from the nearest shadow. When his feet touched the ground again, he used a hand to stabilize himself, only coming to a halt after 2 more spins. He survived. Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing experts stared with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Shifeng had actually executed an incredible maneuver at the last second, narrowly avoiding mutual destruction. This is... Tyrol revealed an odd look as he watched Shifeng. How is that possible? He has already reached the Ascension realm in the realms of truth. Existences that could set foot in the realms of truth's truth realm were exceedingly rare, with only a few throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, experts who had reached the Ascension realm were even rare in Primordial City 1, could not simply reach the Ascension realm by understanding the realm's philosophy. They would also need to temper themselves and gain the experience of countless life or death battles to execute the proper physical response. During Tyrol's brief moment of surprise, the 3 shadows of trial resumed their assault on Shifeng like before. The 3 shadows surrounded Shifeng and attacked him from different angles. Although Shifeng had avoided certain death, he was still at a disadvantage. He had little more than a second before his forbidden domain ran out, and he had only blocked the attack aimed for his abdomen. The attack from behind had still found its mark. Now he could only afford to receive one more hit before he was eliminated from the test. Come, Shifeng said with a hint of excitement as he watched the three shadows. Suddenly, over 20 sword lights surrounded Shifeng, sealing off all escape paths. However, instead of using sword's orbit to repel the attacks, Shifeng simply adjusted his footwork, turning as he executed 8 slashes, which wasn't much compared to his earlier efforts. Something surprising happened again despite reaching his maximum attack speed. These slashes continued to accelerate. The three shadows of trial interlocked with their target before passing by Shifeng. The swordsman blocked every one of the incoming attacks. As the shadows passed, Shifeng swung Killing Ray, slicing the neck of the shadow that had already received 9 hits. The shadow then vanished, leaving 2 remaining in the magic array. What just happened? Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other Tier 2 experts from Zero Wing were stupefied. Not only had Shifeng blocked every incoming attack without using Sword's orbit, but he had also created a gap in the Shadow's defenses and eliminated one of them. None of them could figure out how he had pulled it off. So, this is the realm above the truth realm that Rhinebeck had mentioned? Shifeng felt incredible as he turned towards the remaining shadows of trial. Rhinebeck had only informed Shifeng that he had just entered the truth realm. After undergoing Rhinebeck's test, he had learned that one shouldn't just focus on adapting to the changing battle physically. One could also adjust their perspective of the battle. In other words, aside from using his environment to his advantage, he could use his opponent's attacks as well. Unlike the realms of refinement, which focused on sharpening one's senses, the realms of truth focused on improving one's utilization of their body and the environment only. Shifeng had never realized that the realms of truth's principles could help increase his combat power by such a large margin, allowing him to overcome his enemy's attributes and overwhelm the three shadows of trial. However, Shifeng's forbidden domain had ended after he had killed the one shadow without hesitation. The 2 remaining shadows activated Blade Liberation before one activated Forbidden Domain twofold Berserk. Shifeng could not help but grin as he noticed the shadow's aura strengthen. Before the enemy's Forbidden Domain reached him, he activated Blade Liberation as well. Fortunately, his skill's cooldowns had reset when he had first entered the magic array. So the Berserk skills he had exhausted during his battle with the 4th floor's Earth Dragon were ready for him after activating Blade Liberation. Shifeng executed Void Steps and disappeared. Seeing this, one of the 2 shadows activated Skywheel Sword, while the other activated Lightning Edge, both of which were AoEs. However, neither of the shadows' attacks had forced Shifeng out of his concealment. For a time the shadows attacked their surroundings randomly in confusion, yet even after dozens of seconds, Shifeng remained hidden. He only revealed himself after both shadows had used up their forbidden domains, and when he did, he already stood beside the illusory shadow. Suddenly, 5 crisscross slashes bombarded one of the shadows. Although the targeted shadow responded quickly and tried to dodge, it still received 3 hits. Realizing the danger they were in, the 2 shadows decided to end the fight quickly, both activating Chilling Field. The domain skill covered a 50-yard radius and was capable of both offense and defense. The skill's movement speed reduction effect also prevented Shifeng from moving about freely. Seeing this, Shifeng responded in kind, activating his own Chilling Field. Suddenly, 27 icicles covered the battlefield, 9 belonging to Shifeng and 18 from the shadows of trial. Following which, the 27 icicles danced and clashed repeatedly and rapidly. Yet, despite outnumbering their target, the 2 shadows failed to land a single hit on Shifeng. In fact, Shifeng only needed 6 of his icicles to defend himself, attacking with the remaining 3 hits, 3 hits, 5 hits. The 2 shadows rapidly accumulated hits, and eventually Shifeng landed the 10th strike on both shadows of trial, killing them. Chapter 1671. City Rookie. He won. Our guild leader is amazing. As the Zero Wing team watched the shadows of trial in the magic array gradually fade, they couldn't believe their eyes. The battle that had just occurred had overwhelmed them mentally. If they had been distracted for a split second, they would have missed the instant Shifeng and the shadows had clashed. Both sides' basic attributes were ridiculously high, and they could clash multiple times in the instant it took to blink. The several dozen White Tiger Dojo disciples that had joined the team on the 5th floor were utterly dumbfounded, They had witnessed many expert battles in the past and had even fought experts in the battle arena, but if they had to rank the experts they've seen thus far, the player before them would doubtlessly rank at the very top. It's finally over. Shifeng breathed a deep sigh of relief once the battle had ended. He hadn't expected the Azura rank test to be so difficult. If not for the epiphany regarding the realms of truth, which had allowed him greater use of his own body and everything around him, including his opponents, the shadows of trial would have defeated him. However, this experience had taught Shifeng one thing aside from improving in the realms of refinement, which focused on one's senses and physical control. It was very important that players climb the realms of truth. The realms of refinement were akin to the body. As one became physically stronger, they'd be able to exert more strength. However, the realms of truth were like a weapon. Although an individual could rely on physical strength to pose a threat, there was a limit to how much of a threat they'd become. But if that person were given a weapon to complement their strength, they could pose an even greater threat. Naturally, the better the weapon one wielded, the more power they could exhibit. This also why experts who had yet to reach the refinement realm were sometimes capable of defeating refinement realm experts with their combat techniques. Combat techniques made use of the realms of truth's principles. It seems that we'll need to increase everyone's familiarity with the realms of truth in the future. Shifeng thought to himself there was a limit to how fast one could reach higher realms of refinement, and reaching higher realms of truth wouldn't conflict with a player's growth in the realms of refinement. In fact, the two realms would even complement each other, helping one improve their combat power far faster. Only introducing everyone to the realms of truth wouldn't be easy. First, he needed a proper training ground. It was obvious that neither the battle arena nor the Divine Colosseum could offer similar benefits as Rhinebeck's tests. Without such a training ground, players wouldn't be able to comprehend the realms of truth's principles regardless of how many times he explained them. Moreover, understanding theory and putting said theory into practice were two different things. Wait, that's not right. There is one. Suddenly, Shifeng recalled the White Tower within the Lost Town. While the White Tower seemed like a device designed to help players improve their combat standards and gain a better feel for the refinement realm, it actually operated very much like Rhinebeck's test. Hence, Shifeng should be able to use the tower to help his players comprehend the realms of truth. Furthermore, God's domain's lore never mentioned the realms of refinement, only the realms of truth. The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt that the White Tower was a suitable training device to help players grasp the realms of truth. A sacred land to train in the realms of truth. Shifeng had begun to give up on the Lost Town, preparing to accept the system's penalty, but now, his desire to secure the town had reignited. It's no wonder why the quest to obtain the Lost Town is so difficult. So this is why training one's grasp of the realms of refinement had long since become common in the virtual gaming world. The various super guilds already had complete training systems for just that, while super first-rate guilds had partial systems. However, not one of these guilds had a training system for the realms of truth. They most likely didn't even know how to train players' grasp of the realms of truth. If he could secure the Lost Town, he'd have a sacred land for players to focus on the realms of truth. With the help of the White Tower, players would not have to waste time poking around in the dark like the Freedom Alliance's Silent Entropy, and could grasp the realms of truth with much greater efficiency. With the Boneless Land's Lost Town housing such a sacred tool, it was only natural that the quest to obtain it would be insanely difficult as Shifeng tried to figure out how to complete the Demon's Nest quest. He heard the sound of a system notification. System. Congratulations. You are the first player to complete the Azure Rank entrance test, rewarding 3,000 Primordial City contribution points and 1 Primordial City's City Rookie emblem. Young adventurer, congratulations on passing the test. As the first heaven-blessed individual to pass the Azure Rank test, this City Rookie emblem belongs to you. Make good use of it. Who knows? It might even help you improve further within Primordial City, Tyrell said after appearing before Shifeng. He then took out a silver emblem in the shape of a crescent moon encompassing a sun and passed it to Shifeng. The instant the emblem appeared, the surrounding mana gravitated towards and circled the emblem. City Rookie emblem? After recovering from his shock over the additional 3,000 contribution points, Shifeng gave the emblem a curious look. This was the first time he had heard of this item. Based on Tyrell's tone when he had mentioned it, it should be extraordinary. Immediately, Shifeng tried to inspect the emblem's attribute panel. City Rookie emblem. Dark gold rank. Primordial City's emblem of honor. When worn, user will enjoy the authority of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. In addition, user may teleport to Primordial City from any location. Cooldown: 2 natural days, 96 hours. User restriction: Yi Feng. Oh, amazing! It's giving me the authority of a bronze adventurer right off the bat. No wonder why he told me to make good use of it. Shi Feng was ecstatic as he gazed at the city rookie emblem. At this point, the term bronze adventurer was still foreign to God's Domain's players. This was because the title was unique to Primordial City. Bronze adventurers in Primordial City were the equivalent of nobles in NPC cities. Only, as the ancient gods had specifically created Primordial City for adventurers, noble ranks didn't exist within its walls. Rather, special ranks were granted to adventurers based on their contributions to the city. The available ranks included Common Adventurer, Bronze Adventurer, Silver Adventurer, and Gold Adventurer. Each subsequent rank enjoyed greater authority and treatment in Primordial City than the last. However, it was extremely difficult for players to rise through the ranks as they weren't based on Primordial City contribution points. Instead, they were determined by one's Primordial City honor points. One had to earn 1,000 honor points just to become a bronze adventurer. Moreover, players would be fortunate to receive 1 honor point, even after completing a high-rank quest in the city. If players wanted to earn more than that per quest, they'd have to complete Primordial City's trial quests, which were exceedingly challenging. Unfortunately, failing to complete the trial resulted in an unusually severe death penalty. In the past, most players had opted for the safe and reliable method of completing high-rank quests to collect honor points rather than challenge Primordial City's trial quests. Because of this, very few players had become bronze adventurers, let alone silver or gold adventurers. Even after 10 years in God's Domain, Shi Feng had never heard of someone becoming a gold adventurer. Meanwhile, not only would bronze adventurers enjoy a 10% discount on all expenditures that required Primordial City contribution points, but they'd also get to enjoy other benefits that common adventurers had no access to. Such example was the planar teleportation function, which allowed players to travel to the various higher planes. Not only were the higher planes monsters much stronger, but they also dropped far better loot. It was also possible to obtain unique resources. Only teleporting to a higher plane was expensive, costing 1,000 contribution points per teleportation. If players died in these higher planes, they'd be teleported back to Primordial City instantly. Without sufficient strength and preparation, only a fool would grind in these higher planes. Right? There's still the higher planes. Shi Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Other players might not know where to secure a large number of darkness stones, but he did. However, he hadn't had the means to reach these locations, but now, he did. Shi Feng immediately instructed his team to challenge the entrance test and told them what to do once they entered Primordial City. Meanwhile, he made his way, with Tyrole's help, to the city. When Shi Feng arrived in Primordial City, every player within the Primordial Divine Ruin received a system notification about it. Chapter 1672 7 Luminaries Temple. Many players were still fighting in the Primordial Divine Ruin, and the various superpowers on the 4th floor were preparing to raid the recently respawned Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon. However, before they could begin, they heard the crisp voice of the system. Primordial Divine Ruin Region System Announcement. A player has successfully entered Primordial City. From now onward, after 500 players have entered Primordial City, the entrance test's difficulty will increase by 30%. After 1,000 players have entered Primordial City, the difficulty will increase by 50%. Count resets once per day. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its message becoming ingrained in everyone's minds. How did Zero Wing get into Primordial City so quickly? After the 500th player, the difficulty to enter Primordial City will increase. The upper echelons of the various superpowers stuck on the 4th floor revealed somber expressions upon listening to the system notification. Based on the system notification, they discovered that Primordial City did not have an entry limit. Players only needed to pass a test to enter the legendary city. However, as many as 800 Zero Wing members had proceeded to the Primordial Divine Ruins 5th floor. If the entrance tests were not particularly difficult, then Zero Wing would claim the first 500 slots. This meant that the tests the various superpowers would have to pass to enter would become far more difficult. Due to the increased difficulty, players who would have been capable of passing the test might fail. This, in turn, would decrease the number of players the various superpowers could send into the city. Now that they had a clearer understanding of the situation, these superpowers became even more desperate to reach the 5th floor as soon as possible. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing entering Primordial City quickly spread outside of the ruin. What? Zero Wing is the first guild to send players into Primordial City? Doesn't that mean Zero Wing will be the first to pioneer and explore the city? I'm afraid that it's not that simple. I've heard that only the first 500 players will face the normal difficulty entry tests, whereas other players' tests will be more difficult. The test's difficulty will increase yet again after 1,000 players have entered Primordial City. I've also heard that Zero Wing led 800 players to the 5th floor. It'll monopolize the first 500 slots. With this, the various superpowers will likely have a tough time completing with Zero Wing when pioneering the city. With that many of its members entering Primordial City, Zero Wing will reap a huge harvest. From what I learned after looking into it, it seems like it's pretty easy to obtain combat techniques from Primordial City. This is especially true for advanced combat techniques. Suddenly, more independent players from various kingdoms became interested in Zero Wing. Both basic combat techniques and advanced combat techniques were out of reach for independent players like themselves. The various large guilds treated these combat techniques like family heirlooms, and they had strict requirements for anyone who wanted to learn their combat techniques, such as becoming a core member and signing a restrictive contract with the guild. However, Zero Wing could procure a large number of combat techniques from Primordial City, and if that was the case, Zero Wing may have looser conditions for learning the techniques it collected. It might even make the combat techniques available to all of its members, rather than just the core members. With that hope in mind, many independent players, particularly experts, began to gather in White River City and Zero Wing City from other kingdoms as players tried to learn more about the guild. Zero Wing posted an announcement on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. This announcement instantly caused a commotion throughout the kingdom. How generous of Zero Wing! With this, even independent players like us can learn combat techniques. But isn't 1,000 magic crystals a little expensive? Even experts will have to work hard for a long time to collect enough, let alone weaker players. You think that's expensive? You should see what the other guilds with combat techniques are demanding. Take Heaven's Burial, for example. Although the guild has plenty of combat techniques, anyone who wishes to learn them has to sign a very strict contract. In addition, members have to pay a certain price to learn each combat technique. Their price is only slightly under 1,000 magic crystals. It's better to learn the techniques from Zero Wing. At the very least, we'll retain our freedom. Oh, for a time, a large number of independent players celebrated Zero Wing's decision. The news excited many adventurer teams as well. Independent players might struggle to collect 1,000 magic crystals, but it wasn't any trouble for an adventurer team with several hundred members. When the various large guilds discovered the announcement, however, they fumed with fury. This was especially true for the guilds that had acquired combat techniques of their own. They had planned to use their combat techniques to attract loyal experts and gain an advantage over their competitors, but Zero Wing's latest announcement had ruined that idea. Black Flames means truly are amazing. Heaven's Burial is likely doomed to fall now, Yuan Tiexin said. He could not help his rueful sigh as he read the report a subordinate had just sent. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Purple Jade asked curiously. Take a look for yourself, Yuan Tiexin said as he forwarded the report to Purple Jade. When Purple Jade read the report, her eyes widened in shock. She found it truly hard to believe that Zero Wing would actually be so generous as to offer its combat techniques to other players. By doing so, it would undoubtedly deal a massive blow to the various first-rate guilds that had acquired their own combat techniques. Naturally, Heaven's Burial was no exception. The guild's upper echelons would weep in rage once they heard about this. While everyone discussed Zero Wing, Shifeng arrived in Primordial City's teleportation hall. The teleportation hall's main hall looked like a massive cave. The hall's ceiling was at least 100 meters from the ground. It also seemed like some kind of miniature sun was stuck in the ceiling, illuminating the hall. As Shifeng looked around, he discovered numerous mana-operated elevators, which led towards various spatial junctions. NPCs could arrive and leave Primordial City through these spatial junctions at any moment. These NPCs weren't limited to the human race, including members from other races as well. The instant Shifeng had arrived, both his mind and body had felt energized. The mana density here was no lower than that of Titan City. Players would definitely have an easier time practicing their combat or producing items here than elsewhere since Shifeng had visited Primordial City many times in his previous life. He didn't bother to look around the teleportation hall like some curious tourist. Instead, he quickly left the hall and ventured to Primordial City's streets. Primordial City was a city of legend. The city had as many NPCs as the most populated NPC cities in God's domain. There were easily over 4 or 5 million NPCs within the city at all times, which was more than 10 times the number of NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom's capital. Moreover, unlike the NPCs in ordinary NPC cities, those in Primordial City were at least level 150. Tier 2 NPCs were insignificant here, usually serving as gate attendants. Tier 3 NPCs, which were rare in other NPC cities, strode down almost every street in Primordial City. One would even find Tier 4 NPCs window shopping. After leaving the teleportation hall, Shifeng summoned his demonic flame tiger and made his way towards the heart of Primordial City. Although Primordial City's layout was complex, Shifeng knew the city like the back of his hand. After traveling for around 20 minutes, he reached a towering temple. The temple before him was over 300 meters tall and occupied enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. It looked more like a mountain than a building. This temple was also the most important structure in Primordial City. The 7 Luminaries Temple. Chapter 1673. Primordial Scroll. Chapter 1673. Primordial Scroll. 2 mechanical puppets at the temple's entrance stopped Shifeng before he could enter the building. This is the 7 Luminaries Temple. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed entry. The 2 mechanical puppets crossed their greatswords before the entrance, preventing Shifeng from proceeding. If any other player saw these mechanical puppets, they would definitely be given a fright. Both mechanical puppets were level 200 mythic monsters. They weren't ordinary mechanical puppets either, but magically enhanced puppets. Not only did they possess extremely high intellect, but they also wielded domains. In other words, they were Tier 4 mythic monsters with domain skills. Even Tier 4 NPCs with domains would not be a match for these magically enhanced puppets. Furthermore, these magically enhanced puppets were only the 7 Luminaries Temple's gate attendants. There were much stronger guards within the temple itself. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, not even Tier 6 God-rank players would dare to act presumptuously in the 7 Luminaries Temple without losing their lives. Primordial City was one of the safest cities throughout God's domain. Neither monsters nor players dared to cause trouble here, and those who did were killed without question. Meanwhile, Shifeng wasn't surprised to find these magically enhanced puppets barring his path. The 7 Luminaries Temple was one of Primordial City's core buildings. It was also where players could exchange their contribution points for items. But only players who had become adventurers within the city were allowed inside. Everyone else would be stopped at the door. If players wanted to become adventurers here, they had to pick up an adventurer quest from Primordial City's Adventurers Association. After completing their adventurer quest, players would be granted a Primordial City Adventurer emblem. Players would only be considered a common adventurer in the city once they had this emblem, and it would allow them to enjoy some of the benefits the city offered. However, since Shifeng was in a hurry, he hadn't stopped by the Adventurers Association to pick up the adventurer's quest. In response to the crossed greatswords before him, Shifeng took out his City Rookie emblem and showed it to the guards, asking, "Can I enter now?" The City Rookie emblem granted him the status of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. Although the status couldn't be upgraded, it was enough for now. If he had free time in the future, he could simply pick up the adventurer quest and obtain the real adventurer emblem. City Rookie emblem confirmed. Identity confirmed. You may enter. After the 2 puppets inspected the City Rookie emblem, they relaxed into their original stances and turned their attention away from Shifeng. Seeing this, Shifeng made his way into the 7 Luminaries Temple. The 7 Luminaries Temple's lobby was a beautifully decorated plaza. The scenery was spectacular. It contained areas where people could rest and chat, and it even offered open-air restaurants and bars. The food and beverages sold here were unique to Primordial City and couldn't be removed from the city. But the taste of these items was simply unforgettable. Even players who enjoy delicious delicacies every day longed to dine here. But very few players could afford to do so. Every item in the 7 Luminaries Temple cost Primordial City contribution points. Neither coins nor magic crystals were accepted as currency. Meanwhile, a single meal here cost at least 100 CPs. Of course, players who consumed the meal would receive benefits that corresponded to the 100 CPs they paid, improving perception and focus. Unfortunately, the effects from a 100 CP meal would only last 2 hours during that time. However, players could make use of the buff by renting a training room in the 7 Luminaries temple to practice the combat techniques they had recently purchased. Likewise, the training rooms cost CPs to rent, with the basic training rooms costing 10 CPs per hour, intermediate training rooms costing 30 CPs per hour, and advanced training rooms costing 100 CPs per hour to most players, though this cost was astronomical. The system only granted free CPs on players' first visit to Primordial City, rewarding nothing for subsequent entries. Hence, it was very important that players carefully decide how to enter the Primordial City for their first visit. Aside from the first entry bonus, players could only obtain more contribution points by completing quests and through achievements in Primordial City. Shifeng didn't bother to look around after entering the 7 Luminaries temple as he made his way for the exchange counter. Sir, may I know what item you wish to purchase? An elven beauty behind the counter asked with a smile. Although the female elf looked like a simple administrator for the exchange department, if one paid close attention, they'd discover that she was actually a level 150, Tier 3 Great Mage. Moreover, as a member of the elven race, her innate affinity with mana was incredibly high, making her slightly stronger than ordinary Tier 3 Great Mages of the same level inside a minor NPC city. This female elf could easily serve as the city's magistrate. If this elven woman decided to attack Shifeng now, he'd die instantly unless he activated an invulnerability skill in time. I wish to purchase Primordial Souls. Shifeng said Primordial Souls are extremely rare, so each will cost you 200 contribution points. We also have a daily exchange limit on Primordial Souls. Only 100 Primordial Souls are made available each day, the elf explained. May I know how many Primordial Souls you wish to purchase, sir? 20. Shifeng stated Primordial Souls were rare tools that could help players when they challenged their promotion quests. They were also unique to Primordial City. Naturally, Shifeng had to purchase as many Primordial Souls as he could afford now. Meanwhile, aside from the 5,000 CPs he had gained for clearing the Azura ranked entrance test, he had received a bonus of 3,000 CPs from the system, giving him a total of 8,000 CPs, so spending 4,000 on Primordial Souls wouldn't put him in the red. He also wasn't sure how many Zero Wing members would make it into Primordial City. Fortunately, unlike other players, he had the City Rookie emblem, which allowed him to earn CPs far more easily. Alright. The elf administrator then retrieved 20 bottles from the spatial storage unit behind her and said, Sir, as a City Rookie, you enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases. Your total bill comes to 3,600 contribution points. Do you wish to purchase anything else? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng gritted his teeth and said, I want to purchase 12 primordial scrolls and 1 teleportation stone to the darkness plane. Initially, he had planned to purchase advanced combat techniques after reaching Primordial City, but obtaining the boneless lands Lost Town was far more important right now. The darkness plane was one of the higher planes in God's domain, and the power of darkness on that plane was incredibly dense. Naturally, the monsters living in the darkness plane contained frightening amounts of power of darkness within them. When killed, they had a high chance of dropping a darkness stone fragment. Alchemists could use 100 of these fragments to synthesize a complete darkness stone, but their success rate was an excruciatingly low 30%. However, this was by far the best method to obtain darkness stones. On the other hand, if he tried to hunt darkness-type mythic monsters, the chance of obtaining a complete darkness stone was around 10%. When players in the past had to acquire darkness stones, they usually decided to do so in the darkness plane. However, as a higher plane, the darkness plane was extremely dangerous. With Shifeng's current strength, grinding there would be purely suicidal. He only dared to do so because he had the Bible of Darkness. If he wanted to increase his survival chances in the darkness plane, the primordial scrolls were necessary. The primordial scroll was a super rare scroll that could only be used in higher planes. Players could use the scroll to summon heroic spirits to aid them in battle, and it was akin to a Tier 3 summoning scroll. However, heroic spirits summoned this way operated differently from ordinary summoned creatures. A summoned heroic spirit's strength wasn't in direct combat. Rather, they tended to focus on support. They possess plenty of support skills and spells that could significantly strengthen players' combat power. Like the primordial souls, There was a daily exchange limit for the Primordial Scrolls. Each Primordial Scroll costs 300 contribution points. Only bronze adventurers and above can purchase the Darkness Plane Teleportation Stone for 1,000 contribution points. Including the City Rookie discount, that puts your new total at 7,740 contribution points. The elf administrator reported, smiling as she took out the item Shifeng had requested. Shifeng then paid his bill, instantly becoming a poor bastard, but he didn't mind the huge expenditure. Compared to the value of the lost town, spending this many contribution points was nothing. He then mailed the primordial souls to Aqua Rose while he teleported to the Darkness Plane. Chapter 1674. Darkness Plane. Chapter 1674. Darkness Plane. After Shifeng activated the teleportation stone, he abruptly blacked out. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different world. The sky was dusky in this world ruled by darkness and death. Shifeng felt as if he had just arrived in a small dimly lit house, barely able to see 20 yards away. All he could see was a barren wasteland. This place didn't seem survivable for any creature. System. You have discovered the Darkness World system. Since you do not belong to this world, you find this world's power oppressive. All senses weakened by 50%, basic attributes decreased by 30%, and gained EXP decreased by 95%. System. While in the Darkness World, you cannot make contact with the outside world. Once you die, your soul will be directly expelled from the Darkness World. 3 system notifications suddenly reached Shifeng's ears. One after another. Even Tier 2 players are suppressed so intensively? Shifeng frowned when he heard the system notifications. He wasn't particularly surprised that he had been suppressed. However, what he didn't expect was the degree of suppression. Not only were higher planes much larger than other worlds, but the discrimination within them was also more severe. His appearance in the Darkness World was akin to trespassing. Meanwhile, the stronger the creature entering a foreign world was, the greater the suppression would be. He had also visited higher planes in the past. Only, he had already been a Tier 3 player, so his basic attributes had only been suppressed by 40%. Even though he had been fully geared in epic equipment, his basic attributes had only rivaled a great lord of the same level. His physique had also been considerably weaker. He had even had trouble against the various higher planes great lords of the same level. He hadn't expected the suppression on Tier 2 existences to be so severe. Tier 2 existences stood at the very bottom of the power hierarchy in higher planes, even at the same level and tier. The higher planes monsters were much stronger than monsters on the God's Domain continent. This was because their life ratings were much higher than ordinary monsters, as were their combat standards on the continent of God's Domain. Dragons were creatures of legend, but in the higher planes, monsters with life ratings to rival dragons were everywhere. Hence, before reaching a certain strength, players had an exceedingly low survival chance in a higher plane. Even though it was common knowledge that higher planes offered plenty of high rank and precious resources that were rare or non-existent on God's Domain's continent, the various superpowers in Shifeng's previous life hadn't casually explored these higher planes. Aside from the world's oppression and its monster strength, the environment was the greatest difference between the higher planes and the continent of God's Domain. Take the Darkness Plane, for example. Upon arriving in this world, Shifeng had felt his body become considerably heavier than before. It felt as if the area's gravitational force had increased by 3 or 4 times. Moreover, the environment's power of darkness continuously corroded his body. Without extremely high darkness resistance, the ambient power of darkness would slay players even if they stood in place and did nothing. Not daring to waste time, Shifeng took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon in response. A demon in crimson scale armor, wielding a greatsword, appeared before its summoner. Blood Demon, demonic creature, Tier 3 demon. Level 80. HP 34, 000/34, 000,000. Oh. Demons were considered dark creatures in God's Domain, so in the Darkness World, they wouldn't be oppressed. Moreover, thanks to the Bible of Darkness's demon ruler skill, the Blood Demon had grown stronger. This was why Shifeng had boldly visited the Darkness Plane. Every monster in the Darkness World was likely stronger than Shifeng, and he could only see up to 20 yards away. With such a disadvantage, monsters would likely discover him before he would sense them. On the other hand, if he took control of the demon, he could observe his surroundings through the demon's eyes. After giving it a try, he noticed the massive improvement to his range of vision. By seeing through the demon's eyes, Shurfeng could see up to 500 yards away. He discovered that he currently stood in a gravel ridge, and a group of 10 4-meter-tall dark scorpions roamed roughly 300 yards away. 9 of the 10 dark scorpions had 3 tails, and the last had 5. Moreover, the 5-tailed scorpion radiated a light purple glow. Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature, Lord. Level 65. HP 18-000/18-0000000. Mutated Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 68. HP 43-000/43-0000000. Oh. Had Shurfeng not come prepared, he would have likely ventured into the Dark Scorpion's detection range. If the 9 lords and their Great Lord leader had ambushed him while he had been so powerfully suppressed, he would have died very quickly. Fortunately, the teleportation stones that transferred players to the higher planes generally sent said players to level-appropriate areas. Even so, if he sent the Blood Demon to attack the group of Dark Scorpions by itself, the demon would definitely lose that battle. The mutated Dark Scorpion's strength alone could rival the Blood Demon's. As a higher plane creature, the mutated Dark Scorpion had a considerably higher life rating after all. Furthermore, it had the support of 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions to surround and annihilate the Blood Demon. However, Shurfeng had no intentions of circling past the group. He then took out a Primordial scroll and activated it. As the Primordial scroll activated, a 4-meter-tall elderly man appeared before him. The old man was semi-transparent and wielded a cane. Not bad. I actually got a great druid. Shurfeng was quite satisfied when he saw the old man. Primordial Heroic Spirit, Hero Great Druid. Level 75. HP 15-000/15-0000000. Oh. Although the Primordial Soul summoned a random Heroic Spirit, all summoned Heroic Spirits were Tier 3. Unlike ordinary NPCs, Heroic Spirits wouldn't be oppressed in foreign worlds. In addition, they commanded plenty of Tier 3 spells and skills. They were the perfect support for players when grinding in higher planes. Any team that intended to grind in a higher plane would always purchase Primordial Scrolls before doing so. After summoning the Heroic Spirit, Shurfeng had the Great Druid cast a series of Tier 3 support spells. Tier 3 spell Forest Protection increases the defense and basic attributes of all allies by 20% for 30 minutes. Does not stack with other attribute increasing spells. Tier 3 spell Nature's Blessing. All resistances plus 80, 15% damage reduction, and a 15% increase to stamina for 30 minutes. Tier 3 spell Thorny Vines. Protect a specified target with magical vines for 10 minutes. Anyone who attacks that target will receive damage from the magical vines. When the 3 support spells affected the Blood Demon, the Blood Demon's attributes rose by a large margin, following which, Shurfeng controlled the Blood Demon and charged towards the Dark Scorpion group. When the Blood Demon was less than 200 yards away from the Dark Scorpions, it caught the monster's attention. Responding, the Dark Scorpions lashed their tails and hissed threateningly. Not waiting for the Dark Scorpions to attack, Shurfeng used the Tier 3 spell, Blood Sanction. Immediately, 50-plus blades of blood flew at the 10 Dark Scorpions with lightning speed. Even if Shurfeng were at his peak and activated a Berserk skill, he would have trouble blocking all 50-plus blood blades. He would have to dodge or activate a life-saving skill to avoid taking a hit. As the blood blades were about to reach the Dark Scorpions, the latter's tails blurred. Dang, dang, dang. A series of dazzling sparks lit up the gloomy environment. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had successfully struck down over 80% of the blood blades, while the weapons that had found their mark had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage. The mutated Dark Scorpion, however, struck down all 9 incoming blades, emerging from the exchange unharmed. What high magic resistance! The outcome surprised Shurfeng a little. A Tier 3 Demon's Tier 3 spell carried immense power. Just one of those blood blades could rival a Great Lord's attack of the same level, yet they had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage after landing a direct hit. To the Dark Scorpions, who had 18 million HP each, the damage wasn't significant. During the brief moment Shurfeng had been surprised, the mutated Dark Scorpion screeched as its tails began to glow dark green as they lashed out at the Blood Demon. The tails had moved so quickly that Shurfeng hadn't been able to react in time. He had only managed to tilt the Blood Demon's body, evading 3 of the 5 attacks. When the mutated Dark Scorpion's 2 remaining tails struck the Blood Demon, its stingers slid through the demon's armor like a knife through paper, each dealing over -400,000 damage. Chapter 1675. Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal. After getting struck by the mutated Dark Scorpion's glowing stingers, the Blood Demon immediately gained a debuff 22,347. When the debuff took effect, Shifeng suddenly found it much more difficult to control the Blood Demon, the demon's movements becoming sluggish. What a powerful poison. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he checked the debuff. Paralyzing Venom inflicts 30,000 damage every 0.8 second for 12 seconds. While the venom is still in effect, decreases reaction speed by 40%, attack speed by 30%, and movement speed by 30%. Effects can be stacked up to 10 times. The majority of toxins in God's domain only cause victims to lose HP over time. Very few could inflict a paralysis effect, much less be stackable. Although the Blood Demon possessed high magic resistance and could mitigate a portion of the damage it received, if the toxin was stacked 10 times, even the Blood Demon would fall in no time. Moreover, the toxin being stacked boosted not only the dot but also the speed reduction debuff. If that happened, the Blood Demon would have an increasingly difficult time blocking the attacks of the Dark Scorpions, which possess considerably high combat standards. The mutated Dark Scorpion's combat standard was even at the level of an ordinary expert player. In the next moment, the Dark Scorpions launched another wave of attacks at the Blood Demon. Due to the venom, the Blood Demon had great difficulty defending itself. A series of damages ranging from several tens of thousands to several 100,000 appeared above the Blood Demon's head, its HP plummeting. The number of paralyzing venom stacks also increased from 1 to 4 now. The Blood Demon was taking -120,000 damage from the venom every 0.8 second. Its reaction speed had also decreased by 60%, and its attack and movement speed by 50%. Even though the Blood Demon was higher leveled, it would not last very long against the Dark Scorpions at this rate. Thank goodness I prepared Primordial Scrolls. Glancing at the mutated Dark Scorpion, Shifeng then commanded the heroic spirit to cast the Tier 2 spell Healing Wind. A light green gale immediately enveloped the Blood Demon. In the next moment, not only did the paralyzing venom debuff disappear altogether, but the Blood Demon also rapidly recovered the 10% or so HP it lost. In the blink of an eye, it was already back to full HP. Once Healing Wind ended, Shifeng had the heroic spirit cast the Tier 3 spell Earthen Vine. Suddenly, vines sprouted beneath the Dark Scorpion's legs and bound the monsters completely. Although the Dark Scorpions managed to cut and snap the vines in their struggles, new vines would always replace the broken ones, greatly restricting the mobility of the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, the Earthen Vines also dealt -50,000 damage every second to the Dark Scorpions, and the skill lasted for a full 20 seconds. This skill was perfect against monsters without control removal skills. After the Dark Scorpions were restricted, the Blood Demon brandished its greatsword and began exterminating the Dark Scorpions. Each of its normal attacks caused around -40,000 damage, while its skills dealt over -100,000 damage each. Meanwhile, Shifeng also cast Flame Domain on the group of monsters. Although Shifeng was suppressed by the world and his basic attributes had decreased significantly, the sacred sword he wielded doubled the damage he dealt dark creatures, following which, damages over -200,000 appeared above the Dark Scorpions' heads. Moreover, the damage Flame Domain dealt also increased by 20% with every passing second. By the time Flame Domain ended, the Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had lost nearly 1/3 of their maximum HP. Shifeng then executed Lightning Edge, and dealt each of the Dark Scorpions over -200,000 damage per second for 5 seconds. At this time, the heroic spirit standing beside Shifeng finished casting the Tier 3 curse Star Fury. Suddenly, streaks of starlight started raining down from the sky, and bombarding the Dark Scorpions. The might of the AoE spell was stronger than even Shifeng's Flame Domain, each wave of attacks dealing over -600,000 damage to the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, unlike normal AoE spells, Star Fury aimed only at enemies within range. Hence, the curse did not do any damage to the Blood Demon. In total, 7 waves of starlight descended on the Dark Scorpions. By the time Star Fury ended, not only had the Dark Scorpions lost a significant amount of their HPs, but they also fell into a heavily injured state, their basic attributes, defense and combat power decreasing to a certain extent. This turn of events allowed the Blood Demon to deal even more damage. Now, even its normal attacks inflicted around minus 80,000 damage on its tough opponents. Very quickly, the first Dark Scorpion fell to Shifeng's group afterward. Even after Earth and Vine's duration ended, the heavily injured Dark Scorpions didn't pose much of a threat. To make the battle more efficient, Shifeng decided to have the Blood Demon focus on only dodging the mutated Dark Scorpion's attacks, while maintaining its assault on the other Dark Scorpions. This strategy rendered the mutated Dark Scorpion useless in the battle. The Great Lord could only watch as its subordinates got picked off one after another. Only after the disposal of all the Lord-ranked monsters did Shifeng have the Blood Demon trade blow for blow with the Great Lord, foregoing all forms of evasion and defense. Although the Blood Demon would get poisoned and receive significant amounts of damage from doing so, there was the healing provided by the heroic spirit. Due to the Blood Demon's all-out offensive, the mutated Dark Scorpion lost HP rapidly: 72%, 70%, 65%. After roughly 10 minutes had passed since the battle began, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and landed the last hit on the mutated Dark Scorpion, following which, the mutated Dark Scorpion let out an agonized screech as it collapsed before Shifeng's feet. At the same time, the Great Lord also dropped 8 items around its corpse. The monsters here are really tough. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that the mutated Dark Scorpion was finally dead. Although Shifeng had long since known that the monsters in higher planes were powerful, he had never imagined that the monsters of the darkness world would be this powerful. Just dealing with a level 68 Great Lord had already taken him so much effort. If not for him having summoned a healing-type heroic spirit, he could have come out the loser in this battle with how powerful the monsters in the darkness world were. If he came across a Grand Lord, he would most likely have no choice but to run away. However, while dealing with the Dark Scorpions was indeed very difficult, the loot they dropped pleased Shifeng greatly. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had dropped a total of 37 items. Among them, 15 were level 60 mysterious iron equipment, and 8 were level 60 bronze equipment. The drop rate here was considerably better than on the continent of God's domain, where Lord-ranked monsters past level 50 dropped only bronze equipment, while mysterious iron equipment was dropped by only High Lords and Great Lords, and generally just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment at that. Aside from weapons, equipment, and materials, the 9 Dark Scorpions also dropped 3 Darkness Stone fragments. The drop rate for the fragments was considerably better than what Shifeng initially expected it to be. However, compared to the loot of the 9 Dark Scorpions, the loot of the mutated Dark Scorpion was much more attractive. Of the 8 items dropped, 3 were equipment, a level 60 secret silver cloth armor robe and 2 set pieces for the level 60 secret silver plate armor. Dark Devourer set level 60 secret silver set equipment would be considered top-notch equipment in the game when players reached level 60. Moreover, the Dark Devourer set was actually an 8-piece set. The set's level requirement would be lowered to level 55 when 4 set pieces were gathered, and further to level 50 if one managed to complete the set. If players could equip level 60 secret silver set equipment at level 50, just the basic attributes they could gain from the set alone would surpass that of level 50 dark gold set equipment. Not to mention, the Dark Devourer set's other set effects were also plenty amazing. The set's 2-piece set effect reduced the damage sustained from Tier 2 spells by 40%, and spells below Tier 2 by 70%. Meanwhile, the 6-piece set effect raised the wearer's strength and endurance by up to 30% when attacked. If he could allow the guild's MTs and berserkers to equip the Dark Devourer set, they would be practically invincible among those of the same level. Aside from the 3 pieces of equipment, the mutated Dark Scorpion also dropped 2 Darkness Stone fragments. As for the remaining 3 items, 2 of them were paralyzing venom potions, which could be applied to weapons, allowing one's attacks to inflict a weakened version of the paralyzing venom debuff on targets. Each potion could be used 3 times, and each application lasted 30 minutes. Although the debuff imposed was nowhere near as strong as the mutated Dark Scorpions, it was still quite effective against both players and monsters, following which, Shifeng took out from his bag the last item the Great Lord dropped. This item was a crystal that gave off a black and white glow. When he looked at the crystal, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The mutated darkness energy crystal. It was one of the rarest loot available in the darkness world. In fact, it was a treasure highly sought after by players belonging to the dark forces. This was an item that would only be dropped by darkness-type mutated monsters. Chapter 1676. Clash Change to Yin Yang Saint. Chapter 1676. clash change to Yin Yang Saint. Looking at the mutated darkness energy crystal in his hand, Shi Feng immediately took out a summon guard scroll and activated it. The mutated darkness energy crystal contained a special kind of power of darkness, allowing one to gain better control over the power of darkness. For players belonging to the dark forces, absorbing the mutated dark energy crystal would improve their physique and life rating. At the same time, the power of darkness they could use would increase. One could say that the mutated darkness energy crystal was similar to a bloodline, but with far inferior effects compared to an actual bloodline. Even so, it was still extremely precious. Shi Feng never thought he could obtain a mutated darkness energy crystal. Just by killing one mutated dark scorpion. Dark players would definitely go crazy with envy if they learned of this matter in the past. Countless dark players had visited the darkness world to obtain mutated darkness energy crystals. However, extremely few actually got their hands on one. Unfortunately, as Shi Feng was not a dark player, the crystal was not as valuable to him. However, there was another use for the mutated darkness energy crystal, which was also considered by players as one of the most wasteful methods of using mutated energy crystals, like the mutated darkness energy crystal, and that was to allow personal guards to absorb its power. Letting a personal guard absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal gave the set personal guard an opportunity to awaken and assimilate that power. However, the chances of success were below 10%. In contrast, if players were to absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal, they were sure to obtain that power. In the past, almost no player would waste the mutated energy crystals they obtained on their personal guards. Of course, there were always exceptions, such as righteous players who refused to trade with dark players no matter what. In such rare occasions, players would choose to give the mutated energy crystal to their personal guards instead and gamble on the small chance of success. Meanwhile, one of these exceptions had won their gamble, allowing their fine gold personal guard to obtain the power of fire. The result of this successful assimilation was a massive rise in combat power for the set personal guard. Afterward, the fine gold personal guard had even managed to get promoted to Tier 5. Normally, only dark gold guards had a chance to reach Tier 5 in God's domain. Meanwhile, after getting promoted to Tier 5, the evolved Fine Gold Guard's combat power was even close to rivaling that of Tier 5 Dark Gold Guards back then. This incident had caused a huge commotion throughout the entire God's domain. Spending a mutated energy crystal to obtain a Tier 5 personal guard was a very profitable trade. After all, most players that absorbed a mutated energy crystal couldn't even reach Tier 5. Moreover, a Tier 5 personal guard was much stronger than a Tier 5 player. The only downside was the difficulty of resurrecting personal guards that were killed. Due to this incident, the various superpowers had also reconsidered their opinions on spending mutated energy crystals on personal guards. Meanwhile, since the mutated darkness energy crystal was utterly useless to Shi Feng, he might as well gamble it on one of his personal guards. After Shi Feng completed the incantation for the summon guard scroll, a summoning magic array manifested before him. A moment later, the lithe figure of a woman appeared in it. This woman was none other than Anna, whom he had not seen for quite some time now. At this point, Anna had already reached level 80. Her leveling speed was simply astonishing. Shi Feng could not help but acknowledge the questing efficiency of an epic personal guard. Her strength had improved considerably as well. Right now, even the level 80 Tier 3 Blood Demon was most likely no match for her. However, as this place was the darkness world, as soon as Anna appeared, a powerful force started suppressing her, causing her basic attributes to plummet. When her basic attributes settled, her overall combat power was no longer a match for the Tier 3 Blood Demon. Not wanting to waste time, Shi Feng immediately passed the mutated darkness energy crystal to Anna. At the sight of the crystal, Anna's eyes glowed with great interest and excitement. Without needing Shi Feng to do anything, Anna started writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. NPCs were much more proficient at utilizing mutated energy crystals than players were. Hence, NPCs were capable of using every type of mutated energy crystal available. Players, on the other hand, could only absorb mutated energy crystals that were suitable for their alignment and class. Suddenly, a gigantic, golden magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. 1-fold, 2-fold, 3-fold. The appearance of the magic array lit up the surrounding darkness brightly. After Anna was done casting the 3-fold magic array, she placed the mutated darkness energy crystal at its center. Suddenly, the surrounding power of darkness started surging towards the magic array. the massive flow of energy prompting Shifeng to step back in fright as the magic array collected more power of darkness. The aura it exuded also steadily strengthened. At some point, the aura grew so overwhelming that Shifeng started to feel stifled. Even the monsters over 500 yards away unconsciously distanced themselves from the magic array. After the process continued for 5 long seconds, the magic array's horrific aura began dissipating. The gathered power of darkness then started flowing into Anna's body under the magic array's guidance. In the next moment, pitch-black runes appeared on Anna's body. As the number of runes increased, the feeling Anna gave off underwent a heaven-defying change. If in the past, Anna was an angel that represented the light, then now, she was a fallen angel that represented darkness. After runes covered Anna's entire body, she started giving off an unprecedented pressure. At this moment, Shifeng felt as if he was standing before Serena, the fallen angel guarding the world summit. Again, if Anna willed it, she could easily kill Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences with a wave of her hand right now. However, the horrific pressure lasted for only 1 second, then vanished without a trace. At the same time, the threefold magic array Anna stood on also started disappearing into the void. As for Anna herself, she had reverted to her original state. The only differences now were a dark purple mark at the center of her forehead and a hint of coldness in her aura. Did you succeed? Shifeng could not help but ask curiously as he eyed Anna, who looked as she normally did in the past. He had heard that a huge commotion would arise whenever personal guards used mutated energy crystals. However, those commotions were far from being as massive as the one that just occurred. In fact, even the casting of a Tier 5 spell wouldn't cause such a massive disturbance. Lord Count, it should be a success? Anna said as she looked at herself, uncertainty in her tone. Shifeng could not help but fall speechless at Anna's reply. Immediately, he called out Anna's attribute panel. Anna, Yifeng's personal guard. Class Tier 2 Peak Class Yin Yang Saint. Level 80. Loyalty 97. Growth potential 113. Oh. Shifeng was at a loss for words as he looked at the updated values in Anna's attribute panel. He had never imagined that Anna would not only gain control over the power of darkness, but also class change into a Yin Yang Saint, a peak class. Moreover, her growth potential had even risen from 105 to 113 points. Anna had actually improved that much just by using one mutated darkness energy crystal. This was definitely a massive jackpot after all. Every point increased in growth potential would allow a personal guard to gain considerably more attribute points with each level up. Now that Anna had 8 more points in growth potential, she would no doubt become an even more terrifying existence in the future. Not to mention, Anna had even class changed into a Yin Yang Saint in God's domain. Class legacies held much greater importance to NPCs than to players. In a situation where both sides were of the same level and tier, an NPC with a basic class had almost no chance of defeating an NPC with an advanced class, and likewise an NPC with an advanced class had no chance of defeating an NPC with a peak class. After Shifeng was done looking at the summary of Anna's attribute panel, he could not help but click to inspect her specific attributes. Is she a monster? Shifeng involuntarily gaped in shock when he saw Anna's basic attributes. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Shifeng was dazed for a long moment after seeing Anna's basic attributes. If other players saw Anna's statistics, they'd be surprised by how high the values were at most, but Shifeng knew the implication. These attributes had a normal level 80. Tier 2 magical class NPC would only have around 3,600 intelligence, which was already far more than what magical class players would have at level 80 Tier 2. Even if a level 80 player were fully geared in epic equipment, they wouldn't have such a high attribute since every personal guard used epic weapons and equipment. Even the strongest magical class personal guard Shifeng had heard of in the past had only commanded 4,200 intelligence after reaching level 80. Tier 2. Although there was only a 600-point difference, the difference in magic damage and maximum mana would be massive in God's domain. The power of a spell heavily depended on the caster's intelligence. For example, if a Tier 1 player and a Tier 6 player cast the same Tier 1 spell, the power difference would be like heaven and earth. The outcome was due to the difference in their attributes. Meanwhile, high-tiered spells and skills only allowed one to display more of their raw power. Previously, Anna's intelligence had only risen to 4,346, and she had barely been able to contend with ordinary great lords of the same level in terms of raw magic damage. However, if she used the powerful skills in her arsenal, she could have easily overwhelmed a great lord of the same level now. Anna's intelligence had risen to 5,031 points. With such high intelligence, she could overwhelm great lords with ordinary tier 2 spells. Now, I won't have to worry about needing sufficient help in the darkness world. Looking at Anna, Shurfeng could tell that she could easily stomp out great lords of the same level. Aside from the improvements they granted players and NPCs, mutated darkness energy crystals would force the darkness world to recognize their users. With this recognition, the world would no longer consider them an intruder and suppress them. This was why dark players desired mutated darkness energy crystals. Although dark players were members of the dark forces and contained a small amount of power of darkness within, the darkness world still considered them trespassers. The world would still suppress them, although the suppression wouldn't be as severe due to the power of darkness they contained. However, if they absorbed a mutated darkness energy crystal, they could proceed without any suppression. They could then explore the darkness world as if they were in their element. Now that Anna had absorbed the mutated darkness energy crystal, she too had been recognized by the darkness world. The world would accept her as one of its own, and she'd be able to exhibit all of her strength. Shurfeng then began his search for the next group of monsters. Although resources within the darkness world were abundant, this world didn't have as many monsters as the continent of God's domain. If the darkness world's monsters moved in large groups as they did on the continent of God's domain, players would have no hope of surviving here. Now that Shurfeng had the powerful support Anna offered, hunting down monsters like the dark scorpions was a waste of time. He needed to find stronger monsters to allow Anna to display her full potential. After searching for around 30 minutes, Shurfeng finally found a pack of two-headed dark wolves, resting at the foot of a mountain. There were 12 dark wolves in total, including 1 Grand Lord and 11 lords. The Lord-ranked wolves were around 4 meters tall, while the Grand Lord was double that size. Aside from looking like a miniature mountain, the Grand Lord-ranked dark wolf gave off an intense pressure. Two-headed dark wolf. Dark creature. Lord. Level 67. HP 21,000,000/21. 000,000. Two-headed dark wolf king. Dark creature. Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 95. 000,000/95. 000,000. Oh. Challenging a Grand Lord in the darkness world was very dangerous, but even if Shurfeng weren't a match for the monster, he was confident that he could retreat safely if needed. If he weren't, and he settled for weaker monsters, he wouldn't be able to acquire the 100 darkness stones he needed even after 10 solid days of grinding. The darkness world's Grand Lords had a chance of dropping complete darkness stones. On the other hand, only mythic rank or above darkness type monsters would drop the stones on the God's domain continent. That being said, Grand Lords in this world had a slightly lower chance of dropping them. However, he could use Icarus's heart to compensate for the low drop rate. As long as the Grand Lords had a chance of dropping the stones, it was worth a try. Shurfeng had only planned to challenge Grand Lords after he could summon 3 demons with the Bible of Darkness. He'd also be able to use another Primordial scroll in 2 hours. With 5 tier 3 monsters and a healer, he had a considerably good chance of defeating the Grand Lords. At worst, he could always suppress his opponents with the Ring of Gospel, but now that he had a monster of a personal guard like Anna, there was no need to wait. Alright, let's begin. Shurfeng commanded. Once everyone was in position, Anna instantly began to write divine runes, chanting an incantation at the same time. A short moment later, 10 level 80 Lord-ranked rock guardians formed before Anna. A level 80 Great Lord-ranked golden giant had joined them. Due to the significant boost to Anna's intelligence, her summoned creatures had also received a boost to their attributes. The summoned creatures were 15% stronger than they had been previously, but Anna wasn't done yet. Following which, she cast Magic Strengthening, further increasing the Rock Guardians and Golden Giant's basic attributes in the blink of an eye. Shurfeng had a powerful monster army as the 11 summoned creatures prepared to charge. The old man beside Shurfeng cast enhancement buffs on them as well, strengthening the summoned creatures even further. Go. Shurfeng commanded. Once the preparations were complete, the Golden Giant and Blood Demon led the charge with the 10 Rock Guardians closely behind them. When the group of summoned creatures came within 200 yards of the Dark Wolf pack, the Dark Wolves howled with anger. The 2-headed Dark Wolf King stood and glared at the Golden Giant and Blood Demon. Emanating a low growl, it pushed its paws against the ground and shot forward. The Dark Wolf King was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages and powerful gales of wind. The Dark Wolf King arrived before the Golden Giant almost instantly, smacking the Great Lord with one of its front paws. Pung. Under Anna's control, the Golden Giant raised its arms to protect itself. When the Dark Wolf King's paw collided with the Golden Giant's arms, the ground beneath the summoned Great Lord cracked and shattered, and the Golden Giant sunk into the ground. The Dark Wolf King's strength was higher than Shifeng had expected, and despite blocking the attack, the Golden Giant had lost over 100,000 HP. Realizing that its first attack had failed to get rid of its target, the Dark Wolf King turned and swiped its tail at the Golden Giant. As the Wolf King's bushy tail moved, power of darkness gathered around it, turning the harmless-looking tail into a sharp blade that sliced at the Golden Giant Tier 2 skill Darkness Blade. When the attack landed, the impact sent the Golden Giant flying over 20 yards back, following which, a damage of over -2,300,000 appeared above the Golden Giant's head. The Dark Wolf King's strength was on an entirely different level than the Grand Lords on God's Domain's continent. Fortunately, although the two attacks dealt a lot of damage, the Golden Giant had 55 million HP. Losing a little over 2 million HP was nothing. With the Primordial Heroic Spirit healing it from a safe distance, the Golden Giant could definitely withstand the Dark Wolf King's attacks. In contrast, the Blood Demon and 10 Rock Giants completely overwhelmed the 11 two-headed Dark Wolves that had followed their alpha. Even without any healing, the Rock Giants could dominate the Dark Wolves in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, they had the help of the Tier 3 Blood Demon naturally. Anna didn't sit idle. After becoming a Yin Yang Saint, she had gained more than just summoning skills. She now had powerful attack spells in her arsenal. Anna cast Holy Light Spear, a Tier 2 Light-type spell, launching 18 Holy Spears at the Dark Wolf pack. Each spear carried nearly as much strength as a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. Moreover, the Holy Spears dealt an additional 50% damage to dark creatures. When the Holy Spears found their marks, the Dark Wolves cried in agony as damages of over -400,000 appeared above their heads. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng's team had wiped out the 11 Lord-ranked two-headed Dark Wolves, the creatures decorating the ground with loot upon their deaths. Now, only the two-headed Dark Wolf King remained, still fighting the Golden Giant. However, the Golden Giant looked miserable. Despite the heroic spirit's constant healing, the Great Lord's HP continued to decrease. Shifeng had even been forced to activate Life Domain halfway through the battle to keep the summoned creature standing. Once the 11 Lord-ranked Dark Wolves had been dealt with, Anna began to chant a long incantation, writing many lines of divine runes in the air. Before her suddenly, a gigantic silver twofold magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. In response, a towering pillar of light rose from the ground beneath the Dark Wolf King's feet, enveloping the boss. Countless chains then appeared from the void and bound the Lupin Grand Lord. Despite the Dark Wolf King's desperate struggle, it couldn't break free. A moment later, the Dark Wolf King released a pained wail as its massive body began to shrink. Tier 3 spell, Chains of Light. Chapter 1678 Power to Transcend Tiers. Chapter 1678 Power to Transcend Tiers. She's capable of using spells higher than her tier? Shifeng was at a loss as he stared at the towering light pillar. Is this the power of a peak class? In God's domain, whether they be players, NPCs, or monsters, all existences could generally only learn and use skills or spells at their tier or lower. The strongest skills and spells they could use were taboo skills and curses, yet Anna had just cast a bona fide Tier 3 spell despite only being Tier 2 herself. Shifeng had never heard of anything like this before. Of course, one reason for his ignorance was that he had only ever heard of personal guards obtaining advanced classes. Even after 10 years in God's domain, he had never heard of a personal guard acquiring a peak class as Anna had due to the effects of Chains of Light. The two-headed Dark Wolf King, which had been over 9 meters tall, had shrunk to 6 meters in height. The chains around its form also greatly limited its movement. This allowed the Golden Giant to block every one of the Grand Lord's attacks. Now, the Golden Giant only lost around 80,000 HP after it received one of the Dark Wolf King's attacks. It was clear that the Dark Wolf King's strength had decreased considerably. After the decrease, it was only as powerful as an ordinary Grand Lord on the continent of God's domain. The heroic spirit's healing was now more than enough to keep the Golden Giant alive. After Anna had cast Chains of Light, She proceeded to write another series of divine runes under Anna's control. The 10 rock guardians surrounded the Dark Wolf King. The rock giants then transformed into 10 stone pillars, and after Anna finished over 24 lines of divine runes, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff against the ground. Golden divine runes began to surface on the 10 stone pillars, releasing arcs of golden electricity that lined the pillars and created a magic barrier around the Dark Wolf King. The Dark Wolf King's basic attributes began to decrease rapidly. The chains of light had merely weakened the Dark Wolf King's strength and mobility, but the golden magic barrier suppressed all aspects of the boss. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Wolf King's maximum HP had fallen by 30%. This magic barrier could even rival a top-tier intermediate magic array. After seeing this, Shifeng finally understood why there was such a huge difference between the strength of NPC's classes. It wasn't just a matter of higher basic attributes, but a matter of superior spells and skills. Even without the Blood Demon and Heroic Spirit, Shifeng was confident he could defeat a level 70 Grand Lord with Anna's help alone. If the party had a strong healer, Anna could even whittle down the Dark Wolf King without too much exertion. This will save me plenty of primordial scrolls. As Shifeng watched the two-headed Dark Wolf King, whose attributes had already fallen below a Grand Lord's standard, he realized that he wouldn't have to rely on primordial scrolls to grind in the darkness world anymore. The heroic spirits players summoned with primordial scrolls could only exist for 12 hours. Meanwhile, Shifeng only had 12 of these scrolls. Even if he used them efficiently, they would only last him for several days. With Anna's help, though, he could grind in the darkness world for much longer due to the magic barrier. The Golden Giant had a much easier time dealing with the Dark Wolf King. The Great Lord even began to trade blows with the Grand Lord, increasing the party's overall DPS. After including the Blood Demon, Anna, and Shifeng's attacks, the Dark Wolf King's HP began to deplete steadily. Although the Grand Lord's battle recovery and high defense slowed their progress, it was only a matter of time before the Dark Wolf King died. 90%, 85%, 80%. When the two-headed Dark Wolf King's HP fell to 20%, it released a sudden angry howl. Its two-headed body then split down the middle, each head taking on its own form division. Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the two Dark Wolf King's bosses that had grasped doppelganger skills in God's domain were extremely difficult to defeat. Unfortunately, slaying bosses that had grasped division skills was even harder. With doppelganger skills, a boss's main body and its doppelganger shared HP. If either form were killed, regardless of whether or not players slew the main body, both would die. However, bosses with division skills were a different story. Each copy had its own independent HP. This essentially meant that players had to face two bosses simultaneously. Moreover, when a boss used a division skill, all debuffs on the boss would be removed in the next moment. The chains of light originally binding the two-headed Dark Wolf King vanished. The two Dark Wolf Kings then revealed a sinister grin as they looked at Shifeng's group, their expressions seemingly saying, "You're dead meat now." The two Dark Wolf Kings immediately pounced on the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon. Gathering power of darkness in their paws, they smacked their respective targets. Both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon attempted to block the incoming attacks, but just as they seemed to succeed, the Dark Wolf King's paws transformed into shadows, piercing the elemental and demon's defenses. The attack struck their targets and both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon were thrown over 20 yards away, a damage exceeding -2 million appearing above each of their heads. Before the two summoned creatures could regain their footing, the two Dark Wolf Kings pounced again, launching the same attacks. The prior scene replayed with the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon flying backward and losing over 2 million HP each as expected of a Grand Lord in the darkness world. In addition to a division skill, it has an unblockable offensive skill. This boss could even annihilate a 20-man team of Tier 2 experts of the same level. Despite realizing the seriousness of the summoned creature's situation, Shifeng remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly told Anna, "Let's see what you've got." Nodding, Anna's aura abruptly changed. The dark purple mark on her forehead disappeared, transforming into runes that covered her body. After Anna obtained a peak class, she had learned 2 over-tier spells and 1 epic ranked skill. Although she had displayed the Tier 3 spell, Chains of Light, she had yet to reveal her other over-tier spell and epic skill. The move Anna had just used was none other than the epic skill, Yin Yang Power. Not only did Anna's basic attributes soar under the skill's power, but the strength of her light and darkness type skills and spells would also rise by 1 tier, to a maximum of Tier 4. This was the Berserk skill unique to Peak Legacy Xana's Tier 2 spells, and skills already had the power to rival Tier 3 attacks. But now her attacks were even more powerful than a Grandlord's of the same level. Furthermore, while Yin Yang power was in effect, all of her spells and skills would increase by 1 tier. It was by no means an exaggeration to consider Anna a level 80. Tier 3 NPC Anna proceeded to cast the Tier 2 spell, Holy Light Spear, once more. But unlike her previous use, the number of holy spears she summoned had doubled to 36. Moreover, each spear carried more power than before under Anna's control. The holy spears transformed into streaks of white light that bombarded the 2 Dark Wolf Kings, while the 2 Dark Wolf Kings happily bullied the Golden Giant and Blood Demon. The holy spears appeared before them. Even with the Dark Wolf King's incredible reaction speeds, they only blocked half of the incoming spears. The rest of the shining weapons found their marks. When the holy spears met the Dark Wolf King's tough fur, the 2 Grandlords howled in pain. Each spear dealt over -600,000 damage. By the time the 2 Dark Wolf Kings had recovered from the holy spear's bombardment, Anna had finished casting the Tier 2 spell, Feathers of Light. Suddenly, countless white, immaculate feathers descended from the sky, decorating the area around the 2 Grandlords. Anna, who stood outside of the rock giant's magic barrier, grabbed at a feather that had fallen before her. She then gave the feather a gentle pinch. Boom, boom, boom. The hundreds of immaculate feathers surrounding the 2 Dark Wolf Kings began to explode, one after another. Although each feather's explosion was not particularly powerful and only devoured a few tens of thousands of the Grandlord's HPs, the total accumulated damage was frightening. After a short moment, the 2 Dark Wolf Kings, who had only held on by a small amount of HP, fell to Anna's spell. Anna had killed the 2 Dark Wolf Kings so quickly that Shifeng hadn't even had enough time to use Divine Providence and land the finishing blow. Chapter 1679. Ancient Rock City's Shocking Transformation. Chapter 1679. Ancient Rock City's Shocking Transformation. Seeing the corpses of the divided 2-headed Dark Wolf King reaffirmed Anna's strength for Shifeng. Although light-type spells had striking effects against dark creatures, they shouldn't allow a level 80, Tier 2 NPC to overwhelm the 2-headed Dark Wolf King to this extent. Not even ordinary Tier 3 NPCs of the same level were capable of such a feat. The only downside to Anna's Yin Yang power was its 100-second duration and a long 6-hour cooldown. If she could use this Berserk skill frequently, she could massacre one level 70 Grandlord after another. When the 2-headed Dark Wolf King had died, it had dropped a pile of loot before them. It had also granted both Shifeng and Anna a large amount of EXP. Although Shifeng's EXP gain in the Darkness world had been drastically reduced, his experience bar still increased by a noticeable amount. As for Anna, although her EXP gain was no longer affected, the EXP she had gained from killing the level 72-headed Dark Wolf King was insignificant compared to how much she needed to level up, since she had already reached level 80 as expected of one of the Darkness world's Grandlords. Its loot is way better than an ordinary Grandlord's. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise as he gazed at the items before him. Past level 50, Grandlords generally only drop 10 or so items. Moreover, the majority of the loot would even be materials, and one would be lucky if they got 3 or 4 pieces of equipment, even the best of which would be secret silver rank. However, the 2-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped over 20 items. Although the majority of the loot was still materials, the boss had dropped 5 pieces of equipment. 3 of the pieces were level 60 secret silver equipment, including 1 pair of boots belonging to the level 60 secret silver rank Dark Devourer set. The last 2 pieces were level 60 fine gold equipment, one of which was a set piece for the level 60 fine gold ranked Fantasy Demon set. Although the Fantasy Demon set was only a 6-piece set, players could equip the set at level 55 instead of level 60 once they had gathered 4 pieces. If the full set were given to a level 55 magical class player, that player would wipe the floor with other magical class players of the same level. Only players with multiple epic weapons and equipment would likely be able to contend with them. 2 master rank potions had also dropped. Among them, one was the Mana Awakening Potion. It was a rare Berserk potion that increased players' spell effects by 200% for 30 seconds. The other potion was a Resuscitation Potion. If players consumed the potion after resurrecting, they could recover a portion of the lost EXP. These 2 potions had easily sold for over 100 gold each on the market in the past. In addition, the 2-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped a Darkness Stone and 3 Darkness Stone fragments. However, What surprised Shifeng most was a translucent crystal ball, the detection crystal ball. This was a top-tier item for outdoor explorations. It was particularly useful at night, when visibility was poor. The detection crystal ball could be used to detect all monsters within a certain range, which was determined by the detection crystal ball's rank. A bronze detection crystal ball had a range of 500 yards, while mysterious iron-ranked crystal balls could detect enemies within 700 yards, and secret silver-ranked ones could reach 1,000 yards. It allowed players to avoid monster ambushes. The detection crystal ball the Wolf King had dropped was fine gold rank, with a range of 1,500 yards. Not only could this item's detection reach further than the Blood Demon's vision, but it could also spot every monster within that range. It did not matter even if the monsters were camouflaged or hidden behind terrain. Unfortunately, it did cost 1 magic crystal to operate per hour. Ordinary players might not be willing to pay this price, but it wasn't an issue for Shifeng, and it would be of great help as he explored the Darkness World. There weren't as many monsters in the Darkness World as there were on the continent of God's domain, making them troublesome to find. Since Shifeng was looking for specific targets, his hunt was even more time-consuming. With the detection crystal ball, however, he could save plenty of time and avoid unnecessary battles. This will save me a ton of time. Shifeng smiled. Without hesitation, he spent 1 magic crystal to activate the detection crystal ball, and looked for his next target. Although Anna wouldn't be able to use her berserk skill again for a short time, Shifeng had summoned another tier 3 demon to assist him as soon as the demon summoning skill's cooldown had ended. With the extra tier 3 demon, his party could slowly whittle down another level 70 Grand Lord even without the personal guard's berserk skill. In such a way, Shifeng continued to hunt Grand Lords in the Darkness World. As for his stamina and concentration recovery, Shifeng had used the life essence he had accumulated with the blood refining crystal to remain battle-ready. In addition, every monster he killed in the Darkness World granted varying amounts of blood energy, which he could use to create more life essence. In the end, Shifeng grinded monsters for a full day without rest. With the help of divine providence, he had collected 28 darkness stones and 200+ darkness stone fragments during that time. At this rate, he should be able to collect 100 darkness stones in no time. In addition, he had collected over 100 pieces of level 60 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. He also managed to complete 1 Dark Devourer set and now had 4 set pieces of the Fantasy Demon set, only missing the helmet and gloves. Although Shifeng was in high spirits and more than eager to continue his grind, his many years of experience in God's domain had taught him that it was important to balance work and rest properly. Although the life essence replenished his stamina and concentration, it was more of a stimulant than a replacement for actual rest. If he wanted to rest his mind, he had to log out of the game. After returning to reality, Shifeng planned to see to his basic training, as usual maintaining his physical fitness. He then planned to make the necessary arrangements to expand the Zero Wing workshop now that the Zero Wing Guild was on the right track to becoming a superpower, and had acquired a city of its own. The guild would only grow as it moved forward. Naturally, the guild's management would become more complex. He needed more personnel to manage Zero Wing, and so he needed to expand his workshop and recruit more internal members. But before Shifeng could leave his room, the quantum watch on his wrist, which was connected to his virtual gaming cabin, rang. The display on his watch showed that the caller was Aqua Rose Guild leader. "I finally got through to you," Aqua Rose said as soon as the call connected. Sounding a little rushed, "Has something happened to the guild?" Shifeng asked curiously. "Something big has happened," Aqua Rose stated. "While you were grinding in the Darkness World, Heaven's Burial has been trying desperately to fend off the various superpowers surrounding it. It has even mobilized countless evil demons and evil beasts, but midway through the siege, one of the superpowers mobilized powerful siege weapons and a large number of NPC mercenaries. The battle continued for several more hours, and after suffering immense casualties, the various superpowers finally broke past Ancient Rock City's walls and charged into the City Lord's mansion." "So, Ancient Rock City has been taken?" Shifeng could not help but smile. He had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays precisely so that he could cut off one of Heaven's Burial's revenue sources. If another power claimed Ancient Rock City, it was definitely worth celebrating for Zero Wing. "No," Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. "No? Haven't they broken into the City Lord's mansion?" With the various superpower strength, They should have no issues getting to the City Lord's tablet even if there are evil demons in the building. Aqua Rose's reply left Shifeng slightly confused. The various superpowers were recognized as such due to the large number of experts they employed. While Refinement Realm experts couldn't do much in a war involving tens of thousands of players, they could exhibit tremendous combat power in compact fights with a limited number of opponents. Even if level 100 NPC soldiers were stationed inside the City Lord's mansion, those NPCs wouldn't be able to stop every Refinement Realm expert from reaching the City Lord's tablet. The various superpowers have stormed the City Lord's mansion, but some Tier 4 NPC appeared suddenly and transformed Ancient Rock City into an evil demon nest. Not only has the city become a forbidden land for players, but the evil beasts and demons are also expanding their influence and capturing areas around Ancient Rock City. More evil demons and evil beasts are joining the force by the minute. Just some time ago, we received a report stating that the other guilds' towns in the Orc Empire have fallen to these evil demons. According to our scouts, the evil demon army is spreading towards Star Moon Kingdom's borders. By the looks of it, Zero Wing City is the army's target. Chapter 1680, Evil Gods Branch Temple. Chapter 1680, Evil Gods Branch Temple. A Tier 4 NPC appeared in Ancient Rock City, and the NPC transformed the city into an evil demon nest? How is that possible? Shifeng was stunned after listening to Aqua Rose's report. Suddenly a possibility came to mind and he could not help but ask, "Do you have the latest image of Ancient Rock City?" "Yes, I'll send it now." Aqua Rose nodded. The fact that Ancient Rock City had become an evil demon nest had frustrated the various superpowers. Hence, they had sent plenty of scouts to investigate Ancient Rock City's current state in the hopes of wresting back control of the city. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had collected quite a bit of information from those superpowers, following which, Shifeng entered his virtual gaming cabin again and logged into his rest space. He could still make contact with players in God's domain from within the rest space once he had logged in. Shifeng noticed the pictures of Ancient Rock City Aqua Rose had sent. In addition to that, she had sent video recordings and statistics reports about the current forces inside the city. What a terrifying number. Shifeng was shocked as he watched the videos. Evil demons and evil beasts crowded Ancient Rock City, both on its walls and inside the city itself. Several million monsters had taken control of the city, far more than any single player could control. Based on the information the various superpowers had gathered, there should be roughly 3 million evil demons and evil beasts defending Ancient Rock City. Moreover, this number continued to grow as time passed. However, the number of monsters within the city wasn't the most important aspect. It was these monsters' levels. The lowest leveled monster present in the city was level 50, while the higher leveled ones had reached level 80. Moreover, there were mythic ranked evil beasts and evil demons outside of the city. Based on current reports, there should be more than 10 mythic ranked evil beasts and evil demons protecting Ancient Rock City. There was also a level 80, Tier 4 NPC stationed in the city. This NPC was the true Grim Reaper to players due to its Tier 4 domain skill. Based on the reports, hostile players that tried to approach this Tier 4 NPC would be transformed into evil demons before they could get near the NPC. Sure enough, Shifeng frowned as he gazed at the towering temple in the heart of Ancient Rock City. They sure are ruthless. They actually built a branch of the Evil Gods Temple in Ancient Rock City. The only way to transform a city into an evil demon nest was to create an Evil Gods Temple branch temple in the city. If a branch temple descended, one could instantly teleport all of the evil beasts and demons under their command to the temple, essentially fortifying the city with an army. However, it was extremely difficult to get a branch temple to descend. First, the descent's target must not have any defensive magic arrays, and second, one would need a large number of precious materials and souls. Once a branch temple descended, the occupied city would crumble. Although it was only a branch temple, the density of the evil energy it exuded would be horrific. This evil energy would corrupt the land the branch temple occupied, and only a Tier 5 high priest or above would be able to cleanse the corrupted land. If the land remained corrupt, ordinary players wouldn't be able to survive there. Now that a branch temple had descended, Ancient Rock City had been undoubtedly crippled. The city's fate as an evil demon nest was sealed. Becoming a guild city again was practically impossible. Guild leader, what should we do? The evil demon and evil beast armies are clearly marching towards Zero Wing City. Even if we petition the kingdom's armies to suppress these monsters at the border, There are too many of them. In addition, more evil beasts and evil demons join the march as time passes. On the off chance that the kingdom's armies fail to hold off these monsters and they reach Zero Wing City, we'll definitely be in trouble. Aqua Rose expressed her concern if such a frightening number of evil beasts and evil demons assaulted Zero Wing City. It would only be a matter of time before the city fell, even if it had a stronger defensive magic array than Stone Forest Town. Mythic ranked creatures marched alongside the evil beasts and demons towards Zero Wing City. After all, even if Zero Wing City's defensive magic array could stop those monsters' attacks, there was a limit to how long the magic array could hold. Once it broke, the city's players would quickly follow. If they did not think of a plan to stop the monster army now, Zero Wing City would be finished. Sherfong felt a headache brew as he looked at the dense swarm of evil demons and evil beasts. He had never thought that Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had grown so powerful that they could summon a branch temple. It wasn't exactly a simple task, and the price of doing so was unimaginable. This was because the branch temple was meant to hide the main temple. If Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had tried to mobilize their monster armies from within Star Moon Kingdom, even if Sherfong had sat back and done nothing, the kingdom's NPCs would discover the evil god's temple within Star Moon Kingdom immediately. At that time, the kingdom would doubtlessly dispatch its armies to exterminate the temple, but a branch temple was a different story. Since Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial teleported their monsters from the main temple to the branch temple, it was impossible to track down the main temple before these armies mobilized within the kingdom. Meanwhile, even if the branch temple were destroyed, the evil demon and evil beast armies were already outside of Star Moon Kingdom. They would not teleport back to the main temple due to the branch temple's destruction. Notify Snow, and have her organize the guild's experts to coordinate with the kingdom's armies immediately. We need to stop as much of that monster army as possible. Also, figure out a way to collect as many magic crystals as possible. Before I return, have everyone put as much distance as possible between them and the monster army. That includes other guild's members and independent players. Make sure they don't become sacrifices for that army, Sherfong ordered after giving the matter some thought. The evil god's temple had been a constant thorn in the side for God's domain's various major powers in the past. The main reason for this, the temple members' ability to create evil beasts and demons through their defeated opponents. If a force weren't strong enough and tried to challenge the evil beasts and evil demons, they'd only become food for those monsters. There were two methods to keep its forces from spreading when the evil god's temple plagued a country. The first was to exterminate every evil beast and demon found with overwhelming strength, while the second was to destroy the main temple. In reality, the evil god's temples across the continent of God's domain served as evil energy transfer devices. When activated, the evil god's temples would send evil energy throughout the continent, creating a suitable environment for its evil beasts and demons. As long as one destroyed the activated evil god's temple, they could stop the transfer of evil energy. After losing its source, the evil energy that had spread would gradually thin until the environment became hostile for evil beasts and demons once again. Some of the weaker monsters might even die as a result, while the stronger monsters would grow weaker and become easier to defeat. However, the whereabouts of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple remained unknown, and destroying the heavily guarded branch temple in the Orc Empire was impossible. The only hope of fending off the monster army that marched towards Zero Wing City was to send expert players to work alongside the NPC armies, whittling away as many of the evil beasts and demons as possible. The monster army could only grow if it had sacrifices. It couldn't bolster its numbers without a cost. Understood. I'll notify Snow right away. Aqua Rose nodded before disconnecting the call, not daring to waste time. Sherfong immediately logged back into God's domain and continued to grind for darkness stones. Meanwhile, over 500,000 players had gathered in a forest at the border of Stone Forest Town's map. Among them, over 100,000 wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem. Every one of these players was level 47 and above, and they were all very well equipped. However, every one of these players wore tense expressions. Beast Emperor, I've prepared the 400,000 players you've asked for. I hope that you will fulfill your promise. Singular Burial, who stood atop a hillside, told the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man had ashen skin covered in runes. The man also wielded a staff made of pitch-black jade. This man was none other than Beast Emperor. However, he was no longer covered in bandages. Relax. When have I ever broken a promise to you? Beast Emperor laughed. Turning his sight towards the player army at the bottom of the hill, he commanded, "All right, let's begin." Chapter 1681 Brute Force. Chapter 1681 Brute Force. After Beast Emperor finished speaking, he immediately began writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array formed beneath Beast Emperor's feet and continuously expanded outward. Only after reaching a radius of 500 yards did it stop growing. The magic array then conducted a massive amount of mana that no single player would be capable of. When the magic array was complete, Beast Emperor stabbed the black jade staff in his hand into the center of the magic array, letting it serve as the magic array's core. Have them enter the magic array one by one. Make sure not to enter it too quickly. If they're too quick, the magic array won't be able to absorb their immortal souls, and they will end up hurt for nothing, Beast Emperor said as he looked at Singular Burial. Also during this period, no harm must come to the magic array's core. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. Rest assured, I've summoned plenty of my guild's experts here. There's even an army of 100,000 elites spread across the surrounding area. Even if someone tries to launch an ambush, I still have a defensive magic array I can activate to hold them back, Singular Burial said, nodding. His gaze then shifted toward the general direction of Stone Forest Town, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he swore. Black Flame, just you wait. Since you dared to destroy my ancient rock city, I will definitely let you personally witness the destruction of the guild you created. Due to the various superpowers' successful invasion of ancient rock city, he had no choice but to turn the city into a nest for evil demons. The loss of this massive source of income had a considerable impact on Heaven's Burial's development. In fact, some of the major corporations supporting Heaven's Burial had already withdrawn their funds, instantly shattering Singular Burial's dream of making the guild a superpower. As for the remaining corporations backing Heaven's Burial, they were staying only because they believed in Lei Jingyang's and his own abilities. If not for the two of them, these major corporations would have drastically reduced the funding they provided Heaven's Burial. Hence, it was definitely not an exaggeration to say that the hatred he felt for Zero Wing could blot out the sky. Originally, the plan was to take action against Zero Wing. However, after the battle at Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial changed his mind. He also wanted Zero Wing's members to have a taste of getting whittled down and destroyed bit by bit. First, he would take away Stone Forest Town. Next, he would deal with Zero Wing City. With these two places gone, Zero Wing would lose two of its most important sources of income. If that happened, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. Meanwhile, all Black Flame would be able to do at that time was watch as Zero Wing dissolved into nothingness while Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City fell into the hands of Heaven's Burial. From then on, Heaven's Burial would replace Zero Wing as Starmoon Kingdom's absolute overlord. Beast Emperor no longer made any further comments. Instead, he summoned a mythic-ranked evil demon to secretly assist in protecting the magic array. Compared to expert players, a mythic-ranked evil demon provided much greater assurance. After all, he had paid an enormous price to obtain the Black Jade Staff. Acquiring another one to hold another sacrificial ceremony would be extremely difficult. After Beast Emperor was done dealing with the matters here, he took out a teleportation scroll and left the area. All he needed to do now was wait for the magic array to collect a sufficient number of immortal souls. Meanwhile, such a large commotion naturally could not escape the eyes of Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers. What's Heaven's Burial trying to do by gathering so many players over at Stone Forest Town? Could it be preparing to vent its anger on Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town now that its ancient rock city has been destroyed? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Stone Forest Town we're talking about. It's not as if we've never seen how strong the town's defenses are. It is even more fortified than NPC towns. Moreover, I heard that the number of Tier 2 NPC soldiers defending Stone Forest Town has already exceeded 400. The town won't be so easy to take down. Hasn't Heaven's Burial learned its lesson from its previous failure? Maybe Heaven's Burial has some trump card to rely on. Oh, when the various major powers discovered Heaven's Burial's actions, they could not help but discuss it curiously. They all wondered what Heaven's Burial was trying to do. Vice Guild Leader, Heaven's Burial seems to be trying to take action against Stone Forest Town. What should we do? The Zero Wing members garrisoning Stone Forest Town were greatly concerned over this matter. Based on Heaven's Burial's actions, That guild was obviously planning on starting a guild war, only it had yet to make all the necessary preparations. Once it was ready, however, it would definitely launch an attack. Everyone in the guild is to avoid casually going out during this period, to avoid getting ambushed by Heaven's Burial's evil demons. At the same time, keep a close eye on Heaven's Burial's status and report back any findings immediately. Aqua Rose fired off commands through the guild chat. She also had Melancholic Smile strengthen the defenses of Stone Forest Town, building more defense turrets and moving more miniature ballistas to Stone Forest Town as a precaution. Currently, Heaven's Burial's monster army was already approaching Star Moon Kingdom's border. If Zero Wing did not send experts to help the NPC armies exterminate some of the monsters, the monster army's advance into Star Moon Kingdom would definitely accelerate. Hence, they could not afford to pull away those experts to deal with Heaven's Burial's player army. The only thing they could do right now was slow the advance of the monster army, while strengthening the defenses of Stone Forest Town. Not to mention, the odds were that Heaven's Burial's player army was capable of summoning a large number of evil demons to aid the army in battle. If Zero Wing launched a half-hearted attack on Heaven's Burial's player army, Zero Wing's members would definitely be beaten black and blue. After all, without the help of static defenses and NPC soldiers, players couldn't contend against the powerful evil demons. For a time, the atmosphere in Star Moon Kingdom turned awkward. Aside from Zero Wing, the other guilds in the kingdom were also making their own preparations for war. After all, nobody knew for sure what Heaven's Burial was actually trying to do. There was always a chance that the guild would go crazy and start attacking every guild town in sight, although the NPCs of Star Moon Kingdom had already tightened its security measures against evil beasts and evil demons. If players wanted to have the kingdom's armies mobilized to assist them in dealing with these monsters, they needed to provide concrete proof that these monsters had actually appeared. Only then would the kingdom's armies move out. Moreover, the kingdom's armies would need some time to get to the battlefield. If their guild towns failed to hold out until the kingdom's armies arrived, then there would be no point in notifying the kingdom. Hence, the various large guilds had all started building up the defenses of their respective towns. Meanwhile, back at the Darkness world, Shifeng had also started grinding Grand Lords with greater urgency. Now, he had two heroic spirits participating in the battle simultaneously. With the help of Anna and 3 Tier 3 demons, killing level 70 or so Grand Lords became significantly easier. However, Grand Lords still weren't available in great abundance after half a day or so of wanton slaughter. Shifeng had basically killed every Grand Lord present on the map he was currently in. Now Shifeng had a total of 52 Darkness Stones and 386 Darkness Stone fragments, which was still some distance away from his target. Meanwhile, if he wished to find and kill more Grand Lords, he had only two options to do so. The first option was to wait for the Grand Lords he killed to respawn. However, Grand Lords generally took 2 or 3 natural days to respawn. Killing the Grand Lords too quickly had left him with no Grand Lords to grind. However, Shifeng couldn't do anything about this situation. Anna was simply too strong. The second option was to head to other maps. The Grand Lords of other maps remained untouched. They were all alive and kicking. The only problem was getting to other maps. The Darkness world was different from the continent of God's domain. On the continent of God's domain, players faced no hindrance when moving between maps. In the Darkness world, however, the maps had strict level restrictions preventing players from going wherever they wished. In a sense, the Darkness world was similar to the Ice Crystal world. Players needed to defeat the designated Guardian boss in order to proceed to other maps. Otherwise, they would be stuck in the same map forever. Generally, players that arrived at the Darkness world using the teleportation stones exchanged at the 7 Luminaries temple would not think of heading to other maps, because the map they were teleported to was suitable for their level, and just surviving in the said map was already plenty difficult. They would not even have time to think about heading to other maps. Shifeng was definitely a unique case. It seems I have no choice but to force my way through, Shifeng thought as he looked at the 30-meter-tall monster sleeping inside the canyon ahead of him. He then advanced towards the monster together with Anna. Now that the evil demon and evil beast armies were invading Star Moon Kingdom, he naturally could not waste time waiting for the Grand Lords he had killed to respawn. His only choice was to head to another map and hunt the Grand Lords there. Chapter 1682 High Demon. Chapter 1682 High Demon. Inside the quiet canyon, when Shifeng got within 1,000 yards of the next map, He suddenly felt a powerful pressure washing over him. The pressure he felt now was completely different from what he experienced from the monsters he encountered before. In other words, there was a qualitative change to the pressure he felt currently. Shifeng had already reached Tier 2, yet the pressure still made him extremely uncomfortable. His body felt as if it was fully submerged in a pool of water. The pressure is so strong despite the 1,000 yards separating us? Shifeng stared at the massive figure displayed on his detection crystal ball in disbelief. The crystal ball showed a humanoid figure with the head of a goat sprawled across the ground before the canyon's exit. The figure also had a massive serpent for a tail, and the bat-like wings commonly seen on demons. As the figure exhaled, flames surged out of its nostrils and scorched the ground before it. A high demon. Shifeng was dumbfounded as he looked at this figure. There were many demonic creatures in God's domain. Aside from having a difference in strength, these demonic creatures were also distinguished by lineage. In fact, the hierarchy among demons was largely determined based on lineage. Demons with noble lineages ruled over demons with ordinary lineages naturally. The nobler the lineage a demon possessed, the greater their potential for growth. In God's domain, most demons at the Demon King standard were high demons. It was very difficult for a demon with an ordinary lineage to grow into a Tier 5 Demon King. Much less a Tier 6 demon god. Demons with noble lineages were known as high demons. In terms of life rating, they were superior to even archaic species. At the same tier, only dragons or ferocious beasts would be capable of suppressing high demons. Needless to say, the ordinary demon Shifeng summoned were no match for high demons. Nevertheless, the guardian boss stationed at the entrance to the next map was actually a high demon. Due to the extreme distance, the detection crystal ball couldn't detect the statistics of the high demon. However, when Shifeng arrived within 600 yards of the high demon, its statistics entered his eyes. Baphomet. High Demon Grand Lord. Level 73. HP 120,000, 000/120, 000,000. Oh, a level 73 Grand Lord? Shifeng fell into deep thought as he looked at Baphomet's statistics compared to an archaic species of the same level. A high demon had much less HP. Even so, 120 million HP was still a horrifying amount for him to deal with. Just Baphomet's battle recovery alone allowed it to recover 1,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. If his DPS was lower than 240,000, Baphomet would be an invincible existence to him. The only stroke of luck was that Baphomet was a demon. So long as his opponent was a demon, the Bible of Darkness would be able to suppress it. Although he couldn't use the Bible of Darkness to turn Baphomet into his subordinate, he could greatly suppress the high demon's basic attributes. Moreover, this suppression was absolute. Its effects would not weaken in the slightest, unlike how magic arrays and the like did when the target monster was too strong. All the same, a high demon was still a high demon. Baphomet wasn't just strong in terms of basic attributes. The skills, spells, and combat standard it possessed were beyond those of an ordinary demon. I can only give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng took out another primordial scroll from his bag and summoned a third primordial heroic spirit. Although Zero Wing City's defenses were far superior to an ordinary guild city's, the current situation was unlike before. The quantity and quality of the evil beasts and evil demons surging into Star Moon Kingdom were extraordinary. If the monsters broke through the defensive network of the kingdom's army and reached Zero Wing City, Shifeng was unsure whether Zero Wing City could hold its ground against them if he could secure the Lost Town before this happened. The numerous mana weapons stored inside the Lost Town would undoubtedly raise Zero Wing's strength by a significant margin. At that time, the chances of defending Zero Wing City would also improve significantly. Looking at Baphomet, Shifeng did not hurry to have his 3 demons charge at the high demon. Instead, he waited out the cooldown of Anna's skills. Afterward, he had the 3 heroic spirits cast one buff after another on everyone in the group, causing their basic attributes to skyrocket, particularly those of the level 80 Golden Giant, which already possessed immense strength. After being buffed up by the 3 heroic spirits, its strength was already close to rivaling a Grand Lord's of the same level, following which, Shifeng gave the command to attack. Taking the lead, the Golden Giant and 3 Tier 3 demons charged forward, the 10 Rock Guardians following closely after them. If a player were to witness this scene, they would definitely turn around and flee. However, Baphomet simply yawned, paying no heed whatsoever to the approaching enemies. Only when the Golden Giant and 3 demons arrived within 200 yards of Baphomet did the High Demon look at the Golden Giant. Suddenly, as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp, the Golden Giant, demons and Rock Guardian's speed decreased abruptly. Moreover, their movement speed wasn't the only thing reduced. Even their reaction speeds turned sluggish, following which, Baphomet stomped on the ground and disappeared from where it stood. When Baphomet reappeared, it had moved over 50 yards from its original position. The High Demon was practically faster than even an ordinary mythic monster. Before the Golden Giant could react, Baphomet already stood before it, the High Demon looking no different from a child compared to the Golden Giant. After appearing before the Golden Giant, Baphomet waved its hand lightly as if it were sweeping away dust. In the next moment, the Golden Giant and the demons and Rock Guardians standing beside and behind the Golden Giant were all sent flying over 20 yards back, damages appearing above the summoned creatures' heads. Among the group, the Golden Giant, which possessed the highest defense, lost over 700,000 HP, whereas the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians lost over 1 million HP each. Sure enough, it's very strong. Shurfeng was deeply shocked by the strength Baphomet displayed. Baphomet was much more powerful than any of the Grand Lord-ranked archaic species he had gone up against before. Moreover, based on the performance Baphomet just displayed, Shurfeng could tell that the High Demon's combat standard should be at the 6th floor trial tower standard. With the High Demon's mythical speed, even a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts would be like fish on a chopping board if it went up against Baphomet. Afterward, a series of exchanges took place between both sides. Unfortunately, although the Golden Giant and 3 demons retaliated, they only managed to land a few spells on Baphomet. Relying on its mythical speed, the High Demon easily dodged every normal attack sent at it. In contrast, despite being healed by Tier 3 heroic spirits, the Golden Giant and demons still continually lost HP. Although the Golden Giant and demons tried blocking and dodging Baphomet's attacks, their weakened reaction speeds prevented them from doing so. However, as Baphomet paid attention only to the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons, Shurfeng was able to get within 100 yards of the High Demon unnoticed and immediately activated Demon Ruler. Suddenly, a ripple of power left the Bible of Darkness Shurfeng held. Baphomet's basic attributes promptly plummeted by 30%. The effect of Demon Ruler was remarkable. However, this was still not the end. Anna, who had long since completed her own preparations, had the rock giants form a magic array and suppressed Baphomet even more. However, the magic array was evidently inferior to Demon Ruler. In the end, Baphomet retained 60% of its original basic attributes, and it still suppressed the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons. But instead of dodging all of the Golden Giant and demons' attacks, the High Demon was now forced to parry and block instead. Nevertheless, the Golden Giant failed to inflict any significant damage on Baphomet. Seeing this, Shurfeng had no choice but to spend 5,000 magic crystals and activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection. When World Projection descended on Baphomet, the High Demon's speed decreased once more. However, even after World Projection suppression took effect, Baphomet still retained 50% of its basic attributes and still overwhelmed the Golden Giant. How is it so powerful? Shurfeng was next to speechless as he stared at Baphomet. If not for the Bible of Darkness's suppression, he would have long since turned around and fled by now. After thinking up to this point, he turned to look at Anna, a bitter smile on his face as he said, "It seems we can't hold back anything at all." Following which, he commanded Anna to use her other over-tier spell, which was also the strongest spell Anna currently possessed, Tier 3 Curse, Yin Yang Judgment. Yin Yang Judgment's cooldown was 1 natural day. Unless absolutely necessary, Shurfeng did not wish to use the curse at all. However, if he did not use it now, it was only a matter of time before Baphomet defeated his team. After all, World Projection had a short duration of only 10 minutes, each use costing him 5,000 magic crystals. He did not have enough magic crystals to fight a protracted battle with the High Demon.